Chapter 1071. The receding sword cave master did not say a word. He coldly stared at this old man who liked to eat, sleep and curse Bailiang, with an expression that said, "If you have something to fart with, just say it." Wei Jin was depressed, but he still slowly said, "Our stronghold is not as hard to find as Immortal Coffin Cave. In this battle, there is no need to trouble the cave master. Mount Fuyao will face the 500 soldiers alone, pretending that both sides have suffered losses, and then burn this stronghold to the ground. We hope that the Immortal Coffin Cave Master will take us in. Not only is our mountain chieftain willing to serve the cave master, but everyone in Mount Fuyao will also listen to you. As for later, if Yuzhou still does not give up and wants to scour this mountain, we will have nowhere to hide. At that time, it is up to the Immortal Coffin Cave to leave or stay, but we Mount Fuyao will stay and fight to the death. If the Yuzhou army relaxes and does not enter the mountain, Mount Fuyao will not change today's agreement." The receding sword cave master, Mi Fengjie, fell into deep thought. Zhang Juxian was worthy of being called a hero who had occupied a mountain for many years. He laughed freely and said, "Even if the cave master does not believe the verbal agreement of Mount Fuyao, you should believe the 40 swords behind you. At present, the two mountains are evenly matched. After this battle, Mount Fuyao will be greatly weakened. What capital does it have to compete with Immortal Coffin Cave? There is an ancient saying that a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Mount Fuyao should have been like this long ago. Today this saying is true. Only, Zhang Juxian's luck is not good. His martial cultivation is not as good as the cave master's, and his luck is far inferior. He has no choice but to admit defeat." Lu Haya silently weighed the pros and cons. Zhang Juxian and Wei Jin, these two old foxes, had no obvious loopholes in their plan. The root of all of this was actually Bailiang's military power. For any Jianghu power, it was too big a monster. Moreover, the king of Bailiang was ranked 6th in the new 15. His retainer Su Yambing was one of the last 5. Even the cavalry commander Yuan Zuozong, who was not ranked, was one of the top 3 experts in the Liyang army. All of this was where the morale of Bailiang's hidden army lay. Even though Lu Haya was quite proud of his martial arts attainments, he did not even have the luxury of fighting against these people. Lu Haya suddenly heard his master instructing him in a flat tone. "Haya, from now on, you will help Mountain Lord Zhang with your meager strength. Treat it as our Immortal Coffin Cave's welcoming ceremony for our esteemed guest." Lu Haya nodded. The etiquette of receiving a guest was all fake. The real thing was for his disciple to verify it with her own eyes. The meticulous Lu Haya caught a glimpse of Zhang Juxian and Wei Jin from the corner of his eye, and he became even more certain that Mount Fuyao was truly facing a calamity and had no choice but to resort to this. Otherwise, who would be willing to live under someone else's roof? Suddenly Mi Fengjie said, "Fan Xiaochai is a sword Dao talent that I hold in high regard. She is also a disciple that I, Mi Fengjie, must take in for seclusion." Wei Jin smiled bitterly. Since the cave master has said so, and the Immortal Coffin Cave also has a welcoming ceremony, it is only right for me to present a gift. At this moment, it is equivalent to personally tearing up the life and death agreement. Wei Jin is willing to surrender without a fight. The two weapons, the rusted copper sword and the sparrow tail saber, will also be returned to their rightful owners. Wei Jin raised his hand and called over 2 white-robed boys who were holding the case. He said in a low voice, "Give the rusted sparrow-tail saber to Miss Fan." The 2 white-robed boys looked at each other, and then tears streamed down their faces. It was obvious that they were reluctant to part with it. Even if they were to help their master carry such a famous divine weapon, it would be a great satisfaction. After giving it away, it would be difficult for them to even look at it or touch it in the future. Wei Jin said sternly, "Go." The white-robed boys did not dare to disobey and quickly left. Zhang Juxian smiled and asked, "Cave Master, there is something that I don't know if I should say." Mi Fengjie smiled. "Is everyone in Mount Fuyao so bashful? Since we are one family, there is naturally no need to be polite." Zhang Juxian's face darkened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Magnanimously he said, "On Mount Fuyao, a county magistrate from Yinji County has been kidnapped. She seems to be an old acquaintance of Miss Fan. She has taken a liking to him and did not hesitate to fight to the death with Mountain Chieftain Wei. Mi Fengjie interrupted Zhang Jiuxian's words, coldly saying, Fan Xiaochai is the granddaughter of my Northern Han's great General Fan. She has taken a liking to a 6th-rank official from Bailiang. What is there to make a fuss about? When she gets tired of playing with him, she can just kill him. With her outstanding talent, how could she possibly stop her cultivation for the sake of love? What a joke! Zhang Jiuxian was resentful, and did not say anything else. Stepping on the setting sun, Su Fengnian carried 2 cages of red-bellied golden pheasants back to the courtyard. At that time, Wang Shiwei had inadvertently revealed a flaw to Wang Xianshan. This seemingly simple and naive woman clearly did not take it lightly. During this time, Su Fengnian was still able to roam about freely, while Wang Shiwei was tightly confined within a courtyard. Hidden sentries were keeping an eye on him. In particular, after news that soldiers were about to enter the mountain spread throughout Mount Fuyao, 2 experts immediately sat down in the courtyard, breathing deeply. This made Wang Shiwei accept life and death. When Su Fengnian entered the courtyard, he was sitting on the steps, drinking in large gulps, exuding a heroic spirit. Su Fengnian was also affected and sat down by his side. Putting down the chicken coop, he took the wine jug from Wang Shiwei's hand, and raised his head to take a swig of the strong wine. The dinner after that was exceptionally sumptuous, with plenty of fish and meat. Wang Shiwei chuckled, looking past life and death. He said, It seems that this group of evildoers on Mount Fuyao will mistakenly kill and not let go. Registrar Su, you have benefited from this Wang's glory for this last meal. That said, if Brother Su still has the chance to leave the mountain, I'd like to trouble you to tell my wife and son in Horsehoof County, Qingan County, that Wang Shiwei did not die in vain. Brother Su, remember to especially tell my son, Bai, that his father made a great contribution in uprooting the Golden Pheasant Mountain bandits. Wang Shiwei drank the wine with a calm expression. It's just that I've let down the mother and son, so I feel somewhat guilty. Su Fengnian nodded, but did not say any words of consolation. The next morning, there was quite a commotion on Mount Fuyao. There were more than 180 young and strong bandits, all of them rushing down the mountain aggressively. Su Fengnian and Wang Shiwei's courtyard was already under house arrest. Wang Shiwei sat in the main hall, calming himself down, preparing to kill one to recoup his losses when Mount Fuyao turned hostile. If he killed a pair, it would be a profit. Su Fengnian had long since left his body and entered a spiritual state. He quietly came to the dense forest of Mount Fuyao, and stood on a tree branch in the middle of a mountain peak, quietly observing the battle. Fan Xiaochai, who had obtained the sparrow-tail copper rust, was indeed not stupid. She probably guessed that Su Fengnian would be absent-minded while watching the battle, so she snuck into the backyard. There was only a wall between her and Su Fengnian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She pressed her hands on the saber and sword at her waist. During Su Fengnian's 9 journeys as a celestial being, Su Yambing had always been guarding him. This was because he was afraid that someone would take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of him. Most of his soul had left his body to travel far away and condense into a new form, which would greatly reduce the strength of his body. This was an established fact that not even an immortal on earth could change. Although there were no written records of this in Taoist scriptures, Fan Xiaochai had already reached a higher level in martial arts. At the same time, she was able to stand out among the many spies of Fushui society. This was the best opportunity to kill Su Fengnian, who was ranked 6th in the world. She did not think that there would be such an opportunity in the future. Therefore, she did not hesitate to strike. The sparrow-tail copper rust broke through the wall as easily as a needle piercing through paper. Her delicate body also smashed through the wall. The moment she vaguely saw the back of that figure through the dust, Fan Xiaochai did not feel too much hatred, only relief. When Fu Xiaoshan saw this, he did not hate Fan Xiaochai to the core. However, this did not mean that Fan Xiaochai would give up the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Moreover, there was no record of any woman becoming a Buddha in the Buddhist scriptures. When the tip of Fan Xiaochai's saber and sword were only a foot away from that figure, her already abundant qi increased by another level. The gang qi at the tip of her rusted sword suddenly surged. Before the tip of the sword reached, the gang qi had already arrived. Su Fengnian, who who was on a mental journey, stood lightly on a branch. He could not help but chuckle softly. Do you think Gao Shulu's body is made of paper? Otherwise, why would I go on an out-of-body journey so easily? Ignoring the changes in the courtyard, Su Fingyan looked into the distance. Finally, people were starting to die. Chapter 1072. When it came to a small war, there was no such thing as destiny, so there was no such thing as an opportune moment. However, Mount Fuyao held the geographical advantage, so there was no need to doubt it. With more than 20 military scouts thrown into the mountain, it was very difficult to capture military intelligence that would be beneficial to the war situation and successfully transmit it back to the army at the first possible moment. Mount Fuyao had 6 beacon towers that were hard to detect. Because the Wei and Jin dynasties, who had been military officers, pursued a policy of being loose on the outside and tight on the inside, there was only one outside the mountain. Originally, there were only 8 beacon towers, but 8 more were added at the last moment. Half of them were stationed on the mountain, while the other half were roaming about. The latter were assisted by the chirping of birds, making them even more secretive and difficult to detect. The 108 bandits of Mount Fuyao were divided into 3 groups of troops. The third mountain lord, Nan Baoyu, was the leader. He was an 8-foot-tall burly man who wielded a pair of gilded sledgehammers. He had the fewest men under his command, only 30. Every one of them was nimble and strong, armed with short sabers and bows and arrows. They truly had the air of a dismounted crossbowman. They formed a fan shape and swiftly advanced forward. Several cautious military scouts quickly came into contact with these bandits. Because there was no such thing as who was in the open and who was in the dark, it was a close combat battle. The scout's saber technique carried the distinct style of Bailiang's army, concise, practical, and most importantly desperate. The burly bandit, whose martial arts were superior to the scouts by a level, was clearly not used to this kind of life-for-life fighting style. However, he relied on his superior technique and agilely moved around like an ape in the forest. He opened up a distance and waited for an opportunity to attack again. The scout was unable to get close and did not blindly attack. After a Mount Fuyao bandit found an opportunity to slash his shoulder with a saber, he gritted his teeth and forcefully fired his short crossbow. The bolt brushed past the man's cheek and nailed into a tree. This arrow scared the man so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. As he ran, he took out a throwing knife from his waist and threw a series of extremely familiar throwing knives at the heavily injured scout. The scout, whose shoulder had a wound of an inch or so, couldn't dodge in time. Several throwing knives were nailed into his chest and thighs, leaving him on the verge of death. The man moved forward like a mountain snake, drawing an arc in the air as he carefully closed in on the enemy, not giving the scout a chance to fire his crossbow. After he dodged the last crossbow with a somersault in the air, the man standing behind the scout let out a sinister smile, bent his waist and ran forward. With a raise of his hand, he chopped off the scout's head and kicked the headless corpse over. The man snapped his fingers and received 50 taels of silver, as well as a promise from the mountain chieftain that after he killed this man, he would be able to spend the night with a few beautiful maidservants from the big houses on the mountain. Just as the man was about to raise his saber and leave the scene, he felt a jolt in his heart, and his head sway forward. He fell to the ground, dead on the spot. It turned out that 2 crossbow bolts had pierced his chest and the back of his head at almost the same time. A grassland bandit who had rushed over after hearing the commotion had only just seen this frightening scene, and was about to find a place to hide when 2 crossbow bolts came flying at him. The man instinctively dodged one of the bolts, but the other one still pierced through his neck. He slumped against a tree trunk and abandoned his saber, covering his bleeding neck with both hands. The 2 scouts, one on the ground and one under the tree, made a hand signal to each other. After confirming that there were no fish in the vicinity, they continued to move forward stealthily. This was the Bailiang scouts' 3 men make a tiger, that was even more adept than the dead man's flying dagger. In the beginning, most of the Su family's soldiers were born as bumpkins. Not to mention military books, they hadn't even touched the 300 or so books on basic knowledge. Their overuse of idioms had always been widely criticized. However, only those who had died under the cold saber during the spring and autumn period understood the ruthlessness and fierceness of their enemies on the battlefield. After the 20-some scouts came into contact with the first wave of bandits on Mount Fuyao, 8 of them died. Using their cooperation, they easily killed the other 9. It seemed like they were evenly matched, but if the 3 scouts that Nan Baoyu personally slaughtered with his overwhelming brute force were removed, then in reality, even if the Jianghu experts had the advantage in individual combat strength, against the veteran soldiers who used battle formations to find loopholes and fill in the gaps, it was easy to see who had the upper hand in the battle. What's more, 4 of them had successfully circled to the back of Nan Baoyu's fan-shaped defensive line. Finally, 2 of them returned to Bishan County's Wei by Shank and successfully reported the battle situation to Yanji Commandery's Yushui Commandery's Su Zhen. This time, Su Zhen personally led nearly 100 armored soldiers into the mountain to exterminate the bandits, including half of his scouts. Hearing the approximate number of casualties, this commandery, who had real power in bright armor, tightly pursed his lips with a gloomy look in his eyes. He waved his hand to indicate that the scouts could bypass the first battlefield and enter the hinterland of Mount Fuyao until they encountered the second group of bandits. Su Zhen's unit was an ordinary number 5 army in Yinji Commandery, which was ranked in the middle of Yuzhou. However, the scouts trained by Su Zhen, who used to be White Horse Scouts of Northern Liang, were very famous in Yuzhou and he was proud of it. Some of his old comrades who had returned to the border with him always liked to bet with him. If they lost the bet, they would shamelessly ask for the scouts under Su Zhen's command. As a result, after entering the mountain, nearly half of his scouts died. This commandery Su Zhen didn't do anything in exasperation. Instead, he just took off his new horse war cold saber and lightly licked the blade with his tongue with a bloodthirsty look. Being able to become a White Horse Scout, Su Zhen was naturally a senior cavalry soldier. Therefore, even though the local commandant should follow the law of wearing a white horse cold saber, he still secretly gave away to the commandant above him. Of course, for this reason, Su Zhen also cut off 2 pieces of meat to show his filial piety. Looking ahead, Su Zhen grinned. After knowing that the commandant who had known him for 10 years knew that the 2 brats were fledglings who had only been scouts for less than half a year, it was said that he was so angry that he threatened to kick Su Zhen out of the mountain. His mother even dared to cheat an old sergeant. Besides Bai Shank, Su Zhen also had Feng Guan, the county magistrate of Bishan County, who insisted on joining in the fun. Su Zhen didn't like him, so he didn't care about his limp after dismounting. After entering the mountain, he moved as fast as he should. This weak scholar probably had quite a few blisters on the soles of his feet. However, Su Zhen didn't care whether he lived or died. For the sake of County Magistrate Bai, he didn't mind sharing some military merits with him. The 2 deputy commandants each led a light armored infantry soldier. Taking the lead, they watched covetously, waiting for their leader, Su Zhen, to give the order. Because Su Zhen was worried about the 400 patrolmen in Qingan County and Tawaji County, he needed to personally oversee the situation. He trusted Bai Shank, the county magistrate, and Song Yu, the descendant of a large clan, who he knew well. However, although these 2 young men had the ability, it was a pity that they didn't have enough reputation to convince the wily old fox leaders of the 2 counties. Marching and fighting an army wasn't a child's play on paper. If word got out that he, Su Zhen, had brought 500 men and was still struggling to suppress 200 to 300 bandits, he, Su Zhen, couldn't afford to lose face. Chapter 1073. Behind Su Zhen's scouts were 100 patrol officers with outstanding martial prowess. Although they didn't participate in the first wave of battle, they quickly bumped into Nan Baoyu. The patrol officers of the 2 counties were very careless with the grand task of suppressing the bandits. Su Zhen already disliked them for being a hindrance. Since these patrol officers with high official ranks felt that battle merits were at their fingertips, Su Zhen allowed them to explore. Su Zhen himself also wanted to know how many troublesome experts these bandits had. After all, it was never a bad thing to know one's own strength and the enemy's strength. At this moment, Nan Baoyu, who was the 3rd in command of Mount Talisman, was sitting on a mountain rock. He let 2 nimble scouts do a head count. Out of 30 brothers, 9 had left. The key point was that they didn't even get a single advantage. This caused Nan Baoyu to angrily bang his hammers together. The sound was as loud as the ringing of a temple bell. He didn't care about exposing his hiding place. However, The battle didn't give Nan Baoyu, a third-rank expert who was not far from the threshold of master, much time to breathe. Soon, a scout reported that a large group of soldiers had arrived. Nan Baoyu asked how many people there were, but the scout wasn't a proper scout. When he saw a dozen or so patrol officers appear in his line of sight, he was so scared that he immediately turned around and ran. How could he give an accurate number? As the master of Mount Talisman, Nan Baoyu knew his own strength. He snorted coldly and didn't argue with him. He strode forward and took the lead to crash into the thick line of patrol officers. Did they really think that just because he wasn't a master he could crush him as he wished? There were more than 100 patrol officers led by 4 experienced guards. They didn't know the essence of battle formations, but they knew a little bit about it. Formations might seem like a mess in the eyes of experts, but at least there was something for show. For the 4 leaders to be able to stand out in a county and dare to personally take risks, they definitely had some martial arts skills. The patrol officers beside them were the elites of Qingan County and Yinji County. They often participated in street battles, so the gap between them and Linzhan was much smaller than the gap between them and the cavalry battle. The combination of sabermen and archers was still quite suitable. Therefore, when they saw the burly old man carrying a pair of sledgehammers charging out like a wild horse, after the guards gave the order, the bows and arrows shot out in an orderly manner from the gaps between the trees like ladles of water splashing down on his head. Nan Baoyu laughed unscrupulously. Relying on his sturdy physique as a third-pin martial artist, he wildly swung his gilded sledgehammers, which flashed with golden light. He didn't even bother to dodge some of the weak arrows, so they only scraped his body, causing him to bleed. His eyes were bloodshot as he ran forward with his head lowered. 2 bandits who had never experienced such a battle before were immediately shot out like hedgehogs. When they fell to the ground, the front half of their bodies were full of arrows. Under the command of a young martial art master from Talisman Mountain, they hastily split into 2 groups and rapidly advanced from the left and right sides. They were bound to scatter the arrow formation first. Some of the bandits who practiced lightness skill were especially nimble. Every time they swept forward, they would land behind a thick tree trunk between the gaps of the arrow rain. With this kind of advance, their losses were not great. In addition, with Nan Baoyu drawing the enemy's attention, even if victory was not in their grasp, they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. In any case, they were far from being defeated like a landslide. That young master was none other than Lu Yu, the disciple of the immortal master from Mountain of Talismans, Wei Jin. He was the #1 contributor to the prison break in Bishan County. He was the only bandit who charged forward from the front. Since his master was Wei Jin, who was proficient in talismans, Lu Yu, who carried an ancient mahogany sword on his back, naturally knew many secret techniques of Taoism. Piece after piece of yellow paper flew out of his sleeve, planting Xiantong talismans that he had painstakingly crafted on the tree trunks. He softly spat out a tut word, and with a twist of his wrists, 2 large trees suddenly fell toward the patrolling officers. Not a single person was crushed to death, but it somewhat disrupted the originally tight formation. Lu Yu continuously threw out yellow paper talismans from his sleeve and chanted incantations. As if possessed by spirits, the trees collapsed wantonly. As a result, the bandits who were running on both sides became increasingly relaxed. A few of them who were proficient in lightness skills even whistled contentedly, since it was a matter of life and death that they could not escape from. Those who were afraid of death would die faster. This was a principle that the bandits of Mountain of Talismans understood more deeply than the patrolling officers. Moreover, one side was here to gain military merit, while the other side was forced to do something desperate. Putting the overall situation aside, just based on the mental strength of both sides, the difference in strength was obvious. Although the 4 patrolling officers tactfully chose to engage in a battle of attrition rather than overestimating their own strength, when faced with Nan Baoyu, whose battle prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary border army captain, it was inevitable that they would find it difficult to deal with him. Nan Baoyu took the risk of being rescued, slashed open his back with a saber, and struck out with 2 hammers, crushing the head of an old patrolling officer into pieces. Blood splattered all over his body, and he casually threw out a hammer, smashing a patrolling officer who was stunned for a moment, and had no choice but to use a saber to block his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body crashed into a tree and swayed uncontrollably. Just as he was about to stand up with difficulty, Lu Yu, who was behind Nan Baoyu, used a talisman as a weapon, cutting into his face. His face was badly mutilated, and he was on the verge of death. His end was particularly miserable. Lu Yu leapt high into the air, and the last dozen or so talismans he kept at the bottom of his sleeves flew out. Nan Baoyu, who only had a gilded sledgehammer left, carelessly wiped away the blood on his face. He spat out a mouthful of saliva, glanced at the shadow above his head, and cursed, "Stinking brat. You liked to shit and pee on your Uncle Nan's neck when you were little. You don't wear open crotch pants anymore. You still haven't changed your thieving nature." Lu Yu swept into the patrolling officer's formation. His unsheathed peachwood sword seemed to have no edge, but with a sweep of his sword he chopped off the heads of 2 patrolling officers at the front. Lu Yu lowered his head and bent over, one hand supporting the corpses. He continued to charge forward, and the peachwood sword in his hand killed another patrolling officer at his side. The 2 patrolling officers, who had luckily escaped death under Nan Baoyu's hammer, looked at each other and nodded. Neither of them retreated a single step. It was not that they were not afraid of death, but that they could not retreat, and were not willing to retreat. The men of Bailiang, regardless of whether they were officials or bandits, might not usually show it, but when faced with death, they all had the same strength of character and courage. A few days ago, most of the Bailiang natives who had been raised by the Zhongmin court had gone to their deaths. They did not ask why. They did not ask why that bastard young king was so cold-blooded, nor did they ask whether they deserved to die, whether their deaths were worth it. They simply died in the midst of assassination. Those who dragged out an ignoble existence were often outsiders. The 100 patrolling officers clearly did not anticipate that such a situation would occur. Attacked from 3 sides by the bandits of Mount Fuyao, how many of the 100 people would be left? The answer came to light very quickly. There were only 6 people standing in front of Commandant Su Jun. They were the faces of the 6 leaders, all of whom looked very young and immature. This meant that in less than an hour, 4 out of 4 patrolling officers from the 2 counties had died, and they were all the most capable people. County Magistrate Feng Kuang sucked in a breath of cold air, his timidity thick. Su Jun's face was expressionless. He raised his hand and waved. There was no need for this commandant to say another word. Those patrolling officers did not dare to fight for merit, and obediently fell behind the 100 armored soldiers. Su Fingyan stood on the tall branch from beginning to end, but he turned his head and glanced back. The movements at the front of the mountain had all entered his eyes. But if nothing unexpected happened, no matter how brave and skilled the soldiers led by the commandant were, they would not be able to take down Mount Fuyao that was allied with the immortal Coffin Cave. But Huang Fuxi's troops had also arrived at the back of the mountain. 100 crossbowmen and 1,000 elite infantries of Yuzhou province in the truest sense. There were also 1,000 light cavalry outside the mountain responsible for chasing down the fish that had escaped the net. Su Fingyan smiled. Wang Shiwei had made him regain his confidence in the Yuzhou officialdom, and that commandant's mere 20 scouts had caused him to have a whole new level of respect for the commandants of Yuzhou. Right now Su Fingyan could go to the Beimeng Imperial Palace alone and start a massacre. He might even be more domineering than Chao Chongqing going to Great Peace City. But if he truly wanted to protect the door to the northwest, Su Fingyan needed something other than the 300,000 cavalry at the border. Chapter 1074. Zhang Juxian had already left the mountain, and was personally in charge of the second group of mountain guards. Immortal Master Wei Jin was in charge of bringing up the rear. He could still stand at the mountain gate and look into the distance. Something was better than nothing. It was already noon. Next to the old man stood the most precious woman on Mount Fuyao, Zhang Shanshan. Zhang Shanshan didn't know why her father would give her such a vulgar name. As for her mother, whom she had never met and never had a chance to talk about, she only knew of the memorial tablet in the mountain temple. When Mi Fengjie returned to the immortal coffin cave with one of Zhang Shanshan's trusted aides, Zhang Shanshan felt that the situation was out of her expectations. Her master, Wei Jin, who had always been calm in the face of danger, began to show a strong sense of uneasiness. The old man who had lost his rusty sparrow tail placed one hand on the white jade arch of the mountain gate. He hesitated and asked softly, "Shanshan, do you know who gave you this name?" Zhang Shanshan was puzzled. "Is it not my deceased mother?" Wei Jin shook his head and sighed. "Of course not. Everyone on Mount Fuyao knows that I was once a capable lieutenant under Great General Gu. All these years, I have joked with all of you that I retreated in the face of adversity, because I wanted to protect myself. In reality, it was not like that. Although Great General Gu had disbanded all his troops, he had gone to Great Peace City to become the Minister of War. The imperial court had never thought of getting rid of this great general once he had outlived his usefulness. Thus, most of the old generals of Gu's army, whether in the imperial court or outside, lived well. They did not need to hide to avoid trouble. It was just that there were not many old people on the mountain, and later on, many of them left. The young people did not know much, so they believed whatever I said. In reality, when the imperial court weighed the pros and cons, they decided to give Su Xiao the title of King of Bailiang, and not Great General Gu the title of Vassal of Bailiang. They both had a backup plan. If Great General Gu was the King of Bailiang and Su Xiao was the Minister of War, then Mount Fuyao, whose original name was Mount Jinji, should have been Su Xiao's trusted aide standing here. Zhang Shanshan was flabbergasted. He asked in a trembling voice, "Then my father?" Wei Jin's heroic spirit suddenly overflowed. He laughed and said, "Your father? Ah, his real name is Zhang Gonglian, one of the great General Gu's personal 6 horsemen. A man who has personally slaughtered several spring and autumn vassal kings. Little girl, all these years, you've always complained that your father isn't heroic enough. Being a bandit doesn't make him a true hero. Your father has a belly full of grievances, but it's not good for him to tell anyone. This secret, I can't even tell you. I originally planned to bring it into the coffin with me." The old man muttered to himself, "According to military books, the Golden Chicken Mountain is a dead place. Logically speaking, there are several other places on the road of Bailiang that could be more flexible than the Golden Chicken Mountain. But without exception, all of them were easily uprooted by that cripple Su Xiao. Every time one of them was uprooted, Lame Su would spread the word that he would ask the imperial court for war horses, provisions and salaries. The emperor of the Zhao family would have to give them to him. This was probably the source of Butcher's confidence. Under his watch, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Over at the front of the mountain, if I'm not mistaken, many people have already died. And such things have already happened many times. Many spies like your father and I who have concealed our identities for many years can only endure until we die. In the end, the scheming of these important people in the imperial court behind the palace was caused by the piling up of our lives. I watched as those young people, who were kept in the dark until their deaths, died one by one. Far away in Great Peace City, there were naturally first and second rank officials coldly watching me and your father, silently waiting for the news of our deaths. Other than Great General Gu, those people didn't even frown." The old man pulled back his hand and rubbed the girl's head. He said sadly, "That's why I didn't want you to know about these unhappy things, the grievances of the previous generation. The great general once praised your father for his talent, and even wanted to bring him into the Ministry of War. Whether it was to go to Jing to fulfill his ambitions or to retire safely, it was a blessing worthy of the envy of ordinary people. However, your father was stubborn. He resented the imperial court for not giving the great general the title of king, and only giving him the shitty Minister of War. As for the 8 people that the world knew had gone to Jing to be the pillars of the country, wasn't that an insult to the great general? Your father couldn't take it anymore, so he came here with me. Even when the great general left the capital to lead the military affairs of the northern lands, he sent a secret letter asking your father to accompany him to Liao. However, your father disliked that place because it was the place where Lame Su rose. More importantly, he was afraid that you would not be used to the ice and snow there. No matter how much I persuaded him, he would not go." A whistle hurriedly ran from the back mountain of the talismans to the mountain gate, delivering a piece of bad news. Wei Jin only nodded. He was not too shocked. He sighed and said, "Girl, you should know the answer. Your name was given by the great general. Originally, It was agreed that you would marry his youngest son when you grew up and become the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Zhang Shanshan, who had been in a daze, asked, Master, what did the whistle say just now? Wei Jin said bitterly, As soon as Mi Fengjie left, I knew something was wrong. As expected, the soldiers at the front of the mountain were just a smokescreen. Behind the mountain was the real deal. Yuzhou General Huang Fuxiu personally led the troops here. Just the crossbowmen at the border alone numbered more than 100. This was not something the scouts of the 5th Army within the borders could compare to. They have already entered the mountain. Zhang Shanshan's face turned ashen. Wei Jin revealed a look of resignation. I'm also puzzled. Although this mountain seems to be a dead land, it's actually unbalanced in terms of offense and defense. It's not important to the overall situation of Yuzhou province. Obviously, the general who led the army to Yuzhou province asked your father to come here for selfish reasons. How did it attract the interest of that madman Huang Fujin? Zhang Shanshan asked painfully. Master, is there a traitor on the mountain? The old man smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. Everywhere, there will be people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. Zhang Shanshan asked in a daze. Master, why don't we let father surrender? If we don't fight, people won't die. The old man was neither angry nor disappointed. He shook his head and said indifferently, Silly girl. If we don't fight, people will die. The Han family of Jizhou was wiped out. Bailiang Su family also lost many people outside the battlefield. Even His Royal Highness almost died. To be honest, I have been watching that Bailiang Lame Su for almost 20 years. Only then did I realize that if our great general became the king of Bailiang, it might not be a good thing. Zhang Shanshan was about to speak when Wei Jin flicked the girl's forehead. She immediately fainted. A young man with a golden-haired monkey squatted on his shoulder supported her. Wei Jin said calmly, Take the young lady to the secret room to hide. Ho Xia, even if you die, you must die before you send the young lady to Liao. Your life and your name were all given to you by Mount Talisman. It is time to pay back your debt. The young man's eyes were resolute. He nodded and carried the girl he admired on his back. He walked past the archway of the mountain gate, and was about to enter the secret passage that only 3 people in the entire Mount Talisman knew about. He had just become the 3rd person yesterday. Ho Xia did not expect that he would have to use this escape route so soon. Chapter 1075. Ho Xiaoshan suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if he was facing a great enemy. Wei Jin also frowned, unconsciously twirling his beard as he stared fixedly at the young man blocking his way. The young registrar of Bishan district, a general's son who should be an embroidered pillow. Wei Jin walked forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ho Xiaoshan. He chuckled softly. I guess that something was wrong with you. But this old man's eyes must be muddled. I didn't see that Registrar Su was an expert who could restrain his divine will to the point of leaving no trace behind. As expected, only those who hide their strength are considered true experts. This old man's eyes are blind. I hope that Registrar Su will be magnanimous and forgive me. Su Fengnian had long since regained her senses. Fan Xiaochai's previous attack was no different from throwing an egg against a rock. She could still be considered clear-headed. After her attack failed, she threw away her sword and saber and knelt in the room, adopting a posture of waiting for death. When Wang Shiwei had heard the sound of the wall cracking, he had broken down the door and entered. In the end, he had seen such a strange scene that he couldn't wrap his head around it. This man had heard from the maidservants in the courtyard that the beautiful demoness living next door had taken a liking to Su Qi. She didn't hesitate to sign a life and death agreement with immortal Master Wei, making an enemy out of the entire Mount Fuyao by herself, just to protect his life. But what was she doing, crashing into the wall, and then kneeling without saying anything? Wang Shiwei couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Could it be that he was too old to understand the love and affection of the younger generation? Or was it that the demoness of Jianghu liked the young and handsome in such a soul-stirring and vigorous way? Wang Shiwei didn't dare to move. Fan Xiaochai knelt without saying anything. Su Qi closed his eyes and rested. Wang Shiwei, a man who was bound to die, had nothing to do, so he simply squatted at the door. He even went to the table to pick up a jug of wine, and took a few sips from it. When Su Fengnian came back to his senses, he got off the bed and smiled at Wang Shiwei. He didn't explain anything. Wang Shiwei tactfully didn't ask. She just thought that this brother Su's appearance was so handsome that it made people's hair stand on end. He could make a woman go crazy. Su Fengnian had seen the gathering and dispersing of the Fengqi on Mount Fuyao, so he naturally took advantage of the situation to strengthen his own Fengqi. Imperceptibly, he made up for the loss he suffered when he forcefully traveled to Beimang for the 10th time in the restaurant. At his level, the depth of the Fengqi in the pond was no longer important. Just like a tycoon, he no longer needed to think about increasing his income and reducing his expenditure to increase the thickness of his family's property. Instead, he focused on seizing the wealth beyond the area where he had a foothold. When the picture scroll of a first-rank martial artist was gradually unfurled and stretched to the end of the celestial phenomenon, or even the last level of the earth immortal realm in the eyes of the world, one would know that there were still some rules and restrictions for the so-called land immortals. What Su Fengnian needed to do now was to sort out the veins, peel back the silk from the cocoon, and remove these restrictions to achieve true freedom. This was the main reason why second sister Su Weisheng allowed Su Fengnian to laze around on this trip to Yanji County. She deliberately wanted him to not think about military and national affairs. She wanted him to see more of the suffering of the people, who were not so high and mighty, and to see more of the daily necessities of the people of Beiliang. She wanted Su Fengnian to know that he, the king of Beiliang, did not shoulder the burden for the sake of the Su family, or even for the sake of Su Shao. In life, people always wanted to climb a mountain and reach the highest point so that they could see how small the other mountains were. However, very few people would turn back to look at the foot of the mountain, much less walk back to the foot of the mountain. Wudong's Hong Shixiang was different. Therefore, with one step he was a celestial phenomenon, and with another step, he was an immortal. When Su Fengnian was lost in thought for the 6th time, he went to Little Lotus Peak and sat on the back of the tortoise camel. He leaned against the stone tablet and raised his head to look at the sky. However, no matter how much he tried to pry into the mysteries of heaven, it was a pity that he had little success. Although I have stopped at this place, my spirit has traveled thousands of li. Don't ask me where I come from. Think about where I am going and who I am going to see. Su Fengnian only understood these 2 sentences very late. These 2 sentences were the last words that Hong Shixiang had engraved on the stone tablet before he died. At the gate of Mount Fuyi, Su Fengnian turned sideways and allowed Ho Xia, who had not yet descended the mountain, to carry him up the mountain. Wei Jin was deeply worried. Su Fengnian walked to the foot of the memorial arch. Wei Jin stood beside him. Su Fengnian opened his mouth and said, "Senior Wei may not know that Wang Shiwei is the head of the patrol in Qingan County. As for the heart-piercing Yama Shenli, I only just found out that he was a spy bribed by the Yuzhou general with a large sum of money. Huangfu she wanted to destroy Mount Fuyi and Immortal Coffin Cave, because he wanted to reign in the Yuzhou Jianghu and curry favor with the king of Beiliang. My ascension to the mountain was a very unexpected thing. As for Senior Wei and Mountain Lord Zhang's hidden identities, it was an even more unexpected surprise. To tell you the truth, my ascension to the mountain has indeed sped up the destruction of the 2 mountains. Originally, Huangfu she still had about half a year before he made his move. Immortal Master Wei, who had been holding back because he was not completely certain, squinted his eyes and smiled. "Oh, this old man said that you have a unique constitution. You hit the nail on the head. You really are a big fish with a frightening identity. Are you the son of Administrator Li Gongda, Li Hanlin? If not, this old man really can't think of any young man in the Beiliang underworld who is worthy of the Yuzhou general personally making a move." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Not far from it." Wei Jin frowned and said, "The grandson of the king of Beimang's northern courtyard, Su Beiji?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Even provincial governor Su can point at my nose and scold people. Senior Wei, don't guess anymore. Why don't you accompany me to the Immortal Coffin Cave? Along the way, I have some matters that happened during the spring and autumn period that I want to ask you about." Wei Jin glanced at the relaxed young man from the corner of his eyes. His heart was already in turmoil. Even though he was familiar with the secret arts of Taoism, he was still unable to determine the level of this person's realm. If it weren't for the fact that the old man didn't dare to act rashly, he wouldn't be in the mood to chat with him. Su Fengnian glanced at the eagles in the distant sky and said, "If we don't go now, I'm afraid we won't be able to see Mi Fengjia's final glory." This shocking insider information finally made Wei Jin's ruthless temperament, which he had suppressed with great difficulty over the years of cultivating Taoism and nurturing his character on the battlefield, completely come to the surface. But before Wei Jin could act, everything was over. A woman with a compassionate face and a Buddhist aura slowly walked up the mountain. She looked at Su Fengnian and said softly, "Mi Fengjie escaped." Su Fengnian laughed angrily and said, "He's the big fish that our Yuzhou general has his eyes on. Why don't you go catch him?" The woman tied up her black hair with a thin red string and tied it casually around her neck like a ponytail. She stretched out a finger and gently brushed the soft hair that hung down to her chest. Her eyes were calm. Su Fengnian wasn't so thick-skinned as to order her around like a servant. He could only laugh at this female bodhisattva's inaction. Then, with a tap of his foot, he disappeared in a flash. Wei Jin could be considered an old man who had lived through the vicissitudes of life. After all, he was a generation older than Zhang Gonglian, who used the pseudonym Zhang Juxian. But the disappearance of the young man beside him without any warning, and without any fluctuation in his qi, was even more unbelievable than hearing that Mi Fengjie had silently ascended to the first level of Finger Xian. The receding sword cave master didn't hesitate at all. He abandoned his lair, carried 36 swords, and fled for his life. Trees die when they move, but people live when they move. He had painstakingly stayed at the threshold of the first level for 16 years, comprehending the 24 swords that he thought were full of spirit. Only then did he cross that step. But after that, he used only 2 years to ascend to the Finger Xian realm. In the short span of 2 years, he had obtained 12 new swords. He didn't want to learn from the West Shu Sword Emperor and fight the Bailiang cavalry to the death. He also didn't want to lead Qingliang Mountain and become a lackey for that young king. Then he was stopped by a young man he had met on Mount Fumiao. He heard him say something baffling. "You Mi Fengjie shouldn't be in such a situation. You're no different from the Prince of Qingcheng. You're all borrowed from Bailiang." Chapter 1076. Since Mi Fengjie had just entered the Finger Xian realm, he started to show signs of blossoming. Most martial artists in the world were like this. The higher one entered the Finger Xian realm, the more they cherished their cultivation. After all, not everyone was like Li Chungang, a rare genius who could make a breakthrough in a few years. However, the person in front of him was too young, so Mi Fengjie did not see him as a mortal enemy. He only wanted to demonstrate his strength with his sword and force the person to retreat before continuing on his way. Mi Fengjie did not draw his sword. He merely exhaled lightly. Previously, he had gifted the youth an ancient sword on Mount Fuyao. There were a total of 35 ancient swords. Among them, there was a sheathless sword that was hidden among the swords. It was as thin as a young girl's little finger. It swept towards the young Northern Liang official who was babbling nonsense. After Mi Fengjie controlled the flying sword, he squinted his eyes to admire the green and slender blade. Because it was too fast, it looked like a young bamboo leaf that was twisting in a subtle arc. The tip of the sword also had strands of scarlet sword qi that seeped out, just like a green snake spitting out its red tongue. Su Fengnian seemed to casually extend his hand. His thumb and index finger pinched the green bamboo leaf and crushed the sword energy in an instant. After the thin sword was restrained by his finger, Mi Fengjie decisively cut off the connection. However, the remaining energy of the flying sword still caused the tail of the ancient sword, named Green Leaf, to vibrate violently. Mi Fengjie did not dare to be careless anymore. He opened his arms and was about to unsheath the 6 ancient swords to kill when the young man laughed softly and said, "My name is Su Fengnian. Do you really want to fight?" Mi Fengjie's expression changed drastically. He forcefully swallowed a mouthful of majestic qi, and the 6 swords returned to their sheaths in the blink of an eye. Mi Fengjie was a little surprised. When the young man announced his identity, he did not suspect anything. He was just curious as to why a vassal king would come to Mount Fuyao. "You are the 6th in the world. Are you going to make things difficult for me, a Finger Xian swordsman? Are you going to put aside your military affairs and come to the deep mountains for this reason?" Mi Fengjie smiled and said, The king of Bailiang is so free and elegant that he wants to lower himself to the same level as a few bandits. Su Fengnian threw away the precious ancient sword with its sword embryo destroyed. Ignoring the hidden sarcasm in the words of the master of the profound sword cave, he asked, Song Nianqing of the Dongyue sword pool used 14 sword moves before he died. Do you want to learn them? If you want to learn, you can stay in Bailiang and serve this king. Tide Listening Pavilion has secret manuals from the 6th floor down for you to read. Mi Fengjie's face was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking, so he didn't say anything. Su Fengnian smiled and said, When you reach Celestial Phenomenon, you can leave Bailiang at any time. This king can promise you that even if there is a battle to the death, this king won't put you in danger, much less send you to the border to fight. It's just that there are some people you need to protect in secret. Bailiang still lacks some top-notch experts to oversee the prefectures. Mi Fengjie sneered and said, Is there such a good thing in the world? Su Fengnian hooked his finger, and the thin sword that had destroyed the sword embryo, and the divine will of the sword returned to his hand. His finger slowly brushed across the body of the sword, and an image of flowing lights and vibrant colors appeared. The new sword embryo was close to perfection. Such a mysterious move was no different from the Buddhists becoming Buddha on the spot. Su Fengnian held the new sword in his hand, pointed it at Mi Fengjie, and took a step forward. There was no shocking aura, nor were there any complicated sword moves that were beyond words. Even Su Fengnian's previous stance and the step he took were very casual. There was no air of an expert at all. He was like an old man looking at the sunset, and taking a step forward to catch up. However, Mi Fengjie still retreated a few dozen feet, his face pale. This sword had just started, but Mi Fengjie found that he couldn't break through all 36 sword moves. He had no choice but to surrender before the battle. Su Fengnian threw the ancient sword back to Mi Fengjie and said calmly, This is the beginning of Song Nianqing's Earth Immortal Sword before his death. Do you believe me now? Of course, this king has only learned about 50 to 60% of the spirit qi. Mi Fengjie gritted his teeth and was about to kneel down. Su Fengnian waved his hand and laughed. Forget it. You have to know that 4 to 5 years ago, a top expert like you, Mi Fengjie, would be worshipped by this king. Back to the immortal coffin cave, and pass down this king's order. Tell Huang Fujin to show mercy. As long as you want them to live, they can live. They can choose whether they want to join the army at the border, or become the personal guards of the generals in the border. As for the wealth that the immortal coffin cave has accumulated over the years, just treat it as the salary for the troops sent from Yuzhou to Mount Fuyao. After Mi Fengjie left, Su Fengnian carried a tree branch back to the smoke-filled Mount Fuyao and sat at the entrance. Wei Jin went down the mountain to report the battle situation to the mountain chieftain, whose real name was Zhang Gonglian. This place was already in a precarious situation from the front and rear. More than 100 strong youths fought and retreated to the foot of the mountain. Lu Haya, who was fighting for Mount Fuyao, had already left midway and hurried to the immortal coffin cave. Zhang Juxian suffered some minor injuries, while Lu Yu, the Wei and Jin dynasty's disciple, was severely injured. In the midst of the fierce battle, Commandant Su Zhen seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Not only did he slice off half of Lu Yu's shoulder, he also gave Su Zhen an arrow that pierced through his other shoulder. If Lu Yu had not relied on his intuition to turn sideways, he would have been pierced through the heart by the arrow. Originally, with Zhang Juxian and Nan Baoyu as the stabilizing force, even if Mount Fuyao was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, they could still repel Su Zhen's 100 armored soldiers. However, Fan Shaochai and Wang Shiwei had suddenly joined the battle. Their unreasonable interference had caused the Twin Hammer's fierce man, Nan Baoyu, to lose his life. Nan Baoyu had swung his sparrow-tail saber at the young woman, and the 200-gene man had been lifted into the air by the arc saber. The rusted copper sword that Fan Shaochai had just obtained had also stabbed Nan Baoyu in the chest over a dozen times. His heart had been minced into pieces, and a ghastly hole the size of a bowl could be seen on his body. The she-devil pulled out her saber and dropped the corpse. When she dragged the saber towards Zhang Juxian, the tip of the saber drew a bloody groove on Nan Baoyu's body. From his abdomen to his forehead, a bright red line appeared. After she joined the battle, Zhang Juxian was entangled. It was at that time that Lu Yu was ambushed by Commandant Su Zhen. This group of soldiers relied on their well-coordinated elite infantry to advance steadily. Their weapons and crossbows and their coordination in formation were far superior to the grassland bandits of Mount Fuyao, who only knew how to fight with brute force. Moreover, the 100 armored soldiers were followed by the patrolmen who picked up the slack. Although these people did not have the ability to fight to the death, they had the ability to take advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. Moreover, they had stepped over the corpses of more than 90 of their comrades, which had truly aroused their bloodlust. As a result, Mount Fuyao's army was naturally defeated. If it were not for Wei Jin and his men helping to bring up the rear, let alone 100 of them, not even 10 of them would have been able to retreat back to the foot of the mountain. These grassland bandits, who were more or less injured, were chased down and killed like drowning dogs on their own territory. They all had lingering fears. In the past, they had often come into contact with the government's patrolmen. As time passed, they also began to look down on the Bailiang army. They always felt that the two sides were jackals of the same lair. How strong could the Bailiang soldiers be? Normally, they would curse Bailiang together with the immortal master Wei Jin. They always liked to say that the Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. If they were really powerful, why didn't the Su family's 300,000 iron cavalry, which consisted of 120,000 cavalry and over 200,000 infantry, which were collectively known as the Su family's iron cavalry, trample Beimeng flat? In the end, when they actually encountered Commandant Su Zhen's troops, they finally realized that the real Bailiang army, which was clad in armor and equipped with cold sabers, was simply like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to those patrolmen who were wearing a layer of official skin. Chapter 1077. Su Fengnian sat under the archway of the mountain gate, watching the half-dead young men of Mount Fuyao climb up the mountain at top speed. After thinking for a while, he decided not to reveal his identity in front of these bandits, so he returned to his courtyard. After that, it was still a battle of offense and defense. The people of Mount Fui who had nowhere to retreat, especially after they heard the commandant's order not to take captives, began to bite like rabbits without regard for their own lives. Relying on the geographical advantage and the weapon storage on the mountain, they managed to drag on for more than 2 hours after noon. Most of the time, the soldiers and the bandits exchanged bows and arrows. There was no shortage of arrows. Wei and Jin knew that Mount Fui was quenching their thirst by drinking doves to quench their thirst. In terms of proficiency with bows and arrows, the bandits on the mountain were no match for the soldiers, especially the elite soldiers of the 5th Army in Yuzhou. However, if they did not use arrows to block the path, Mount Fui could gain the upper hand in the early stages of the battle. Even so, it was not worth it even if they were heavily injured in exchange for the lives of the soldiers. After all, the enemy still had more than 400 people, some women, children, servants, and odd job workers who could not escape in time. At the edge of the mountain resisted with all their might. Some even pretended to surrender, and waited for an opportunity to stab their daggers into the enemy's abdomen. They did not hesitate to die together with the enemy. This unexpected situation made the soldiers who were ordered not to kill them all feel too lazy to speak nonsense about not killing those who surrendered. After several of his bodyguards died in battle, an extremely angry deputy commandant would bring an extra weapon with him every time he led a team into the courtyard. He would throw the weapon to the bandits when he saw them, regardless of whether they would resist or not. He would then raise his arm with a sinister smile and kill everyone he saw. Commandant Su Zhen did not seem to be in a hurry to end the battle. He had someone set up a table in an open area and piled a few jugs of wine on the table. He began to drink by himself. There were not many people who were qualified to sit down. Wang Shiwei, the head of the patrol officers of Qingan County, was definitely one of them. However, he did not sit down. Instead, he stood to the side and watched the battle, discussing with the old patrol officers around him how to attack. The blood-covered county commandant Bai Shank first approached and exchanged a few pleasantries. Later, when he heard that the battle in one of the courtyards was in a stalemate, he did not hesitate to leave with a dozen or so patrol officers. Wang Shiwei did not see the demoness surnamed Fan. He guessed that she had gone to save Brother Su. Thus, he resisted the urge to look for the registrar. Song Yu, who had killed many enemies in this battle, sat down without restraint. Su Zhen nodded and smiled at the young man. When the county commandant Feng Guan sat down, he glanced at the commandant. The county commandant Su. The county commandant. The county commandant Feng Saturday. Sat. Su Zhen saw that the local civil official had some discernment. The commandant, who had crossed his legs, reached out and pushed a jug of wine. Only then did Feng Guan dare to sit down. He picked up the jug and poured himself a cup of wine. He took a big gulp. After suppressing his shock, he leaned back in his chair and felt his entire body relax. Bishan County had made a great contribution this time. It was only natural that Commandant Yu, who sat across from him, took the lead. Feng Guan did not dare to fight for anything. The patrol officers of the two counties had also put in a lot of effort. But then again, Bishan County had not been idle this time. He, Feng Guan, was the county commandant. He had not hesitated to take the risk and personally entered the mountain. Thus, it was only a matter of time before he went to Yinji County and gained real power. Feng Guan raised his cup to Commandant Su. He then leisurely savored the aftertaste of the wine. He turned his head to look at the fighting in the distance, as well as the wails that filled his ears. He smiled and wondered if he had become a Confucian general who talked and laughed wittily with the smoke of war above his head. It would be better if this battle was fought slowly. Only then could that young registrar of Bishan, who had good fortune with women, die more cleanly and not have the chance to become a fish that escaped the net. Bishan County had a vacant registrar of Bishan. At the same time, there was an extremely beautiful widow. Wasn't this killing two birds with one stone for him, County Commandant Feng? After another hour, a large group of soldiers wearing bright armor and carrying crossbows suddenly appeared. Wang Shuwei was stunned. How could there be crossbowmen in Mount Fuyao? The leader was a young man with a saber. He had a dignified appearance. Physiognomy books said that this kind of man who looked like a woman was mostly blessed with good fortune. Just as Wang Shuwei was puzzled, he saw the arrogant Commandant Su Zhen suddenly stand up and stride forward. He respectfully cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Commandant Su Zhen of Dusk County greets Commander Yu." No matter how arrogant Su Zhen was, he didn't dare lower his guard in the slightest when he took a fancy to this person. Some time ago, he had seen with his own eyes how this person was able to speak freely between Provincial Governor Hu Kuei and General Huang Fuji, the two major officials of Yuzhou. He was able to be neither servile nor overbearing and respectfully accompany the last seat. At that time, Su Zhen had clicked his tongue in wonder. Afterward, when he asked the old sergeant, who was already a commandant, he found out that this young talent was the most eye-catching one among the scholars who went to Liangliang. He was the legitimate eldest grandson of the Yu family of Guangling, Yuluandao. The old sergeant even mysteriously said that the king of Bailiang was also full of praise for this person's Liangzhou big horse song. Therefore, it was a fact that Yuluandao's meteoric rise in Yuzhou was set in stone. Su Zhen was only a commandant. How could he dare to do anything in front of this young crossbowman commandant? Yuluandao returned the salute with a warm smile. He said, "Commandant Su, you've worked hard. General Huangfu has already destroyed the immortal coffin cave, and will soon arrive at this mountain. At the celebration feast, Yuluandao will have a good drink with Commandant Su, who has achieved great merit." Seeing that this person didn't have the refined and sour air of a famous scholar, Su Zhen became more and more pleasing to the eye. He grinned. "Well said. My alcohol tolerance is passable, but my alcohol tolerance is without question. As long as Commandant Yu dares to get drunk, I will accompany him until he is drunk." Yu Wandao smiled slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a person wearing the uniform of a civil official cautiously approach. Yu Wandao, who had not yet gone to the border to obtain military merit, asked with a smile, "Are you County Magistrate Feng of Bishan District?" Feng Guan was overwhelmed by the favor and hurriedly nodded. He didn't know how this young general knew his surname and official position. Yu Wandao didn't continue speaking. With a snap of his fingers, the 40 or so elite crossbowmen behind him entered the battlefield. Su Zhen didn't dare fall behind. He personally led the troops to break through the enemy lines. He was determined to take down Mount Fuyao in one go and leave a good impression on the Yuzhou general. In a courtyard, More than a dozen aggressive patrolling officers broke through the door. Seeing two female servants snuggling up to each other, hiding behind a stone table while shivering, the two leaders looked at each other and smiled knowingly. One of them pulled the hair of the other girl and pressed her against the stone table. Finding the cumbersome clothing troublesome, they tore off their clothes and undid their waistbands, revealing their bare buttocks. Hearing the girl's miserable whimpers, the two leaders of the patrolling officers laughed wildly at the same time. Spending money and drinking wine in a brothel, they couldn't play such a new trick. Just as one of the patrolmen grabbed the girl's slender neck and lifted her back. Just as he was about to get on the horse with his spear, he saw a scene that spoiled the mood. The door to the inner courtyard was open, and a young man was sitting inside. There were a few chicken cages at his feet. This grassland bandit didn't run away. Instead, he asked, since there are military merits and rewards, do you think there will be no women after going down the mountain? If I remember correctly, Baelyang doesn't have a city slaughter order. After attacking a city, no one is allowed to disturb the people. The leader of the patrolmen felt that this kid's head had been crushed by the door. He tilted his head and signaled a few of his subordinates to remove the kid's head. His hands weren't idle as he sneered. Disturb the people? These grassland bandits all deserve to die. I'm getting rid of evil for the people. Once the brothers are done playing, I'll stab them to death. In a daze, the leader's head was pressed down by someone and he slammed it heavily against the stone table. His head split open and a crack appeared on the stone table. The other leader of the patrolmen, who had been about to force himself on the girl, met the same fate. The two maidservants, who had just escaped death, sat on the ground and did their best to protect their bodies. Su Fingyan sat on a stone bench and pushed aside a corpse whose head was on the stone table. Fan Xiaochai stood at the door and watched the scene quietly. Su Fingyan said to her, "Go and pass on the message. Don't say that it was me who said it. Just say that it's okay to kill people, but they have to follow the rules." Fan Xiaochai left silently. Su Fingyan folded his hands into his sleeves. After some thought, he got up and went into the room to pick up two loose outer robes. He bent down and handed them to the two crying girls. Their eyes were filled with fear as they retreated. Su Fingyan smiled and threw the clothes in front of them. Don't worry, the foot of the mountain isn't a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. Although one of the women was horrified by the killing methods of this official at the foot of the mountain, perhaps she finally remembered that she had talked and laughed with this handsome guy during this period of time. She wiped away her tears and plucked up her courage to ask, "Sir Su, will we die?" Su Fingyan shook his head and smiled. Of course not. Su Fingyan flashed and arrived at the peak of Mount Fuyi. The rays of light were beginning to show signs of descending westward. Su Fingyan sat on the ground and asked softly, "Wang Xianji, are you really going to come out of the city to kill me as soon as I become a terrestrial immortal?" Su Fingyan sighed and said helplessly, "Can't you wait a year or so? Bei Meng still knows to give Baelyang a chance to catch his breath. You, on the other hand, are you in a hurry to ascend?" Su Fingyan suddenly stood up with a gloomy expression. Su Fingyan only rated him as the sixth in the martial evaluation. Clearly, he wanted to delay the final battle between him and Wang Xianji to buy precious time for Su Fingyan to absorb Gao Shulu's Forget Worry's divine marrow. However, Wang Xianji wasn't so easy to fool. Moreover, Yuan Qingshan had said that the gate of heaven might close one day. Wang Xianji, who still wanted to continue being invincible above the ninth heaven, definitely couldn't sit still. Then, why did Miss Hehe leave? Su Fingyan initially thought that she wanted to see Huang Sanjia for the last time. Now it seemed that even if he didn't guess wrong, she would definitely stupidly block the path of the east-west line, after knowing that Wang Xianji had left the Eastern Sea. He only hoped that the meticulous Huang Longsher wouldn't let her do anything stupid even if he had to tie her up. If it really didn't work out, he would knock her out. Su Fingyan looked at the sky and laughed self-deprecatingly. Has my luck really run out? I really jinxed it as always. Su Fingyan restrained his smile. Since there was no need to hide it, then he would wait for Wang Xianji to come to Baelyang. Su Fingyan took a deep breath and sat on the ground again. He began to collect an item. At the peak of Mount Talisman, there was a myriad of phenomena. It truly displayed the spirit of sitting in the north and swallowing the south. This item was called Fortune of the Mountains and Rivers. Since the old destiny has come to an end, then I will swallow the destiny of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in a way that no one has ever done before. Chapter 1078. A carriage with yellow curtains entered Martial Emperor City of the Eastern Sea. After entering the city, it attracted countless gazes. Other than the fact that the carriage itself was very eye-catching, it was also because the coachman was Qi Jiajie, an expert who had been famous in Great Peace City for a long time. He had been the #1 swordsman in the capital for more than a decade. Qi Jiajie wore white clothes, white shoes, and white scabbard. Even though he was middle-aged, his face was still like jade and his bearing was extraordinary. The scabbard of Qi Jiajie's sword was extremely long, but that by Shuang was actually very short, only slightly longer than a dagger. No one knew why it was clearly a short sword, but it had a long scabbard. Over the years, they had only sparred a few times, and the number of times he had used his sword could be counted on one hand. Qi Jiajie practiced the sword. He came from an unorthodox background and did not belong to a renowned sect. Then he suddenly appeared out of nowhere, becoming one of the leading figures of the world's sword forest after Li Chungang and Dong Tai. A few princes who had already become vassals, as well as Grand Secretary Zhang's daughter, Zhang Gaoxia, and some of the most outstanding children of the nobility in Liyang were all his disciples. Their accomplishments were either high or low, but none of them were vulgar. How could Martial Emperor City not be curious about someone who could make Qi Jiajie personally drive? Moreover, the forces of the imperial court did not interfere in Great Peace City. This was an established rule. As a result, when this carriage suddenly entered the city, it caused great panic in Martial Emperor City. It had to be known that there were too many Jianghu people in the city with murder cases, and they were all great bandits on the wanted list. If there really was a day when Great Peace City lost that life-saving talisman, at most 1 or 2 people would die unjustly. Some of the first-rate experts who had suffered greatly under the human cat Han Diaoxi were even more fearful. They were already prepared to become stray dogs again. Qi Jiajie stopped his carriage under the walls of the inner city, filled with famous people's treasures. A eunuch dressed in bright red python robes lifted the curtain and walked down from the carriage. A few Jianghu men who were watching from afar did not even see his face clearly before they turned and ran in fright. They all thought of him as the demon Han Diaoxi. Only great eunuchs could wear the great red python robes. This was the custom of the imperial palace of Great Peace City. In reality, this eunuch was very young, Song Tonglu. However, he held the position of eunuch of the ceremony directorate. He was the next eunuch in the world after Han Shengxian. He raised his head and gazed deeply at the walls, revealing a sliver of imperceptible bitterness. Even if Song Tonglu had a carefully worded imperial edict, he did not have the confidence to reason with this person. Qi Jiajie was the first Jianghu loose immortal in the world. He could be said to be a great hermit in the imperial court. He did not need to observe anyone's words and expressions. He was far less worried than Song Tonglu. He leisurely told the eunuchs beside him about the Jianghu anecdotes that were nailed to the walls. Song Tonglu was not paying attention, but he was used to being cautious. He still listened with a pleasant expression to the story of this person who had the potential to become the teacher of the emperor of Jianghu. Soon, someone came down from the city wall to welcome the guests. Qi Jiajie's eyes lit up. It was old Monster Wang's direct disciple Lu Huang. His sword was Bodhisattva Barbarian. He gave up Taoism to seek skills. He limped forward on the path of sword practice. Therefore, he was called Little Dong Tai. The 3 of them walked up the steps together. There were already several people waiting on the city wall. Qi Jiajie recognized most of them based on the Jianghu rumors. The one who was riding a little girl in green on his neck should be Wang Xianji's first disciple, Yu Gongzhu. The tall, imposing, and charming beauty was already ranked in the Rouge evaluation 3 times. She was the grandmaster of boxing, Linya. She was playing with the little girl on the neck of her martial brother Yu Gongzhu. However, Qi Jiajie did not see Gong Bonk, who had a ring scar on his head but wore a Taoist robe. Instead, he saw a young man with sunken cheeks and a withered face. A dilapidated ivory fan hung on his waist. He stood a little far from Yu Gongzhu, staring blankly at the eastern sea. Song Tonglu's gaze swept over the young man's face. He paused for a moment, then calmly looked at the bridegroom Yu and asked softly, "Young Master Yu, our ceremony director at Songtonglu, may I know where City Lord Wang is?" Yu groom, who was holding the legs of the green-clothed girl, said apologetically, "Master has left the city with junior sect brother Gong. But he knew that Songdiao Temple was coming and told me to pass a message to Great Peace City." Song Tonglu made a sound of acknowledgement. He did not show any anger or disappointment. His gaze was calm as he said, "Young Master Yu, please speak." Yu groom smiled slightly and said, "Master said that he sent a message to Great Peace City not to ask for a promise, but to inform the Zhao family's son of heaven. This trip out of the city is his last time appearing in the world. If anyone wants to block the way." At this point, the girl in green lowered her head and whispered in the bridegroom's ear. He could only gently pat her little head and ask her to let him finish his words. When the girl stopped, the bridegroom continued, "You can try to get 10,000 cavalry to try first." Qi Jiajie frowned. At the same time, Linya looked straight at this dissatisfied top swordsman of Jingdo. Song Tonglu seemed to have a naturally slow temperament. When he heard such rebellious words, he only took them seriously. He was still like a clay bodhisattva without any temper, not at all like the head of the ceremony directorate who had the power to overturn the capital. Yu groom said calmly, "It is not that I do not understand Jingdo's thoughts. That king of Beiliang should not die now. It is best if he dies after he and Bei Meng are both injured. But master is not willing to wait. As disciples, we do not dare to say anything. If this is a bad thing, there is also good news for Song Zhangyin. That is, starting from the day master left the city, the court will take over Jianghu. You can enter the city to capture and kill people. There will be no more restrictions on the Eastern Sea. After saying this, I will also leave the city with my junior sect brother and sister. I plan to explore Jianghu." Song Tonglu nodded and said gently, "Young Master Jingyu, you will become famous in one move." Song Tonglu obviously did not know martial arts, but everyone present was the top grandmaster of Jianghu. Listening to his words and aura, it seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. It could be said that it was impeccable. If it was really intentional, this Martin Temple's cultivation in officialdom was simply shocking. Of course, it could not be ruled out that this person had a calm temperament. But could such a eunuch really climb to the top step by step and take over the ceremony supervisor position from Han Shengxian? Linya was still fine and continued to tease the green-clothed girl. Lu Huang could not help but look at Song Tonglu a few more times. Song Tonglu turned his head and looked back. He said with emotion, "It is rare for me to leave Jingdo. It is a pity that I could not see old immortal Wang with my own eyes." Song Tonglu laughed loudly and said, "Since we have left the city, I will return to Jingdo immediately. Heroes farewell. I hope we can meet again in the future." Yu groom and Lu Huang cupped their fists to send him off. Even Linya nodded slightly. The green-clothed girl suddenly asked curiously, "Hey Mr. Song, do you have an imperial edict? Can I touch it?" "Mr. Song?" Song Tonglu was stunned at first, but then he laughed heartily. His eyes narrowed into a line, and his expression was especially gentle. He no longer referred to himself as I. "Yes, I will bring it to you now. Wait a moment." The imperial edict was in a box. Song Tonglu did not think of taking it out to announce the edict at first. Was he going to ask the people of Martial Emperor City to kneel and listen to the edict? So he simply left it in the carriage. But since the jade-like girl on Yu Groom's shoulder wanted it, Song Tonglu would give it to her. Qi Jiajie glanced at Yu Groom, who was said to be able to inherit Wang Xianji's mantle. He rubbed the white frost sword's hilt with his thumb and smiled. "Mr. Yu, if you have the chance, come to Jingdo. I will definitely be a good host." Yu Groom gave a flat N. Qi Jiajie turned and walked down the city wall. Linya watched as the great eunuch ran down the city wall to get the imperial edict. She could not help but laugh. "You are not annoying." Yu Groom nodded. "It is indeed rare." The girl jumped down from Yu Groom's neck and excitedly ran to receive the edict. Linya asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Yu." Senior Marshal Brother Gong originally wanted to go to Great Peace City, but he changed his mind and went to the southern border. "I did not listen to Master. What about you and Junior Marshal Brother Lu? What do you think?" Lu Huang's eyes were determined. I am preparing to go to Bailiang and see if that Su person can really fight with master. Yu Groom smiled. There are people staying to watch the house, there are people going to the south, and there will be people going to the west soon. It seems like I can only go to the north. Linya frowned. Great Peace City. Yu Groom shook his head. Even further north, Liao. Lu Huang looked around and said softly, I have to go first. Linya said mischievously, hurry up and leave. Be careful not to be beaten by the world's sixth king of Bailiang. Lu Huang glanced at the unsociable young man. Just as he was about to speak, Linya glared and said, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Be good and shut up. Lu Huang laughed loudly. He flew over the city wall, skimming on the eaves as he floated out of the city. Yu Groom looked at Linya and said in a deep voice, take care. Linya reached out to rub her brow. I am a woman and am not that sentimental. Can you men be a bit more mature? Yu Groom smiled and shook his head. He turned and left. He bent down and picked up the green-clothed girl that had climbed back up the city wall. She sat on his neck and opened the Imperial Edict. She said proudly, Imperial Edict. Yu Groom smiled gently. I know. Chapter 1079. The little girl opened the Imperial Edict and raised it above her head. She opened her eyes wide to read the words. Xiaoyu, where are we going next? I actually like this place, but Grandpa Sui went to the southern sea to compete with the Peach Blossom Sword God. We're going to the far north. It's a bit cold there, so you have to recite the secret that Master taught you. How far north is that? Forget it. Sister Lin always says you have no sense of direction. Xiaoyu, you won't lead us the wrong way, right? I don't think so. Xiaoyu, what do you say? Imperial Edict. What about this word? Lower it, let me take a look. On the city wall, Linya walked to the side of the downtrodden young master with a tattered fan hanging from his waist. A rare gentle expression appeared on his face. Zhao Go spent a lot of effort to get you out of Bailiang. Your father, Yuan Bunshi, even made an exception to send you to the Eastern Sea. Are you going to continue being so depressed? The young man remained silent. Linya sighed and patted his head. Silly child. There's no obstacle that can't be overcome. The young man muttered. I can lose to anyone. Gu Jiantang, the Wu family sword tomb patriarch, but I can't lose to Su Fengnian. Linya interrupted him. Bulsh asterisk T. Jiang Fuding. Do you know how many times my master lost to Li Chenggang? 6 years, 6 times. That's how he climbed from the Vajra realm to the heavenly image realm. Jiang Fuding smiled bitterly. Who do I think I am? How can I compare to Wang Xianji, who has been the world's #1 for 60 years? Linya was furious. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Fuding said, don't try to persuade him. Jiang Fuding turned around and asked with a smile, do you have wine? Linya snorted. Just you wait, I'll drink you to death. Jiang Fuding suddenly pulled on Linya's sleeve without saying anything. The tall Linya pressed his hand on the back of his head and pulled him towards his shoulder. You men always want to be the world's #1. Especially you. Once you feel that there's no hope, you like to go to a dead end. Actually, why bother? Su Fengnian, that bastard, was truly treacherous. He was certain that you didn't dare to risk your life, so he purposely used his power to pressure you. Not only did he make you give up on being a pawn that had crossed the river, he also made you the prey of the Bailiang soldiers, slowly wearing down your spirit. He even purposely let you off, allowing Zhao Go to save you. Indeed, my master met Li Chenggang back then. Your luck is too bad. Your archenemy is a guy without any grace. Linya pushed Jiang Fuding away, patted her shoulder, and stretched her body. Forget it, forget it. I don't want to stay in the martial emperor city and drink with you all day long. Women can't withstand such torment. They grow old quickly. This won't do. While I'm still pretty, I'll take a stroll in Jianghu and see if I can charm a few young heroes. Jiang Fuding watched her receding figure. His lips trembled, but he didn't say those 2 words in the end. This god's favored son who used to be brothers with Prince Zhao Kai sat dejectedly on top of the city wall. He looked at the east sea tide rolling in from the west to the east. Dragon Gate crossing. Further east was the old West Chu border. Li Yang had crossed the river here on Guangling's ice. He fought like a lion hunting a rabbit, and forced the West Chu general Zhoujiang to surrender without a fight. However, as the world settled down, the Longmen Ferry was no longer as prosperous as it was in the spring and autumn period. The people nearby lived in peace and contentment. Compared to the undercurrent in the west, this place was still considered peaceful. They still worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Previously, a monk and a Taoist lived here. When the imperial court destroyed Buddhism, countless monks lost their homes. Therefore, the temporary residence of these two people was not considered eye-catching. When the people in the village met with a small illness or disaster, they would ask the middle-aged Taoist for some folk medicine. The herbs in the medicine were easy to find. The Taoist priest named Wang also never took gold or silver. At most, he would take some grains and vegetables. He would not compete with others for small profits. Perhaps it was because this Taoist priest was too amiable that no one treated him as a Taoist deity. Some children liked to borrow his peachwood sword to play with. Although the Taoist priest was serious, most children had a pure heart and were more accurate in judging people. They knew that Taoist priest Wang would never get angry. On the other hand, the monk with the tattered kasaya was crazy. He liked to talk to people in a language that they didn't understand. When he was not crazy, he would stare at the Guangling River in a daze. Taoist priest Wang was afraid that he would be bored and made a bamboo fishing rod for the monk. The monk would often sit by the river for an entire day. His fish basket was empty and could not compare to the fisherman's children beside him. Today, in the twilight, the monk did not catch anything. He sat there motionless. The fisherman's children had already returned from a rewarding journey. They happened to meet Taoist priest Wang. After greeting him, they left happily. The Taoist priest stood beside the monk and asked with a smile, "Awake?" The monk nodded. The poor Taoist priest was the martial uncle of the current Wudong leader Li Yufu, the sword maniac Wang Xiaoping. The monk was not only the Fuwang of Mount Lantua, but also the cult leader of the devil cult Lu Songtao of Mount Zhulu 100 years ago. He was also the famous useless monk in Jianghu. After the two met, they fought, asked and answered. It was not until they reached the Dragon Gate Ferry that Lu Songtao was more awake than asleep. Wang Xiaoping's attainment in the art of the sword advanced by leaps and bounds. Although he did not enter the top 15 of the new martial arts ranking, Wang Xiaoping could vaguely feel that he was only a foot away from that threshold. This threshold, his Shifu de Shixiang and Xiao Shidi, 3 successive Wudong leaders, all had their own opinions, but they all led to the same destination. In the beginning, Wang Xiaoping was an anomaly among the older generation of martial brothers. He focused more on the art than the Tao, and his temperament was not as gentle. He was the only one who gave Beiliang's heir apparent a hard time. If Wang Xiaoping, who used to be the world's #1 talisman sword god too, was the sharpest sword, then the current middle-aged Taoist priest's sharpness was much more restrained. The heavy sword had no edge. Wang Xiaoping squatted down, picked up a stone, and threw it into the river. When the monk next to him was asleep, he liked to talk nonsense in the eyes of the world. For example, he would grab a commoner and say, "This poor monk knows that you have a past life and a future life. If you reincarnate early, you can enjoy great fortune. Will you die?" This scared the commoner to death. Or he would ask others, "We were born between heaven and earth. Do we treat plants, trees, fish, and birds as our neighbors, or as fellow villagers?" Or he would ask himself, "What I think, and ask, is it destined by the heavens? What I don't think, and don't ask, is it also destined by the heavens? Since it's like this, how can I be truly free?" Moreover, this monk often did the act of asking Buddha by the river. He loudly asked, "Tathagata, how come? Joyful Buddha, what is joy?" And so on. This made the commoners feel inconceivable. However, considering that Taoist Wang was not strange, they did not report this to the authorities. Lu Songtao rarely swung the bamboo pole in his hand. He asked, "Are you still thinking about the matter of ice and charcoal in the same furnace?" Ancestor Lu clearly thought about this problem, but couldn't explain it clearly. You just have to make things difficult for yourself. What's the benefit? Wang Xiaoping smiled and said, "Cultivating on Mount Wudong for 500 years, I've always insisted on doing small things. I don't want to be a big figure. What I do is nothing more than adding oil to the fire. Cultivating oneself doesn't seek to ascend to immortality, but to let nature take its course. Before this, I had to go down the mountain to travel, and I was even more busy cultivating others. Whether the world below the mountain is good or bad, it doesn't delay the birth of spring, the growth of summer, the harvest of autumn, and the storage of winter. You said that Ancestor Lu didn't clearly explain the root of the fusion of the three religions, but Mount Wudong has never had the rule that if the ancestors didn't do well, the descendants wouldn't do it. Just like the Guangling River in front of us. It flows fiercely, thanks to the water in the front opening the way and the water in the back walking. Neither can be missing. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the surging east flowing into the sea, and the grand spirit that has lasted for thousands of years. Lu Songtao sighed with emotion. It's difficult. Wang Xiaoping turned her head and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Lu Songtao nodded and said, Lu Songtao wants to find someone for himself. The old monk of Mount Lantua wants to stop someone for the sake of the world's Buddhist legacy. Since we know that the person we're looking for is no longer here, there's no need to search. Wang Xiaoping smiled and asked, I once promised little junior brother that it's probably the same person you're trying to stop. When the time comes, will you go first or should I? Lu Songtao said calmly, you go first. When the time comes, I can still recite a few sutras for you. Besides, I can't die for the time being. If I can't stop him, then I can't stop him. I'll just make way. But you, Wang Xiaoping, or your sword can't. Wang Xiaoping said, that's fine too. When it comes to praying for blessings and averting calamities, I'm far inferior compared to my brothers. Lu Songtao smiled and said, your sword is a good sword. If it were 100 years ago, I would still appreciate it. Wang Xiaoping, who had always been cold, suddenly laughed for no reason. She remembered the time when she was at Mount Wudong. When the young man who practiced the knife went to the purple bamboo forest to flatter him, he said that his swordsmanship was extraordinary and his swordsmanship was godly. In reality, it should be that cheap word, right? No wonder little junior brother was secretly happy at that time, but didn't dare to laugh out loud. Su Yambing left the border of Beiliang alone, and stopped at the border between Yuzhou and River Prefecture. There was also a young girl who left Beiliang after visiting the grave. She carried a tender sunflower that had not yet turned golden. She didn't walk quickly because she didn't want to see old Huang. She wore an unfashionable mink hat. It was unknown who had given it to her, but she was so reluctant to part with it. Chapter 1080. In Bishan District, there were those who were happy and those who were sad. Those who were happy were those who knew their place. They had long pledged allegiance to the county Yaman's Feng Guan and the other officials. Those who were a step slower were worried that if they wanted to become the honored guests of these important people, they would no longer be able to do so with just 100 or 200 taels of silver. County Magistrate Feng Guan could be said to be riding on a wave of success. Yanji County's County Chief Hong Shandong personally came to the Bishan District Yamen to commend him. The county's wealthy Zhu family also took the lead in donating 3,000 taels of silver. In one night, they had gathered nearly 10,000 taels of silver. Of course, the eldest grandson of the Zhu family was also able to enter the county Yaman's torture chamber. However, Zhu Zhengli wasn't too happy about it. This was because even though brother Su had survived the disaster, he clearly had no place in Bishan District anymore. He heard that Feng Guan had mentioned, intentionally or otherwise, to the prefectural governor Hong Shandong, that this young registrar had done many strange things on Golden Chicken Mountain. If it weren't for head of patrol officers Wang Shiwei's guarantee, the registrar position that Su Qi had spent so much money to buy would probably be in jeopardy. Zhu Zhengli specially made a trip to the private residence and brought back 2 jars of Jiannan spring wine. He originally wanted to say a few words of consolation, but in the end he was so angry that Su Qi, this bastard, could still smile. Instead, he gave him a basket of red belly golden chicken, saying that if he didn't play with it himself, it would definitely be worth it if he gave it to the children of Yanji County. Zhu Zhengli was not in the mood to play with the basket of rare birds. He was worried that Su Qi would soon pack up and leave Bishan District. When that time came, who would he find to drink with? Zhu Zhengli had no choice but to reveal his secret. He said that his family had accumulated some incense in Yanji County, and that he could help Su Qi put in a good word. He didn't dare to say that he would be promoted, but he had to at least keep his registrar position. He didn't expect that this bastard would not appreciate his kindness, and instead spouted a bunch of reasons. He said that his Zhu family had not had a young person who could shoulder the burden for so many years, and that the incense that his seniors had accumulated in the officialdom would be used up every time they were used. He also said that it would be difficult to make a profit on Su Qi. That day, Zhu Zhengli was dead drunk, and it was Su Qi who carried him to the door of his house. When he went to look for her the next day, the woman who was addressed as Madame Su by everyone in the county yamen was still there. However, she said that Su Qi had taken a leave of absence and went to Mount Wudong to relax. When Zhu Zhengli heard this damn news, he squatted on the steps and sulked. This guy surnamed Su was too disloyal. Once he encountered a little trouble, he abandoned his wife and brothers and ran away to hide himself? Zhu Zhengli lowered his head, lost in thought, and occasionally sighed. That refined and quiet woman, who he didn't know whether to call her sister-in-law or sister-in-law, was actually much calmer than a big man like him. She was scooping out a ladle of water from the water jar and splashing it on a small vegetable patch at the corner of the wall. After Zhu Zhengli came back to his senses, he hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave. Although he had only been here for a few minutes and was not afraid of a crooked shadow, there were always too many gossiping women and dirty men in the neighborhood. If some rumors spread, it would be easy for the atmosphere to change. When Su Qi returned and heard the nonsense, it was possible that they wouldn't even be brothers anymore. Zhu Zhengli jumped down the steps and said goodbye. The woman didn't urge him to stay. She put down the gourd ladle in her hand and scattered a handful of rice for the chickens and ducks in the cages. She walked back to the empty house and sat on the bench. Looking at the courtyard outside the house, the corners of the walls were green, and the crowing of the chickens could be heard. She was a little annoyed, not because he came and went in a hurry and didn't treat this place as his home. She just remembered that when he was the registrar, every day when he returned to the courtyard at dusk, he would be able to smoothly drive the chickens and ducks back to the cages. However, when he wasn't around, she would always be exhausted from doing this work and might not succeed. Yesterday, a hen that had just started laying eggs went missing. This made Pei Nanwei very angry, so she simply didn't open the cages today. Pei Nanwei looked at the sky and remembered that there were still a few pieces of his clothes hanging on the bamboo pole. She walked to the backyard and wrapped them around her arm one by one. Su Fengnian hadn't climbed Mount Wudong since he entered the state of mind, and went to the top of Little Lotus Peak to practice his saber. After passing the stone memorial arch, Su Fengnian went up the steps alone. He didn't bring a single retainer with him, nor did he notify the authorities at the foot of the mountain. As a result, there wasn't any activity to welcome him on the mountain. However, as luck would have it, the old Taoist Song Jiming would come to the memorial arch every few days to wait for someone. Today, the old Taoist slowly walked down from Big Lotus Peak and coincidentally bumped into Su Fengnian. Song Jiming, who was the oldest on the mountain, turned around with a smile. He didn't say anything about not being able to meet him from afar, and just accompanied the young king of Bailiang up the mountain. The old man couldn't help but sigh. The mountain was so cold and cheerless. Senior brother Wang and junior brother were no longer here. Junior brother Li Yufu, who was the sect leader, had yet to return. Junior brother Wang had also left the mountain to travel for some time. In the end, only these old men with whiter hair were left to look after the house. How boring was this? There were some good seedlings on the mountain, but they weren't as free and easy as junior brother and sect leader Li Yufu. They were also thin-skinned and couldn't take the teasing of these old fellows. Some of the jokes, especially coming from the mouth of Chen Yao, who was in charge of Wudong's discipline, were unbearably cold. Most of the juniors trembled in fear. Song Jiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Yao, this old urchin, asked them in a serious manner if they had met any young and beautiful female pilgrims. It wasn't like he was afraid that their cultivation would be delayed or their Tao hearts would be damaged. In fact, this old fellow was just teasing the juniors because he had nothing better to do. Song Jiming was no longer obsessed with alchemy and rarely fiddled with the pill furnaces. He would often wander around the mountain. If he didn't see sect leader Li Yufu at the mountain gate, he would return to the mountain and look at the purple bamboo forest, the turtle-carrying tablet, and the celestial phenomenon pond. When the Taoist children from the various Taoist temples on the mountain met this old and senior Taoist, they couldn't help but feel that Grandmaster Song was really old. Su Fengnian and Song Jiming walked along the mountain path of varying width, slowly walking towards Little Lotus Peak. Su Fengnian said softly, "Last time at Spring God Lake, I arbitrarily invited Bailiang's Dharma image in advance and set up the 81 Dynasty's ceremony for you. It caused a lot of trouble. I'm a snob, but fortunately, I don't like to say false words of courtesy. If there's anything you need Bailiang to do on the mountain, don't hesitate to ask." Song Jiming waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's not a business deal, so there's no need to talk about getting back the money. Ancestor Lu once left behind a precept that Wudong Mountain has the word dang. One of the dang is to take responsibility." Su Fengnian didn't say anything else. Song Jiming continued, "Your Highness oversees the Northwest Gate, and can be said to be one man guarding the pass. There's also the word dang. No wonder you have fate with Wudong Mountain." Su Fengnian stopped walking and looked at the clouds in the sky above Little Lotus Peak. He sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, Wang Xianji rushed to Bailiang this time and caught me off guard. I could only come to Wudong Mountain to be a big rat in this paradise. There are only so many places for Earth immortals. In the past, whoever ascended first would be replaced by the next person. I'm different from Wang Xianji. I forced my way up, and it just so happened to be his place. Therefore, Wang Xianji came to find trouble. After all, he's not a Taoist enlightened master. No matter how high his martial arts realm is, or how profound his cultivation is, he can't pass the gate of heaven without entering." Song Jiming asked in reply, "If the people on the mountain tightly hold on to the blessings of the paradise for generation after generation, how different would they be from the misers at the foot of the mountain?" Song Jiming quickly smiled and said, "When it's time to accumulate blessings, when it's time to scatter, scatter luck. Only this can be considered as flowing water not rotting. Otherwise, no matter how deep the secluded pool is, it's just a big puddle of smelly water that makes people loathe it. Of course, it's not because you, Su Fengnian, are the son of the great general that you can take whatever you want. It's because the one who's blocking Bailiang's million control bowstring experts is you, the king of Bailiang. What you take is roughly equal to what you pay. Old Taoist and a few of my martial brothers have often mentioned you. Especially after you became the sixth in the world. We wanted you to really pull down that Wang Xianji. In the future, other things aside, if word gets out that the king of Bailiang used to practice the saber and martial arts on this mountain, there will at least be more pilgrims, right?" Su Fengnian said softly, "When I first went on an out-of-body spiritual journey, I saw a child somewhere in Jiangnan. Later, I told the headmaster Li Yufu. I don't know how he is now." Song Jiming smiled and said, "Old Taoist knows that I don't have long to live. I've waited for half a year, but it's likely that I won't be able to see him. But it doesn't matter if I can't wait. This pair of martial uncle and martial nephew, or master and disciple, can just come up the mountain." Su Fengnian nodded. Song Jiming suddenly said, "Old Taoist has a request." Su Fengnian was just about to agree when Song Jiming suddenly moved and heavily punched him on the shoulder. Su Fengnian smiled and didn't take it to heart. Old Taoist snorted and said, "No matter what, the headmaster and my martial brother, one died because of you, and the other was disbanded because of your big sister. Old Taoist has a lot of resentment in his heart. I originally thought that I would take it to the grave with me, but you came to me yourself. Even if I can't beat you, Su Fengnian." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Taoist Song, if you're still angry, how about another punch?" Song Jiming turned around and left with a straight face saying, "Forget it. If I annoy you, the grand leader of 300,000 cavalry, the small Wudong Mountain won't be able to bear the consequences." Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile and walked alone to the top of Little Lotus Peak. Song Jiming, who was walking down the mountain with his back to Su Fengnian, secretly grimaced and cursed in his heart. Motherf asterisk cur, worthy of being number 6 in the world. He didn't even fight back, but his entire arm was in so much pain. If he had known earlier, he would have been gentler. Chapter 1081. Su Fengnian walked to the side of the tortoise-carrying tablet at the peak of the mountain, and exhaled. Next, it was not as simple as a mental journey. He was going to take a look at the spring and autumn period. As for whether he would see the battle at the Western Wall, the 10 years of defense at Xiangfan City, or Li Chuangong's sword Qi rolling dragon wall in the Western Shu Imperial Palace, nothing was certain. Anyway, it was a last-minute effort, so he would see as much as he could. If Wang Xianji rushed too quickly on the east-west front, with Su Fengnian's current realm, which was higher than number 6 in the world, he would definitely die. Huang Sanjia had purposely placed Su Fengnian in this mediocre position during the martial arts evaluation. His original intention was for Su Fengnian to die a little later, so that Su Fengnian could replenish his realm of fate and save Lady Hehe according to the agreement. By then, whether Su Fengnian lived or died, it would have nothing to do with Huang Longshi. In the world, Huang Sanjia was definitely not the most fair when it came to doing business, but he was definitely an old turtle that did not want to lose out. Su Fengnian pressed down on the back of the tortoise and closed his eyes. 800 years ago, there was the Great Qin. 400 years ago, the Great Feng dynasty only had one less Great Feng than the Great Qin. Are you waiting for me? The 800-mile-long spring god lake was like a huge turtle slowly rising to the surface of the water. In Great Peace City, the golden body statue of the Jinwu Great Emperor, holding the Shinto talisman sword, also started to shake. Su Fengnian stretched out a finger and wiped his eyebrows. The current situation was far more than just an emergency. Since that was the case, he could only do extraordinary things in extraordinary times. Su Fengnian burped and spat out a mouthful of purple gold fog. He learned from the Beimeng Grand Tutor Yuan Qingshan, holding a Su Fengnian in each hand and going to the spring and autumn period together. The departure of Wang Xianji from Martial Emperor City quickly set off a huge commotion in the Wulin world. However, by the time this perilous wave was rolling up and down in the Jianghu, a snow-haired old man in hemp clothing and hemp shoes had already passed through more than half of the old West Chu's territory and arrived at the thickest section of the Guangling River on a ferry. The tall and sturdy old man stood at the bow of the ferry. Although he was eye-catching, there were countless experts who could roam the Jianghu. The old man was only slightly taller and stronger, and he did not have a weapon with him, so he could not be considered as shocking. Some of the Jianghu people who were good at currying favor did not try to worm their way into the old man's acquaintance. After all, it was always beneficial to support each other outside. However, after a few of them tried to strike up a conversation, they did not receive any response. In the end, they gave up resentfully and silently cursed the old man for putting on airs as an expert. The hemp-clothed old man stood quietly at the bow of the boat, gazing at the river in the distance. The aura around his body suddenly condensed, and the vast river wind that was blowing against the sails seemed to stop. The large two-story ferry was like a leaf floating on the river for no reason at all, and it spun around on the river. Everyone was shocked and at a loss as they looked around. There had always been a rumor in the streets that there was a flood dragon on the Guangling River. Ancestor Lu had once killed it with his flying sword. Later on, Li Chungang in green had also performed a similar feat when he crossed the river with his flying sword. 100 zhang ahead, there was a motionless lone boat. A woman stood proudly. Her purple robe fluttered in the wind. Purple robe blocking the river. With the release of the new martial arts evaluation, the entire Jianghu was guessing why the Tide Listening Pavilion's Nangong Push was only one level away, and why the Great Snow Plateau's purple robe was only one level away. Only the old people who were familiar with the wars of the spring and autumn period would know that on either side of this lone boat and the purple robe, there were two huge ruins made of stone. They were 20 zhang tall, and erected on either side of the river were two iron pillars that were now covered in rust. The stone pillars faced each other, and were originally built in the Dafeng dynasty. They had once successfully blocked the southern invasion of the barbarians from the north. They only needed to pull up a few iron chains to seal off the Guangling River. Most of the iron chains were slightly hidden under the water, and would only surface during the dry season. Later on, the West Chu general guarding the river rebelled, and personally burned off the iron chains. Only then did the tragic story of the iron chains sinking into the river. It was said that when the people of the De Chu behind the Western Wall heard the grievous news, they wept endlessly. Later on, there was no lack of fishermen who were familiar with the water. After receiving a huge reward from some survivors of the spring and autumn period, They wanted to explore the bottom of the river and search for the iron chains. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Those survivors could only throw down the money and return in distress. Later on, the Liang imperial court became more stable and the world became more peaceful. There were fewer and fewer such fools. In the past few years, no one cared whether or not the iron chains at the bottom of the Guangling River were really there or not. The old man at the front of the ferry was somewhat surprised. It was reasonable for people to block the way, but he did not expect that she would be the first. That woman already had the two prominent identities of the Wulin Alliance master and the Bull descendant Xianyuan family master, but she did not care about her life. After he abandoned the city, he was not as easy to talk to as he was in the martial emperor city. In the past, he cherished each and every talent in the Wulin Alliance, not because he, Wang Xianji, had a bodhisattva's heart and compassion for everyone, but because he hoped that these people could reach the top of the martial Tao, and that there would be a martial artist who could stand side by side with him in the end. Now that he had left the city and the Eastern Sea, his goal was very clear. He only wanted to find the king of Bailiang. The others were not in his eyes at all. If they came to pick a fight in front of him and acted recklessly, he would not mind killing them one by one. It would be good to pave the way for his last battle in the world. Wang Xianji raised his head and looked at the sky. After the world, there was only the sky. Chapter 1082. The bow of the ferry began to slowly sink until the stern was raised up high. However, the ferrymen who were falling forward were blocked by an invisible wall in the middle of the ferry. The group of people huddled together in a sorry state as they watched the hemp-clothed old man still standing at the bow of the ferry. The purple-clothed woman bent down and tied a knot on the hem of her dress, creating a dead knot. She stood up and looked at the number one in the world in the distance who was ready to fight. Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had unknowingly walked down Mount Hui, didn't feel any regret. When she encountered the human cat, who was invincible below Earth immortals, in the western regions, her fear was one thing, but more importantly, she didn't want to use her full strength. Later, that person wanted to fight the human cat to the death. She still didn't want to die in vain, so she withdrew again, and even drew a line with Bailiang to win the favor of Liang Xiaoshi. She also became the first female Wulin chief in several hundred years, admired by the world. Disloyal? She never denied that she was ungrateful, but she was a woman. What was the point of being loyal? In fact, when she heard that Wang Xianji had left the city to rush to Bailiang, she didn't want to get involved. After reaching the great celestial phenomenon stage, by absorbing the fate of the imperial jade seal, and devouring the cultivation of nearly 100 experts, she was even more aware of the invincible spirit of the top three. She had already seen the last threshold, so she should cherish her life even more. However, after she dug out the 3 jars of daughter's red buried by her father, Xianyuan Jingqing, she wanted to get drunk, but the more she drank, the more sober she became. That night, she lay on the roof of a tall building and stared at the small words at the bottom of a bottle for a long time. Later, she quietly went down the mountain. Facing the number 10 in the world, she retreated. But facing Wang Xianji, who had been invincible for 60 years, she came. At this moment, Xianyuan Qingfeng said self-mockingly, "Are you stupid?" Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled. "There's no cure." "Then don't save me. Do you think you can run away now? If you can't run, then let's fight. It's not a big deal." Xianyuan Qingfeng's eyes suddenly became determined. She stretched out an arm, her fingers like hooks, and the river beside the boat boiled. A huge iron chain broke through the surface of the river like a black dragon. Xianyuan Qingfeng grabbed one end of the iron chain. With a tap of his foot, the small boat shattered. The purple-clothed woman dragged the iron chain that was more than 600 meters long, and began to run wildly on the river surface. With a flick of her wrist, the iron chain twisted in a huge arc in the blink of an eye, like a scorpion swinging its tail, and ruthlessly smashed towards the ferry. The old man at the front of the ferry leaped high into the air, and the entire bow of the ferry abruptly plunged into the river. Then it was hit by the downward force of the river, and was pushed back to the surface of the water, and rapidly slid backward. Wang Xianji rushed into the air, directly facing the descending metal chain with the force of a thunderbolt. On the surface of the Guangling River, it was as if an immortal had split open the river surface with a sword, dividing north and south from east. Wang Xianji's face was expressionless. She allowed the fierce wind to smash down and grabbed the iron chain with one hand. Wang Xianji did not grab the iron chain immediately. Instead, she slid a few feet between her thumb and index finger. Sparks flew everywhere. Wang Xianji clenched her fist and broke the iron chain. The explosion was louder than summer thunder. The river surface under her feet exploded, and huge waves rose to the sky. The purple-clothed woman was indifferent to the breaking of the iron chain. She stopped, withdrew her hand a few inches, and then extended it a few inches again. The whip and iron chain nimbly and viciously turned into the tip of a spear, piercing straight towards Wang Xianji's chest. Wang Xianji stretched out her palm and blocked the tip of the spear. Her body tilted slightly as she fell. The tip of the spear was like a lit firecracker, turning into fine powder section by section. The vibrations continued without end. The woman, who was unwilling to let go, was knocked into the river by the vast and boundless force. With the purple-clothed woman as the center, a magnificent splash suddenly bloomed on the surface of the Guangling River. The woman's figure could no longer be seen on the river. Before Wang Xianji landed on the river surface, she threw the black iron chain that was more than 10 feet long at the woman who had almost sunk to the bottom of the river. Wang Xianji did not care about her life or death. When her feet touched the water surface, she bent her knees and squatted. Her 10 fingers clenched into a fist, and she smashed the river surface under her feet. The entire river surface was smashed into a water bowl. The river water in the bowl suddenly overflowed the shore, and in the center of the bowl, the water level dropped sharply. It was obvious that she wanted to crush the woman at the bottom of the bowl into a pile of meat paste. Wang Xianji, who was not in a hurry to get up, said indifferently, "Hide? Su Fingnian has 300,000 iron cavalry, but they can't hide. Where can you hide?" Wang Xianji did not wait for the turbulent river to calm down. She put her 2 fingers together and tapped the water surface under her feet. Every time she tapped, a dragon would emerge from the river surface and then hover in the air. In the blink of an eye, there were 18 green dragons on the river. Wang Xianji stood up and waved her sleeve. There was the green-clothed swordsman and the 2-sleeved green snake. After that, there was Wang Xianji's sleeve that roamed the green dragon. After a wave of her sleeve, the head and tail of the green dragon connected and pierced into the water surface. The river and the sea were overturned. Wang Xianji crossed her arms in front of her chest, waiting for the woman to be driven out of the water to her death. Under the water surface, there were dozens of rapid and dull sounds. When the woman appeared on the river surface, there were countless broken iron chains wrapped around her. Ze stood on one of the iron chains placed horizontally on the river surface. Blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Wang Xianji was still more than 80 feet away from the woman. He raised one arm and put the other behind him. She punched through the air. Bang! A fan-shaped curtain of qi appeared beside the old man. Then, the woman in purple's iron chains pounced forward crazily and were torn to shreds in an instant. There was another loud bang. Ze was knocked out. Even though she was constantly being pulled by the chaotic qi, trying to stop her from falling back, it was futile. She kept falling back until her body hit the wall of the gorge, creating a huge depression. It was like a grave. Chapter 1083. With a seemingly casual punch, the purple-clothed woman was forcefully embedded into the canyon wall. Wang Xianji only glanced at her, but did not pursue her. Instead, she leaped back to the ferry. There were still water stains on the deck. Without the old immortal's order, the ferry continued to move forward. No one dared to get close to the ship, and they all whispered to each other. Nowadays, purple clothing was all the rage in the world. Some pretty young heroines in Jianghu all liked to wear purple clothes and dresses. Those on the ship who had been in Jianghu before were not sure that the purple dress blocking the river was the current Wulin Alliance leader. If the woman was Xianyuan Qingfeng, the house master of Great Snow Plains, then who else could the old man standing at the bow of the ship who could beat her into a pulp be? The ferry under Wang Xianji's feet moved forward slowly. Before crossing the gorge, they were getting closer and closer to the new grave. The Jianghu people and common people on the ferry were on tenterhooks. Wang Xianji did not look sideways. At the cliff of the gorge, there was a slight sound of gravel falling into the river. The loose purple clothes were like living vines and grass after winter. They grew again when the spring breeze blew, and like overflowing water, they seeped out of the stone pit. Strands of purple clung to the stone wall. Everyone on the ferry was scared out of their wits. Could the woman really be the incarnation of the unkillable evil dragon of Guangling River? The woman wrapped in purple slowly floated out of the grave. She stretched out a hand and pressed it against her mouth. However, scarlet blood still seeped through the gaps between her fingers. Reaching the celestial state named by Gao Shulu 400 years ago, the flow of qi and the birth and death of qi were extremely fast. If the Xian finger state was to see the qi of all things in the world and change the rules, then wait for an opportunity to knock the finger and ask, or cut off or help the process, then the celestial state was to feel the entire vein and act according to the situation. However, Gao Shulu once said that the celestial state was the gatekeeper of the courtyard in the human world. She also understood the principle of beating a dog depends on its master. Ordinary celestial state masters would inevitably be tainted by qi when they killed people. Han Shengxian deliberately stayed at the Xian finger state for his whole life, so that he could be more unscrupulous when he killed a Jianghu master. Xianyuan Qingfeng used the original method created by her ancestor Xianyuan Pan to crazily absorb other people's qi and qi to strengthen her own strength. The first batch of senior masters in Mount Hui almost all died for no reason. Every month, she would secretly go down the mountain to look for fresh food. This was no longer a case of a rabbit not eating the grass near its burrow, but a helpless action when there was no grass near its burrow to eat. Xianyuan Qingfeng was like a female Pishio, going further and further on this unorthodox path. Her graceful figure floated out of the dilapidated mountain wall. Not only did the large sleeves of her purple robe not diminish her charm, but it also added to the mystery of this Wulin chief. Wang Xianji's punch had destroyed her first breath. During the time the ferry was traveling, it gave her a chance to regenerate her qi. In fact, when she was chased by the green dragon sleeve at the bottom of Guangling River, Xianyuan Qingfeng had already forcefully regenerated her qi. At that time, she had two options. After breaking the green dragon sleeve, she could avoid the sharp edge and hide at the bottom of the river. However, she still used her qi to pull the iron chain out of the river, which almost took Wang Xianji's punch head-on. Sure enough, before the ferry entered the gorge, Xianyuan Qingfeng looked at Wang Xianji's side and stretched out a hand. Wang Xianji's figure, which was standing proudly at the bow of the ferry, flashed and disappeared. The ferry under her feet was like an arrow released from a bow. It suddenly split the river surface and quickly crashed into the gorge. The ferry passengers who were in a mess obviously did not have the chance to see the battle between the peak of the Wulin of Liang. Xianyuan Qingfeng pressed his hands down, and his body floated up more than 10 feet against the cliff wall. Wang Xianji followed him like a shadow. The tip of her foot first stepped on the edge of the hole, and then as if she was walking on flat ground, she chased after the purple figure up the mountain wall. Xianyuan Qingfeng pulled with both hands. The countless black iron chains hidden at the foot of the cliff clattered and climbed up the mountain rocks. They clustered together and twisted together, crazily chasing after the burly old man's back. Wang Xianji, who was sliding on the mountain wall with both feet, turned a deaf ear to the black mass of iron snakes behind him. Xianyuan Qingfeng's arms knocked backward, and his 5 fingers drilled into the stone wall like a purple gecko nailed to the wall. The purple robe crashed into the mountain and suddenly spread out, and then instantly covered its owner's body, wrapping him into an airtight cocoon. It spat out thousands of silk threads, using the iron chains to force Wang Xianji's qi dynamic out, and then used the silk to chase after the unique path of Wang Xianji's qi dynamic. The bright red silk threads and the black iron chains rapidly intertwined, trying to crush Wang Xianji who was trapped in it. This was a trap that covered the sky and the sun. Wang Xianji was strolling leisurely in it. As he moved forward, the silk chains moved with him, and rocks kept falling into the river, stirring up layers of waves. Wang Xianji's qi dynamic did not show any signs of swelling like an ordinary master's, but it was enough to prevent the endless silk chains from getting close to him. The old man did the opposite. He withdrew most of his qi dynamic, and allowed the spider web to tightly grip his body that was said to be even more invincible than the Buddha's Vajra, leaving only his head exposed. Wang Xianji's speed was not the fastest in the first 4 realms. To this day, even though he, the Lord of Martial Emperor City, had been the world's #1 for 60 years, he had not won the first 3 realms. In the Vajra realm, there was the white-robed monk Li Dongxin, and in the mysterious finger realm, there was Dong Tai. Even without the peach blossom sword god, there was still Han Shengxian, and in the celestial phenomenon realm, there was Chao Chongqing. However, in the Jianghu where the 4 grandmasters lived, Li Chungang had almost won all 3 realms. Other than losing to the dragon tree monk in the Vajra realm, he was the champion of the mysterious finger and celestial phenomenon realm. However, this did not prevent Wang Xianji from having the last laugh, becoming the only one who had reached the peak of martial arts in the past 500 years. Therefore, when Wang Xianji deliberately withdrew his qi dynamic and allowed Xianyuan Qingfeng to have his way, the purple dress mountain master immediately gave up the idea of strangling this old monster. He decisively broke out of the cocoon and continued to float upwards. At the same time, the silk chains exploded, and purple and black powder scattered in all directions. The entire cliff began to shake violently under the huge impact of the fog. Chapter 1084. Xianyuan Qingfeng's purple robe was no longer as intense as before. His robe, which was even more flawless than the best work in the Imperial Weaving Bureau, had already lost some of its luster. Wang Xianji was still walking up the mountain wall at a moderate pace, just slightly faster than this old man. She even had the time to chat, and her tone was calm. The martial arts in the world are divided into the Tao of Arts. Ancestor Lu shouldered the Tao of Heaven, and this old man sincerely admires him. After Li Chungang, the Tao of Swordsmanship has withered away. Dong Tai's Tao of Arts is also worthy of this old man's attention. The Tao of Swordsmanship used to fall on Chao Chongqing's shoulders, and these years he still hasn't been able to break away from the mold of the ancients. Xianyuan Qingfeng, your Tao of Arts is but a mirage. There's no need for a huge wave. Just a gust of wind can blow it away. If you encounter an ordinary person outside of martial arts, you can still scare them a little. This old man originally thought that you were a woman, and that martial arts cultivation is not easy. Purple Robe suddenly stopped retreating, and said sternly, "Woman? So what if I'm a woman?" Xianyuan Qingfeng also stepped on the cliff wall. She and Wang Xianji seemed to be standing on the same side of a mirror, and they collided head-on. Wang Xianji, with one hand behind her back, allowed the fist to hit her shoulder. She lightly tapped her fist between the woman's eyebrows. Wang Xianji didn't move at all, and Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't move much either. She only swung her head back slightly. The biggest movement was on the cliff wall beneath their feet, which became more and more obvious. As Xianyuan Qingfeng's head swayed, her sleeves were also torn apart, revealing 2 pink and tender wrists. However, this kind of redness wasn't the seductiveness of a woman's natural beauty. Instead, it was a kind of sickly scene. Blood flowed and surged under her snow-white skin in a visible form. A boneless person. You have to give up something when you gain something. The Qingfeng of the Mount Hui Mountains Mountain Lord was really too unconventional. In order to absorb the internal energy of those external cultivators, as well as withstand the counterattack of those experts who died in her hands, she didn't hesitate to smelt her own body into a living pool, melting others and herself. Naturally, Wang Xianji had already seen through this crazy woman's background, and didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Seeing that she didn't know what was good for her, he suddenly exerted force with his fist, knocking this laughable Wulian Alliance master back several dozen feet. He then swept across to Xianyuan Qingfeng with one step, and grabbed her slender neck. Wang Xianji, who had one hand behind his back all this time, grabbed this body. His body spun, and after accumulating a bit of strength, he loosened his 5 fingers and threw the woman in purple several dozen feet above the cliff wall. Wang Xianji continued to walk upwards, and the hand behind his back clenched into a fist. A water column forcibly drew water from the river, and soared into the sky. If later generations were to mention it, they would probably call it the Guangling sword. The scabbard was the Guangling River, and the body of the sword was the river water. Wang Xianji's one sleeve of azure dragons was indefinite. At this moment, the old man was about to use this water sword that leaped over his head to pierce through the stubborn woman's body, and nail her to death in the air. This kind of fresh way of dying in front of everyone's eyes could be considered worthy of her current status, and her courage to block the river and fight to the death. The water sword's momentum was astonishing. It followed the cliff wall swiftly and violently, and indeed struck the woman in purple whose chi had mostly dissipated. However, this water sword, which was as thick as the mouth of a well, did not pierce through Xianyuan Qingfeng's body. Instead, it was blocked by a blurry ivory-white fog. The fog spread out and formed a fan shape. The water sword was like a needle piercing a bronze mirror, and the fog gradually dissipated. However, Wang Xianji, who was walking upwards, did not have the patience. He raised a hand, and the water column instantly expanded from the size of a well to the size of a courtyard at the entrance to Jiangnan's water village. This was no longer a needle piercing a mirror, but a crude scene of a large hammer smashing a mirror. This was not all. Several water columns of the same size were pulled by Wang Xianji's qi. They surged out of the water and shot towards the sky. Every dragon that emerged from the water contained Wang Xianji's abundant qi. With the cliff wall as a line, the water columns made a half arc, and all of them just happened to collide with the fog. Wang Xianji walked to the top of the cliff and sneered without saying a word. No wonder this woman could be so rebellious. Someone had given or lent her a portion of the nation's qi. Xianyuan Qingfeng's life was hanging by a thread, but he did not resign himself to death. He stood up on the mirror with difficulty, and his hands formed a sword shape. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards, directly at Wang Xianji's head. The qi of the imperial jade seal that had been transferred to her began to rotate. It was pulled away from the mirror and condensed on her hand and sword. Xianyuan Qingfeng roared angrily. He pressed down with both hands. The first water dragon's water sword was instantly shattered. The water columns that were originally hitting the mirror were also affected by this qi of the sword. They changed sides and followed the invisible qi of the sword, smashing towards Wang Xianji's head. Wang Xianji sneered softly. How could a tiny bit of qi of the imperial jade seal compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? This martial artist no longer clasped his hands behind his back. Instead, his 5 fingers formed a hook. He slid a few inches on the ground of the cliff, and his knees were slightly bent. This was probably the first time the martial Emperor City's city lord had truly made a move. After Xianyuan Qingfeng's sword strike, he was already bankrupt. He could only wait for death to come if he maintained the strange posture of holding the sword. Wang Xianji leapt up in an instant. The entire cliff top was pressed down by several feet. Without waiting for the bottom of the cliff to make a sound, the majestic qi that poured down from above had already repelled the waves of Guangling that were crashing into the cliff. Be it the qi of the sword or the water columns, they were neither blocked nor smashed. They even seemed to have lost their target, and randomly smashed onto the already precarious cliff. Wang Xianji had already arrived above the head of the purple-clothed woman. With one punch, she smashed this reckless woman off the cliff and into the river in the distance. It seemed to be a punch, but before Xianyuan Qingfeng's body fell into the Guangling River, the purple-clothed woman's body paused several times in the air. What followed was a thunderous boom, and the purple-clothed woman's qi dispersed again and again. It seemed that Wang Xianji was still not satisfied with her celestial phenomenon realm cultivation. The old man raised his left hand, and the purple-clothed woman who was about to dive into the river was suspended in the air. His right hand once again punched the fingernail-sized figure in the distance. The powerful fist aura tore through the sky like a white rainbow, and directly hit the dying purple-clothed woman who was hovering in the air. Chapter 1085. Xianyuan Qingfeng could only watch helplessly as the fist aura flew towards him. Perhaps in the eyes of a level 2 master, even the lady of the Great Snow Meadow couldn't withstand a single blow. Ordinary martial artists felt that as long as they were lucky enough to reach the celestial phenomenon realm, the qi in their body would be able to connect heaven and earth, and they would be inexhaustible. This perception couldn't be said to be wrong, but it was only half correct. Celestial phenomenon realm experts weren't gods on earth. Gao Shulu once compared the experts of this realm to the Kunlun Peak, who sat on top of the Kunlun Peak and looked at the ocean. One was still climbing the mountain, while the other had already reached the peak. Therefore, as long as someone destroyed this ladder, they would be unable to move forward. Han Diaoxi was good at killing celestial phenomenon realm experts. And because of this human cat's finger, it was the most suitable for destroying ladders. However, Han Xingxian needed to get close to the body to do this, while Wang Xianji didn't. From the beginning to the end, this martial emperor city's city lord didn't get close to Xianyuan Qingfeng. She broke the lock with her bare hands, used the azure dragon to enter the water, and threw 2 punches. Even if they walked along the cliff, the distance between them wasn't close. At this moment, Xianyuan Qingfeng's mind was blank, and he couldn't remember anything. He couldn't remember the long osmanthus rain on Mount Hui, the fragrance of new ahong, or the rainstorm on the great snow meadow. When she exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, it was equivalent to letting go of her last breath. She let her remaining qi dissipate, and even her purple robe fluttered in the wind. Xianyuan Qingfeng closed his eyes, and his heart was as still as water. The last thought in his mind was that the debt between them was settled. When he was young, he didn't know much about the world and always liked to ask his bookworm father about this and that. Somehow he asked about love. His father had always liked to understand the word love, and he used the word clear to explain the word love. The 2 words beside the 2 words were water and heart respectively. When one's heart was as still as water, when one truly let go, only then would the debt between them be settled. Wang Xianji stood at the top of the cliff and frowned when she saw the purple robe hit by the long rainbow. This lady realized something before her death, but it was too late. It wasn't that Wang Xianji couldn't change her mind and destroy the fist herself and let the lady live. But the old man Donglin Jianji was 60 years old. Just as the white rainbow fist was about to explode Xianyuan Qingfeng, Wang Xianji suddenly turned her head and looked at the left bank of Guangling River. As far as she could see, a middle-aged Taoist ran to the iron pillar of the ruins of Iron Lock Sinking River. He then leaped over the wide river and landed on another iron pillar on the opposite bank with his sword in hand. His figure was so fast that even Wang Xianji, who had truly become invincible in the world, couldn't help but look at him in a new light. In terms of lightness skill, the Taoist's ability to cross the river with a single step was already far beyond the description of leaving no trace on the snow. However, the Taoist didn't stop there. When the Taoist stopped his feet, the fist aura was cut in half without any warning and disappeared in an instant. If it was Song Nianqing who used the 14 new swords, he wouldn't be able to kill Xianyuan Qingfeng so cleanly. Even if the fist aura was cut in half, Wang Xianji's fist aura could still use the first half to smash Xianyuan Qingfeng to death instead of disappearing into thin air. Wang Xianji stood proudly at the top of the cliff. She immediately guessed the identity of the Taoist who practiced the sword. The sword maniac Wang Xiaoping had always been known for his pure heart of the sword. It was said that this person never had a fixed position when practicing the sword. Wudong's 81 peaks were all facing the peak, some were far and some were close. Wang Xiaoping always stood on a peak and pointed his sword at another peak. On the peak, there were brothers who casually threw a fallen leaf. Wang Xianji used to wait for the top martial artists in the world to enter the city and climb the tower in Donghai. There were only a handful of people who waited but didn't see them. Wang Xiaoping was one of them. Wang Xianji was very curious about whether this Taoist who carried Wudong's way of the sword could surpass Dong Tai's unparalleled murderous aura. Wang Xianji was not angered by Wang Xiaoping's sudden appearance today, and the fact that she had shattered his fist aura without even drawing her sword. He was not angered to the point where he wanted to beat a drowning dog out of humiliation, and let Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had barely escaped with his life, fall into the water and ignore him. Even if she had profited from the disaster and passed that hurdle, and her future achievements in the martial arts world had reached unreachable heights, it was no longer something Wang Xianji cared about. Wang Xianji only wanted to experience Wang Xiaoping's next move. Wang Xiaoping stood on the shore with an ordinary Taoist peachwood sword in her hand. She looked up at the old man. Ever since this old man defeated Li Chungang, he didn't have a worthy opponent. In the hearts of all Wang Xiaoping's sword practitioners, this was an indescribable feeling of depression. This was because Wang Xianji stepped on the head of the way of the sword to reach the top of the Jianghu. The prosperity of the sword forest had always been known to occupy half of the Jianghu. After Li Chungang lost, even the new god of sword Dong Tai couldn't pull Wang Xianji down from his pedestal. The great grandmaster of the Way of the Sword, the former owner of the Wu family's sword Tomb Su of Gojoseon, Donghua sword pool Song Nianqing, also couldn't express his feelings with a single move. As long as Wang Xianji was alive, swordsmen wouldn't be able to raise their heads. How could they talk about a single move? Wang Xiaoping had been practicing swordsmanship since she was young. She wanted to ask Wang Xianji in Jianwu Imperial City one day. She wanted to ask Wang Xianji, who once said, "I see all the swordsmen in the world as if they are nothing." Wang Xianji said loudly, "Wang Xiaoping, before this old man enters Bailiang, he can only wait for 3 moves from you." Chapter 1086. Wang Xiaoping did not reply loudly. She retracted her gaze and looked at the mahogany sword in her hand. She said softly, "One sword is enough." Wang Xianji did not travel fast on her way to Bailiang this time. If she traveled too fast, the long-awaited battle would become meaningless. However, she could not travel too slowly either. When the young woman surnamed Jiang forcefully opened the gate of heaven, Wang Xianji did not take it to heart at all. However, if it was Su who did it, it would be hard to say. Huang Longshi, the devil who wished for the world to be in chaos, transferred the remaining fate of the 8 fallen countries to Jianghu. All kinds of opportunities appeared one after another, and chaos occurred. Martial arts geniuses such as Chao Chongqing, Dong Tai, and Chen Jibao came out one after another. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a once-in-a-lifetime event. In the end, they were like bamboo shoots after a rain in the same spring. They did not care if there would be no harvest in the coming year. It should be known that many things were divided into big and small years. If the big year was too big, the small year would be too small. Among this large batch of bamboo shoots, the young man surnamed Su was undoubtedly a rising star. However, his position was right below Wang Xianji, the evergreen bamboo. In fact, Xianyuan Qingfeng's defeat was not as unjust as he thought. For so many years, only Dong Tai's flying sword, Chao Chongqing's sleeve, Gu Jiantong's thunder core, the young Song Nianqing's sword qi at the end of its flight, and the 9 yellow sword formation before his death were able to get close to Wang Xianji. It could be said that there were very few people who could get close to Wang Xianji. Of course, the most recent one was the young lord's fist. Wang Xiaoping suddenly raised her head and smiled. "Wang Xianji, why are you standing so high up?" After that, Wang Xiaoping slightly raised her left arm that was holding the sword. She twisted her wrist and pointed the end of the mahogany scabbard at the gorge wall. Her right hand gently patted the hilt of the sword. The sword in her hand was one of the dozens of mahogany swords that were newly made this summer. Because it was not the best mahogany from Feiqing, the color was only slightly copper, not to mention the pleasant smell of the wood. After she lived with the useless monk Lu Songtao, the nearby villagers had heard that mahogany could ward off evil spirits. However, they did not dare to carve their own swords. It was not easy to find a traveling Taoist. At first, a fisherman asked Wang Xiaoping for a mahogany sword. Later, word spread and people came to visit Wang Xiaoping. She did not refuse and agreed to give them all. However, she still owed 8 swords. Mahogany swords were made of mahogany wood. Almost everyone on Mount Wudong had a mahogany sword. Before going down the mountain, Wang Xiaoping carried the talisman sword Shenshu, which made her an oddity. She remembered that when she first went down the mountain, her junior apprentice brother Hong Shixiang sent her to the Mountain Gates Memorial Archway. She smiled and said that she helped her senior apprentice brother Wang carve half a mahogany sword. At that time, Wang Xiaoping went down the mountain with a sword. Why would she care about a mahogany sword that was within her reach? The end of the mahogany sword, after a pat, gently tilted up. "Rise." Wang Xiaoping softly said a word. After a moment of silence, there was a series of continuous rumbling sounds. The gorge wall under Wang Xianji's feet, from bottom to top, was like a mountain-splitting sword cutting the mountain from the middle. The cliff was split into 2 halves. Rocks continuously rolled into the river, stirring up thousands of waves. The rise of the sword is already so bold. It seems that you want to learn from Li Chuangong's unsheathing? Since you are only willing to use one sword, this old man will do as you wish. Wang Xianji smiled and lightly jumped down the cliff. His falling speed was not too fast. When his feet landed on the water, there was a huge rock that split out from the mountain. Wang Xianji stretched out his palm and held the heavy rock that was several people's height. He stepped on the river towards Wang Xiaoping. He lifted the huge rock with one hand, but on the river surface under Wang Xianji's feet, there were only circles of almost invisible ripples. Wang Xiaoping looked at the strange scene of the rolling rock on the river surface. For some reason, he thought of his senior apprentice brother's finger cutting off the Canglan River. It was not to show off the mystical abilities of the immortals on the mountain in front of the people. It was because of the sudden torrential rain. A few fairies swayed in the wind and rain. Only then did his senior apprentice brother stop the turbulent river water upstream, until the fairies safely reached the shore. In the past on the mountain, Wang Xiaoping was the most diligent and obsessed with martial arts among his senior apprentice brothers. He always felt that his senior apprentice brothers did not take cultivation seriously. It was fine if they did not pursue immortality, but they did not care about the 4 words, Wudong will prosper. His senior apprentice brother Wang Zhongluo always said that there was no hurry, and that junior apprentice brother Hong, who called him Little Wang's senior apprentice brother, he always felt a little angry and resentful. But when he heard that his junior apprentice brother had really left the mountain one day, Wang Xiaoping felt that it would be better if his junior apprentice brother stayed on the mountain for the rest of his life, to cultivate that unattainable Tao. Wang Xiaoping completely forgot about himself, as if he did not see that Wang Xianji was already rushing over with the huge rock. Wang Xiaoping smiled knowingly. He remembered that when he was young, the sect leader Wang Zhongluo, who was both his senior apprentice brother and a loving father, always liked to throw a child high into the sky, and then hug him with a smile and say, "Catch." He remembered sitting on his senior apprentice brother Song Jiming's neck, and going to the top of Big Lotus Peak to watch the sunset together. He remembered that when he was young, he defeated his senior apprentice brother Chen Yao, who was once said by his master to be the most competitive, but senior apprentice brother Chen Yao did not feel any disappointment. He just turned his back and left. Afterwards, he heard that senior apprentice brother Chen was grinning from ear to ear. He remembered that every time his senior apprentice brother Yu Xingrui went down the mountain, he would always go to the purple bamboo forest to find him to chat about some interesting stories down the mountain, regardless of whether or not he was impatient. Wang Xiaoping returned to his normal sword-wielding posture, at the same time taking a step back with his right foot, his right hand grasping the peachwood sword's hilt. He slowly closed his eyes. The side of the Guangling River where the middle-aged Taoist stood. The river water slapped against the shore and receded. The iron pillar behind him that used to block the river began to shake violently, the foundation of the platform beginning to crack inch by inch. Wang Xiaoping only thought of 4 words. Wudong has a sword. Chapter 1087. In Wang Xianji's opinion, the saying that the martial arts of Jianghu were extensive and profound was rather boring. The old man had seen too many so-called supreme arts and new moves, but they were nothing more than old wine in a new bottle. It was difficult for them to escape the rules set by their predecessors, especially for swordsmen. The peaks of their predecessors were too high, and most of the later generations were only on their way up the mountain. Therefore, during this period of time, there was nothing new to speak of, and it was even more difficult for Wang Xianji's eyes to light up. However, Wang Xianji did not let his guard down in the slightest when Wang Xiaoping's half-sword was unsheathed. He originally wanted to use the method he used to deal with the woman from Mount Hui. He wanted to use his unparalleled aura to casually attack from afar. In the end, Wang Xianji, who was holding the mountain with his palm, did not do as he pleased. Instead of holding the rock with one palm, he held it with both hands. His footsteps did not stop as he continued to run towards Wang Xiaoping on the shore. His fingers were like iron hooks, and his qi dynamics seeped into the huge rock. First, it tore open cracks, and then the entire 10,000-pound rock was crushed into hundreds and thousands of pieces of broken stone. The broken stone was scattered, but its spirit did not disperse. Wang Xianji's wrists were pressed together, and with a twist of his hands, the broken stones that looked like they were about to fall apart instantly reformed, forming a large circular stone formation from afar. Between the cracks of the broken stones, countless tiny purple lightning bolts flowed wildly. As Wang Xianji suddenly spread out his hands, a flock of purple and black crows in the shape of a half-fan appeared above the old man's head. The flock of broken stone crows did not stay still, but each of them was drawing water. The Guangling River under Wang Xianji's feet constantly had water columns as thick as an arm surging out of the water surface. If the flock of crows was the fan, then these rapidly rising and spinning water columns were the ribs of the fan. Wang Xiaoping went down Mount Wudong to hone his swordsmanship. Today he challenged the mountain with his sword and forced Wang Xianji to leave the mountain. However, an outsider came. He could also be considered as someone who had left the mountain. However, the timing of his appearance was coincidental with the rise of Wang Xiaoping's sword and Wang Xianji's flock of crows. It was neither beneficial nor detrimental to the overall situation. So the two of them intentionally chose to ignore this person. This uninvited guest was wearing an old Taoist robe that had been washed until it was white, but it was not the style of Mount Longhu and Mount Wudong. He looked like a man of no doubt about his age. He was about a mile away from the Guangling River, and happened to see Wang Xianji's white fist aura smashing towards a man in purple. The middle-aged Taoist did not seem to be running wildly. Every step he took was still leisurely and leisurely. However, in almost the blink of an eye, he was already near the riverbank. Even when Wang Xiaoping slashed the long rainbow with her sword, the Taoist still did not make a move. Then he stopped at the riverbank and watched the Mount Huishan purple robe fall into the rolling water in the middle of the river. The Taoist seemed to sigh softly. The middle-aged Taoist did not jump into the river to save Wang Xianji. He turned his head and looked at the fan that Wang Xianji had created with great effort. He frowned. Everyone knew that when old monster Wang was in charge of the martial emperor city, he welcomed and sent away countless masters. He never asked for any fancy moves. In short, if you fought with him, it would be ugly. Whether you were Chao Chongqing, who had the 8 stars of elegance to himself, or the peach blossom sword deity, who defeated the sword manipulation to the sword manipulation, they would not give the outsiders the impression that the world would cry for ghosts and gods. The Taoist did not move at all. His left hand drew an arc, bringing about waves of ripples, as if he was blocking something invisible. However, the 5 fingers of his right hand were making gestures so fast that it was dazzling. There were 3 situations: the right time, the right place, and the right people. Beimeng's Grand Preceptor Yuan Qingshan was good at calculating the right people. Huang Longshi was especially good at calculating the right time, and he won by calculating the right place. Among the few remaining spring and autumn 13 ranks, this Taoist who had been hiding his scholarly achievements from the beginning to the end occupied the first rank. He seemed to be in his 40s, but in fact he was already over 100 years old. However, the way he practiced made it impossible for him to reach the celestial being realm. Otherwise, with his outstanding talent and wisdom, he could have returned to his original state long ago. His degree of freedom could be compared to Ancestor Lu, who passed through the gate of heaven without entering it 500 years ago. However, whether the people could ascend or not was just a matter of a thought from him. In the long years, he had seen too many ups and downs of the world. He had discussed the Tao with Ancestor Lu's reincarnation, Qi Xian, many times. He had raised an evil dragon for the Zhao family of Liang in the Earth Lung Mountain, and schemed against the 3rd generation of the Dragon Tiger Mountain's chief. Earlier, he had even walked Jianghu with Lu Songtao, the sect leader of Zhilu Mountain, who was invincible in the world 100 years ago. They were both enemies and friends. The Taoist stopped making gestures. He already understood the situation of the 2 people in the distance. Chapter 1088. Wang Xianji was close to 100 years old. He had been at the peak of martial arts for nearly 60 years. Compared to ordinary people, he had lived for a long time. Almost everyone had forgotten that this burly old man was once a scholar with aspirations in the imperial court. He had imitated those famous scholars and used a feather fan to point out the country. However, due to various reasons, he abandoned his books and entered the Jianghu. Since then, he had never looked back. When the devil Huang Sanjia guided the fate of the nation into the Jianghu, Wang Xianji was originally at the top. He was similar to a powerful official in the imperial court who held the emperor and ordered his vassals. No one could compete with him. He could have taken most of it for himself and become like Gao Shulu from 400 years ago and Lu Songtao from 100 years ago. However, Wang Xianji did not do so. Be it the fearless Song Nianqing or Chao Chongqing who had just entered the celestial phenomenon realm, none of them died in Martial Emperor City. When he left the Eastern Sea, He could kill or not kill Xianyuan Qingfeng. However, Wang Xiaoping was different. The latter had the Wudong Mountain behind him. In the future, the people on the mountain would face the fishing immortal. In the end, it would create a new situation that had not been seen in 1,000 years. In the future, not to mention the grand occasion of 7 or 8 Earth Immortals appearing at the same time, none of them would be left. Even the celestial phenomenon realm would be an extravagant hope. Naturally, the word ascension would be lost. Wang Xianji, who had divided the territory with his own strength, naturally hated this situation. Not only did Wang Xianji want to block Wang Xiaoping's next sword, he also wanted to cut off the relationship between the sword maniac and the Wudong Mountain. Wang Xianji clenched his fists and threw them forward. The fan pounced forward with an earth-shattering momentum, stirring up a strong wind. Wang Xiaoping's eyes were still closed. He put 2 fingers on his left hand together and pushed forward on the peachwood scabbard. The scabbard gently slid out. There was no unparalleled orochi, nor was there any strange phenomenon. Even if the rubble with purple lightning rolled towards him, followed by a huge wave, the speed of the sword being unsheathed was still neither fast nor slow. What happened next shocked the world. The Wudong Taoist was struck by the earth-shattering thunder and lightning that blotted out the sky, and then a huge wave crashed onto his head. After this round of attack, countless broken stones did not fall to the ground as expected. Instead, they floated on the shore and rotated slowly. When the sky was covered by dark clouds, a long and translucent white line appeared. It was faintly discernible, as if it was hanging down from the 9th heaven. It was slightly slanted and pointed at Wang Xiaoping, whose peachwood sword had not been completely unsheathed. The end of the white line hung 3 feet above the Taoist's head. As the saying goes, God is watching you from 3 feet above your head. It means that God always remembers the good and evil of people. Wang Xianji sneered. She stretched out her finger and snapped the fishing line. The middle-aged Taoist muttered to himself, "In the end, Li Chungang can lose to Wang Xianji, and you can also lose to a rising star. But Jianghu can't be lifeless. Why is it that Confucianism can't change the law because of literature, but chivalry can't break the law because of martial arts?" The Taoist sighed. Su Fengnian of Beiliang wants to guard the northwest door and give the people of the Central Plains a stable place. His original intention is not bad, but he is too deeply involved with Wudong. Once he gains power, he will definitely join hands with Li Yufu. Therefore, there are 2 choices. If you don't kill Su Fengnian, the world will be less turbulent for decades. If you kill Su Fengnian, Jianghu will still be Jianghu. No matter how strong the imperial court is, they can generally stay out of each other's business. Now, someone may want to fill up the well of Jianghu. As a frog in the well, it is reasonable that you, Wang Xianji, don't agree. When he saw that the tight white line above Wang Xiaoping's head seemed to be cut suddenly, the remaining white line fiercely bounced in the air in an arc and finally slowly dissipated in the clouds. Wang Xiaoping still did not draw his sword. His fingers were close to the tip of the sword, which meant that the scabbard was about to completely leave the sword. The Taoist didn't know whether it was because he was a fellow cultivator or because he felt sympathy for him. He couldn't bear to watch and turned to look at the river. In reality, if Wang Xiaoping had attacked earlier, just to break Wang Xianji's cage, then he would have been more alive than dead. With Wang Xianji's temperament of rarely getting angry, she might not necessarily want to kill him. But since this sword maniac was stubborn, Wang Xianji should really want to kill him. The Taoist was a solitary hermit. He understood Wang Xiaoping's persistence, but it was difficult to agree. Even if it was a sword of an earth immortal, so what? To say the least, even if he could really hurt Wang Xianji, it would only show the young vassal king a flaw that could only be regarded as insignificant. It would not stop Wang Xianji from killing people. Was it worth it to use one's life in exchange for a little more chance of victory? The Taoist suddenly opened his eyes wide. Even though he was an old monster who had been called a 1,000-year-old tortoise by Su Fengnian, he was still shocked. Wang Xiaoping opened his eyes. When the scabbard was about to fall, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he pushed the sword back into the scabbard and said softly, "Go." The peachwood sword still in the scabbard flashed. Many passengers on the ferries going to and from the gorge screamed at the same time. It turned out that the boats under their feet were beginning to lose control. No matter how hard they tried, they began to retreat quickly. The boats with their bows facing downstream seemed to have the help of God, rushing downwards like arrows. All of this was because the Guangling River, with Wang Xiaoping and the end of the gorge as the boundary line, was suddenly pulled away. The river water that left the waterway was as thick as a mountain peak. It rose into the air like an unprecedented blue sword. It curved around Wang Xiaoping, and then straightened in the air in a flash. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Wang Xianji, who was floating in the air without the river water under his feet. Wang Xiaoping shouted softly and took a step forward. He finally drew his sword. A section of the river water as a sword. Chapter 1089. The Taoist looked at the sword from the other side of the river, and sighed in amazement. The sword intent and sword chi of Wang Xiaoping's sword was enough to be called the pinnacle of swordsmen. It could no longer be simply called a talisman sword or a sword technique. There was a very important reason why generations of swordsmen were able to rise and fall in the martial arts world. Sword masters, when they felt like it, could often ignore realms. A second-grade master might be able to reach finger mystery with one sword, while a finger mystery swordsman could reach celestial phenomenon with one sword. They could even break through bottlenecks and directly reach the level of a land immortal. The green dragon was 100 feet long and floated beside Wang Xiaoping. It was as if Wang Xiaoping was carrying a sword on his shoulder. Following this Taoist priest of Mount Wudong who had profound knowledge dug out a section of the river. The tilted boats on the river followed the water flow into the Guangling waterway. It just so happened that they could see this soul-stirring scene. Each and every one of their hearts swayed. Probably because Wang Xiaoping's spirit was very upright and peaceful. The spectators were amazed but not afraid. As the surging river once again filled up the waterway, the passengers on the ferry could take the opportunity to see the graceful bearing of the immortals. Some of the ferrymen who were originally rushing upstream also took out their silver and desperately asked the ferry owner to turn the boat around and follow the river. The reason why they were not afraid of being affected was because they noticed that the sword tip had started to move towards the shore. The hemp-clothed old man who was originally standing on the river also jumped onto the shore and changed the battlefield. When Wang Xianji's foot touched the ground, the green sword had already rushed over. The distance between the man and the sword was less than 30 feet. Wang Xianji's foot touched the ground, and the other foot touched the ground one step behind. He did not dodge and directly punched out. The huge green sword suddenly stopped 3 feet away and exploded into a dazzling splash of water. Then it turned into mist and disappeared. The water curtain created by the collision of the fist aura, and the sword chi seemed to have no end. This 100-feet water sword was severely damaged. It was shrinking at a speed that the passengers on the river could see with their naked eyes. Very quickly, it consumed 10 feet of the sword body. Wang Xianji's figure remained motionless, but it seemed that her patience had been worn out. Very soon, she was no longer willing to stand there and be beaten. She took a step forward, and her left hand swung out a fist. The power of this fist was unparalleled. Not only did it smash the new sword tips that came one after another, it was actually able to smash the entire green sword, causing it to sway incessantly. Countless thin and mixed sword chi hidden in the green water sword started to shoot out in all directions. It was a magnificent sight. After that, the old man who had been roughly guessed by the passengers to be the owner of the martial emperor city stepped forward and punched out. He did not retreat but advanced instead. He hit the sword from 90 feet to 80 feet, 70 feet, and when half of the sword reached 50 feet, Wang Xianji slightly stopped attacking. Just like martial arts, if you don't advance, you will fall back. When he stopped, the sword momentum that was originally blocked seemed to be waiting for this moment. It was not just a little bit stronger than before. It was as if there was a gap of a whole realm. Wang Xianji slid back a distance and gently jumped up. He slapped down on the huge sword tip. The sword tip was forced down. The green sword drilled into the ground and tore open a groove. The huge sword made an arc under the ground and drilled out of the ground. The arc continued until the sword body finally formed a big circle. The end of the sword was not far from Wang Xianji's feet. The sword tip fell from the top and pointed at Wang Xianji, who had already turned around. The Taoist who cultivated in seclusion in the Dragon Tiger mountainside. In his eyes, the sword style was like a jade. The general principle was that the outside was like the sky, and the inside was like the earth. Previously, the sword was in the Vajra realm. The sword that cut off the river was in the mysterious finger realm. Now that the sword was half out of the sheath, it could be considered the spirit of the Tianxiang sword. Within the big circle, there was sword qi. In fact, all three belonged to one sword. What was more rare was that this unfinished sword did not show any signs of decline. Its spirit was still rising. Even Wang Xianji could not stop it at the node of the mysterious finger celestial phenomenon. In the past 60 years, Wang Xianji almost never used a higher realm to crush anyone. He always liked to fight with people of the same realm. He wanted to exhaust his opponent's moves and spirit. Even if he lost to him, he would have no regrets. Therefore, he held back his fist momentum because he knew in advance that Wang Xiaoping's sword had an instantaneous ascension. At this moment, facing the round jade sword, that was full of spirit, Wang Xianji lowered his hands and raised them. He took the opportunity to lift the purple and green upstanding qi, and used them as blades and swords respectively. The Taoist laughed softly. It's not common to see Wang Xianji pick up a weapon to face the enemy. Wang Xianji, who had a strong body to begin with, suddenly became even more arrogant. He was like a deity from the heavenly court who had descended to the world. However, Wang Xianji did not use any complicated or ingenious moves. He only used a horizontal blade and a vertical sword. The horizontal blade cut through the jade wall, and the vertical sword cut through Qing Shui. It was as if a priceless piece of jade wall was smashed onto the cold hard ground. The scene was extremely dazzling. Chapter 1090. The situation changed so quickly that even the Taoist cultivating on Mount Longhu was dazzled. When he focused his gaze again, he saw that the 500 feet long green half-sword had already been shattered. The Taoist originally thought that Wang Xiaoping's Tianxiang half-sword was already the peak, but he soon realized that he had underestimated this Wudong sword maniac who had left the mountain for many years. Wudong's prosperity lay in the fact that one mountain shouldered two Daos, the Tao of Heaven and the Tao of Martial Arts. The previous generation's leader Hong Xixiang had almost achieved both. It was just that he had left the mountain in too much of a hurry, and he had left the world in even more of a hurry. Therefore, Wang Xiaoping at the very least had to shoulder a sword. The Taoist had been living in Mount Longhu, the ancestral court of Taoism, for so many years. He always felt that Mount Wudong was too human, and the immortal qi that cultivators worked hard to find was inevitably inferior to the Taoist master mansion that was surrounded by immortal qi all year round. However, the last half of Wang Xiaoping's sword had slightly changed the old Taoist's opinion. Wudong has 81 peaks. Around Wang Xianji, there were 81 swords of different lengths and thicknesses. The tips of the swords all pointed towards the sky at the same time. The tips of the swords were either perfectly straight or slightly tilted. The Lingxi sword momentum and the lofty mountain momentum completely matched each other. So much so that the Taoist who was watching from afar could easily identify the names of the mountains that each of the 81 swords symbolized. Wang Xianji chuckled softly. Whether it was Qi Xuanjin, who sat high on the demon execution platform, or Hong Xixiang, who rode a crane down to Jiangnan, none of them had lowered themselves to the same level as Wang Xianji. But he couldn't help but feel regret. He once had a move that he had studied for many years. At first, he wanted to target Qi Xuanjin, but later, Qi Xuanjin was said to have ascended to immortality. Then, with great difficulty, there was a descendant of Wudong who could suppress Mount Longhu with a sword. Wang Xianji picked up that move again, and continued to silently investigate and fix the flaws. But once again he was disappointed. In the end, he never had the opportunity to make a move. Since Wang Xiaoping did not disappoint her, Wang Xianji no longer deliberately restrained herself. She bent her knees slightly and assumed the role of an overlord, lifting mountains and rivers. When the 81 swords flew over the top, a gorge wall that was far more magnificent than the boulder was also forcibly uprooted. The raging waves shook the earth and the mountains. Everyone in the world mistakenly thought that the ability to move mountains and drain seas was just an absurd legend in those supernatural novels. At this time, the ferry passengers on the river saw it with their own eyes. They were scared to death. Many of them knelt on the bow of the boat, not daring to look at the flying mountain that covered the sky. One mountain suppressing 81 peaks. What was even more unbelievable was that Wang Xianji herself was also within the range of the flying mountain. It was obvious that Wang Xianji wanted to use this to suppress Wang Xiaoping. This old man had moved a mountain here. If Wang Xiaoping couldn't even break through the mountain, how could she compete with Wang Xianji? A cliff came crashing down. Dust filled the air on this side of the Guangling River. That deafening sound was ear-piercing. Wang Xiaoping dug out a section of the great river's water and made a one-of-a-kind big sword in the world. But that wooden sword, whose whereabouts were unknown, was the real root. The peachwood sword was originally the Taoist's house-guarding spirit weapon, yet Wang Xianji unexpectedly used the mountain as a sword. It was undoubtedly a great provocation to Wudong Mountain, where Lu Zhu had attained the Tao. Wang Xiaoping's sword was a new sword, and Wang Xianji's mountain was also a new mountain. On the peak of the new mountain, there was a very old white-haired old man in Jianghu. His hemp clothes were not stained with dust, and he stood with his hands behind his back. That half a move of the new sword did not disappear just like that. Instead, it broke through the mountain. Only one sword remained from the 81 swords. The water sword was no more than 3 feet long, but the sword qi was 10 feet long. From the 100 feet long Qing Shui sword, the remaining 10 feet of sword qi was 10 feet long. Wang Xiaoping seemed to be defeated repeatedly, but in the eyes of the old Taoist who had profound cultivation, it was not easy for Wang Xianji, who was standing on the peak of the mountain, to win. The coarse hemp sleeves were already in tatters. Previously, when he bent his knees to move the mountain, it should be because he could not care too much about the minor details. His vigorous qi leaked out, and the coarse hemp around his knees also became slightly loose. The Taoist looked at the narrow but long flying sword outside the mountain, and there was some fear in his eyes. An eye for an eye, as expected of the most stubborn sword maniac on Wudong Mountain. You, Wang Xianji, used the flying mountain as a sword. I, Wang Xiaoping, used my flying sword to take your head. The last 10 miles were the most difficult, especially when climbing a mountain. To completely break Wang Xiaoping's complete sword was like climbing a mountain, and the further one went, the harder it was. It was the same for the sword. The person who made the move? Was he thinking of returning to the mountain for the last time to see his old friend? The Taoist sighed. Was this the sword heart that Wang Xiaoping had comprehended in the end? The sword heart that he had been pursuing all his life? Dragon Tiger Mountain had ascended Jinren in the past, and in the past 300 years, its reputation had far surpassed Wudong, but it seemed that there had never been such a sword. The old Taoist's eyelids trembled involuntarily. The sword was out. Wang Xianji roared angrily and faced it head-on. On the peak of the mountain that was on the verge of collapse, a huge pit was formed with each step. Every step he took caused the mountain to fall several feet, breaking the sword qi, and pushed his palm on the tip of the sword. A person could die, but the sword could be destroyed. A man of 7 feet had a 3-foot sword. A person and a sword were still one. He could not retreat. The sword qi, sword intent, and sword edge were all destroyed inch by inch. Wang Xianji's steps also became extremely slow. His tall body and palm could only move forward inch by inch. A hole was made in his palm. When the number 1 person in the world finally broke the 3-foot sword in an unparalleled manner, not only was his palm badly mutilated, but there was also a trace of sword qi that pierced his chest and caused a scarlet blood flower. The sword qi dissipated behind Wang Xianji. The sword had already pierced through Wang Xianji. The old Taoist who had the same surname as the son of the Zhao family sighed heavily. Wang Xiaoping had a sword when he was alive, and it could be said that he did not let down his sword in this life. The Taoist's eyes suddenly widened, and he was greatly shocked as he looked at the shore. Wang Xiaoping had died long ago? Almost no one noticed that when the sword was in Mount Feisheng, there was already a flash of light in the sky. It seemed to be returning to the mountain on behalf of someone. At that time, the middle-aged Taoist with the highest seniority in Wudong was sitting cross-legged, looking at the river. His face was haggard, but his expression was peaceful. His warm smile had never been shown in those years on the mountain. Little junior brother, I can't wait for you to come home. Wang Xiaoping closed his eyes, not looking at his last sword at all. Therefore, that sword was the sword of Wang Xiaoping, who had regrets but no regrets, after his death. Chapter 1091. Outside the mouth of the gorge was a battle of the peak of martial arts in the world. dozens of miles upstream of the battlefield on the bank of the Guangling River. There was only a muddle-headed monk left in the thatched cottage without the Taoist who still owed the villagers a dozen peach-wood swords. When Wang Xiaoping passed away quietly with her hands folded on her knees, the mad monk also took off the tattered kasaya that had accompanied him all the way from Mount Lantua, and changed into clean clothes that he had asked Wang Xiaoping to buy from the market 2 days ago. The middle-aged Taoist, who had always been serious, even made an exception and joked that he didn't need to return the money to collect the corpse. The monk touched his bald head, and then stretched out his hand to pluck a reed leaf from the reeds on the bank of the river. He stepped on the surface of the river, and gently stepped on the reed. A reed went into the river. A few ships went against the current, and before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose. They had just witnessed the hardy battle between the two immortals, and now they happened to see this scene. They were a little shocked to the point of numbness. They were all wondering what kind of great luck they had bumped into today. It was simply as if immortals had appeared in large numbers. However, all of them had appeared in such a way. Could it be that the reclusive masters were so worthless? The reed leaf went out of the gorge and floated to the center of the river. The useless monk, who was no longer wearing the kasaya, looked left and right. He first looked at Wang Xiaoping and then the old Taoist. With a calm expression, he took a step forward and quickly sank to the bottom of the river. At the bottom of the Guangling River, the water was muddy and the light was dim. Looking for people and things was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, he still accurately landed a few feet away from the purple-clothed woman. The 6 senses and 7 apertures of the woman of Mount Hui were all sealed. Her delicate body was curled up like a baby in the womb, and the heaven and earth were her parents. Lu Songtao stared at the woman in a daze. The old Taoist on the shore, who had stubbornly cultivated in seclusion, had left Mount Longhu because he wanted to see her face before she died. Going forward, the reason why he cultivated in Mount Longhu was also an unspeakable secret that very few people knew about. 100 years ago, the 3 of them traveled the Jianghu hand in hand. He was not yet a monk of Mount Lantua, but the 9th cult master of Mount Zhulu. Among all the cult masters of the devil cult, he was the most unlike the cult master of Mount Zhulu. And that Taoist was not the current resident of Longhu Mountain. He was the 4th prince of the Liang royal family, who was recognized as better than the crown prince. His achievements, knowledge, martial arts, and talent were all outstanding. As for the delicate and naive woman who ended up with an extremely miserable life, she did not have a country-toppling beauty, nor did she have an insufferably arrogant background. However, Lu Songtao, who had concealed his identity and traveled in Jianghu, just happened to fall in love with her. Yet she fell in love with that handsome child named Zhao Huangchao. Lu Songtao did not mind this. With the 2 of them traveling together, where in the world could she not go? During this period of time, Lu Songtao didn't feel sad as he watched the woman he loved smile sweetly at other men. But when he returned to Mount Zhulu and came out of closed-door meditation, he heard the grievous news that Zhao Huangchao had single-handedly caused. He silently went down the mountain. Just like today, he also helped to collect the body, put on clothes for her, and carried her back to the mountain. Lu Songtao went down the mountain for the last time. He killed countless famous Jianghu figures who were fishing for fame, as well as countless high-ranking princes, dukes, and famous ministers. After killing them, every time he turned around, he always felt that she was standing there and smiling. Lu Songtao looked at the woman in purple who was both her and not her, and his tears kept flowing. Lu Songtao stretched out his hand, trying to grab the corner of the big purple dress that was gently floating at the bottom of the river. Then he slowly withdrew his hand, and his body began to float up. He broke through the water surface and lightly touched the water surface, laughing loudly and singing loudly. The surface of the river was like the surface of a drum, thumping loudly. Heaven and earth are useless, they don't enter my eyes. Sun and moon are useless, they can't exist together. Kunlun is useless, they can't come to me. Compassion is useless, they are sanctimonious. Tranquility is useless, their sleeves are empty. Great river is useless, they go east and never return. Wind and snow are useless, they can't fill their stomachs. Grass is useless, they wither with each passing year. Karma is useless, they are all fixed. Jianghu is useless, we forget each other. Lu Songtao lowered his head and chanted like a Buddhist monk, like a madman singing a sad song. He swept to the shore and lowered his head to stare at the Wudong sword maniac who was smiling as he went to his death. He restrained his arrogant and domineering attitude and moved his lips slightly. He put his palms together and chanted sutras to send the swordsman off. Lu Songtao opened his eyes and looked around. Then he looked at the sky and laughed loudly. Meditation is useless. How can you become a Buddha? At the same time, Lu Songtao's shoulders shook and his pale face flashed away. Then he glowed with a kind of purple-gold color that only eminent monks who had attained Bodhi in the Buddhist scriptures would have. That shake of his shoulders made this Zhulu mountain cult leader seem like he wanted to shake off a heavy burden that he had been carrying for a long time. The old Taoist Zhao Huangchao narrowed his eyes and his face was gloomy. He had already calculated that Wang Xiaoping's peachwood sword, which had been ready but not released, seemed to be carrying a heavy burden, and would be sent west to Wudong Mountain in Bailiang. Lu Songtao, who had hidden in Mount Lantua for 100 years, also wanted to get involved in this mess? Zhao Huangchao was hesitant. In the end, he still did not immediately stop Lu Songtao from shaking off the invisible object. Before Lu Songtao moved forward, he looked back at Zhao Huangchao, who had been entangled with grievances for 100 years. The two of them looked at each other. Lu Songtao sneered. You are even inferior to a woman. It was like this 100 years ago, and it is even more so 100 years later. Old thief Zhao, why don't you die? Zhao Huangchao, who had once gone out of his body and rode a dragon to Mount Quanglu, was silent. Chapter 1092. Back then, Lu Songtao went on a killing spree and swept through the court like a hot knife through butter. It was Zhao Huangchao who half begged and half forced the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain to set up a sacrificial altar, and asked the 3 modern grandmasters to kill him with a 10,000-li sky thunder nail. Although they didn't kill Lu Songtao, they succeeded in making this devil cult leader silent for 100 years. Lu Songtao no longer paid attention to this old ancestor that the current Zhao family's son knew, but didn't dare to admit. He ran wildly to catch up with Wang Xianji, who was walking on the shore. He walked out of Mount Lantua and came to the Jianghu of the Central Plains. Li Dongxin of the 2 Zen temples blocked his way. White dress Luoyang blocked his way. Zhao Ningxin, the reincarnation of the first grandmaster of Longhu Mountain, blocked his way. And countless top heroes of Jianghu blocked his way. This time he was going to block someone else's way. Wang Xianji still walked at a steady pace. Lu Songtao quickly caught up with this city master of Martial Emperor City, who was 40 years younger than him. They seemed to be walking side by side, but Lu Songtao was actually flying with the wind and his feet didn't touch the ground. Wang Xianji didn't turn his head and said calmly, "Things are different now. 100 years ago, Lu Songtao was the undisputed #1 in Jianghu. 100 years later, not to mention someone's sword skills, even the living Dong Tai's sword skills are slightly better than yours. Are you really going to stop me?" Lu Songtao smiled and said, "Isn't it a good thing that Jianghu and Jianghu are compatible with each other?" Wang Xianji didn't comment. Lu Songtao looked into the distance and continued, "As for what you're thinking, you're hoping that the Jianghu under our feet will prosper for 100 years and not die for 1,000 years. It's not that I don't know, but each generation has its own destiny and can't be forced. Just like those lobbyists and roamers in the Qin dynasty, they were all like wandering dogs. Who would have thought that later on, there would be so many powerful clans? They were destined to become a cancer in the eyes of the later generations. What you, Wang Xianji, think is good in others' eyes. You've won the Jianghu of several generations by yourself, and you're still not satisfied? It's not a bad thing to just ascend and be a celestial being in the heavens, and let your descendants walk their own path. You may want to say that Li Yufu of Wudong is more superfluous than you, but he is after all a member of the 3 sects, and has just entered the secular world. As for Su Fingnian, his identity is even more special. He is very different from you. How can you compare the two of you?" Wang Xianji sneered. "Eating Huang Longshi's leftovers and helping Huang Longshi do evil. Is it really reasonable to rely on your identity as a reincarnated celestial? Wang Xianji doesn't believe in this. If there's any justice, I'll have to wait until I ascend before I have the mood to listen to it." Lu Songtao smiled and said, "I've heard a lot of rumors about you these days. You're different from me and Gao Shulu from 400 years ago, who killed every expert in the world on sight. Be it good or evil, you rarely kill. It's true that people who walk different paths can't make plans together. Wang Xianji snorted. Su Fengnian has worked hard to accumulate good cultivation. Instead of wasting it under Beimeng's iron hooves, it's better to fight with me fair and square. After all, there are still people in Jianghu who remember him as the king of Beiliang. Otherwise, with the Zhao family's **T conduct, not to mention leaving their names in the history books, even the unofficial history books compiled by private people wouldn't dare to mention them. Lu Songtao frowned and asked, "Aren't you worried that once Beimeng's iron cavalry breaks through the northwest gate and invades the central plains, how many people will die even if it's only 10 years of war? It won't be much less than the Great War of Spring and Autumn, right?" Wang Xianji said calmly, "What does the separation of the world have to do with me?" Lu Songtao sighed with emotion. Didn't Huang Longshi say that every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world? Wang Xianji sneered and said, "He's just using his mouth and tongue to say a few good words. If others don't criticize him, do you, Lu Songtao, really think it's useful? If you were on the celestial list 100 years ago, after I ascended, the first thing I would do would be to knock you down to earth." Lu Songtao didn't get angry. After a moment of silence, he was amazed, happy, and admiring. For a moment, all kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. He even forgot to ride the wind, and didn't dare to make a sound. He only said in his heart, "I know what you want, Wang Xianji. After I ascended, I, Wang Xianji, will personally guard the divine gate, and won't let the celestials interfere with the world. However, the martial artists in the world can still ascend. So you, Li Yufu, are simply drawing legs on a snake." Wang Xianji didn't stop. His words came into Lu Songtao's ears from afar. "Since you've already prepared your power, if you want to block my way, you don't have to care about the sword wound." Lu Songtao silently said the word good, and floated forward again. He passed Wang Xianji and stopped dozens of feet away from him. He lowered his head and put his palms together. Lu Songtao looked free and easy, as if he was truly relieved of a burden. He said to himself, "Hiding in Mount Lantua, I can live an ignoble life. After 100 years, I can see the person I miss." It's time for Lu Songtao to be pious and offer a joss stick for the orthodox Buddhism. Bodhisattva Dharma forms fell from the sky. They stood between Lu Songtao and Wang Xianji. This was Lu Songtao's blocking the road. Falling sword style. After offering a joss stick, the Bodhisattva sword fell. Wang Xiaoping Lu Songtao, sword immortal after sword immortal. Wang Xianji subconsciously looked up at the sky. He seemed to remember that the only person he owed in his life wasn't there. He then turned to look at the place where someone died. Lu Songtao kept his palms together. Thus, the solemn Dharma forms of the great Bodhisattva Dharma forms filled the sky and landed on earth without stopping. Wang Xianji clenched his fists and crossed them in front of his chest. He took a deep breath. The Dharma forms landed from far to near. They were continuous and became more and more intense. They had already set up an inescapable net around the hemp-clothed elder. Wang Xianji stepped on the left and right side of him. He was already invincible in the world. So what? Chapter 1093. Even though Lu Songtao knew what Wang Xianji was thinking, he still blocked his way. With a falling sword style, countless Bodhisattva Dharma appearances were summoned and trapped Wang Xianji. There were high and low Bodhisattva Dharma appearances. Some were so clear that they could be seen, while others were vague. Among them, there were 4 Bodhisattva Dharma appearances that were the most majestic, guarding the 4 directions. There was Guanyin, who removed the suffering of all living beings, Manjushri, who was pure and untainted, Samantabhadra, who had no intention of turning back, and Ksitigarbha, who wished to become a Buddha after saving all living beings. Among them, Samantabhadra was the most vivid and amiable. It was due to Wang Xiaoping's sword heart that would not back down no matter what. After Wang Xianji stepped on the ground, he abruptly withdrew his fists. With him as the center, an aura that was strong enough to overshadow the surging waves of the martial emperor city gushed out without restraint. Wherever the aura touched, regardless of whether they were on the ground or still in the air, most of them collapsed with a loud bang. Some of them were on the verge of collapse, obviously showing signs of collapsing. Only the 4 bodhisattvas remained motionless. Manjushri even opened his golden mouth slightly, chanting scriptures. Above his head, there were vaguely fairies with long sleeves flying around. Between heaven and earth, golden light overflowed and fluorescent, as if they were in a Buddhist land on the other side. The strongest person in Jianghu 100 years ago met the strongest person in the present. This magnificent battle had indeed reached a level that was not recorded in ancient books and unimaginable by modern people. Wang Xianji did not use his qi to form swords or sabers. His figure turned illusory and punched in all directions. Before the phantoms could merge into one, a snow-white flowing light bypassed Manjushri Dharma appearance and rushed to Lu Songtao, who was meditating. Behind Lu Songtao, an Akalanatha of esoteric sect appeared, looking angry. After being hit by Wang Xianji's body, Lu Songtao's sitting posture did not change at all, but he slid back 100 feet. After another hit, there was a thunderous sound. Lu Songtao, who was sitting on the ground with his palms together, retreated again and again. However, when he and his Dharma appearance were retreating, the Akalanatha let out a muffled roar. If the people were stubborn, they would have been awakened by the roar. If they were stubborn demons, they would have been scared away. Unfortunately, the one who came was Wang Xianji, a warrior who could compete with the immortal Lu Dongxian. For the third strike, Wang Xianji, who was standing, kicked Lu Songtao's forehead. He directly kicked the cult master of the devil cult, who had put down the butcher knife and sat on the ground to cultivate Buddhism for 100 years, into the ground. The Dharma idol of the Akala Wisdom King sank deep into the ground, only revealing the frightened face that was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the 4 bodhisattvas in the distance turned into fireflies and slowly rose into the sky. Wang Xianji stopped her simple but invincible attack. For the first time, a trace of anger appeared on the old man's face. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you know that someone has a wish?" Lu Songtao, who was still on the ground, stood up, turned around, put his palms together and bowed. He took the initiative to disperse the last Dharma form. Then, he slowly walked on the slanted mud road that was as flat as a sword. He stood in front of Wang Xianji, nodded, and replied softly, "I hope that everyone in the younger generation can open the gate of heaven with a sword." Wang Xianji said indifferently, "I'm just an old man who only has Jianghu in my eyes." Lu Songtao thought for a while and said calmly, "You think that the rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of kings, ministers, and scholars. If they do well, they can't bear the burden of peace and prosperity. People in chaos are worse than dogs. Anyway, you Wang Xianji, only take the burden of martial arts. But what you think, I also have my own thoughts. In the end, it's because our paths are different, so our plans are different. In order to win the world, the 2 dynasties of Liang and Beimeng lacked military provisions and money, so they used all kinds of banners to destroy Buddhism. Not only did they let the Taoist priests seal the mountain gate of the 2 Zen temples, but they also destroyed countless temples and scriptures. Not only that, they also tried their best to eradicate the inheritance of Buddhism. Lu Songtao wanted to burn a stick of incense for Buddhism at this time and place. It's not that I, Lu Songtao, want to flatter the young vassal king of Beiliang, but I want to do my best for Buddhism. I want to protect the last pure land as much as possible. Even if it's just to let a monk have a place to stand, it's also a good thing." Wang Xianji waved her hand. "I still have to hurry, so I don't want to waste my breath on you." The purple gold color on Lu Songtao's face was unstable. He suddenly asked with a smile, "Wang Xianji, how much effort did you put in?" Wang Xianji didn't answer but asked back, "To stop or not to stop?" Lu Songtao turned sideways and stretched out his hand. "Since I, Lu Songtao of Zhulu Mountain, have no more requests, I've already let go. Besides, taking off the kasaya doesn't mean that I'm no longer a monk. I can't die for the time being. Besides, you may not be able to kill that person." Wang Xianji didn't say anything and brushed past Lu Songtao. In the end, Lu Songtao still didn't know if Wang Xianji had put in all her effort, but he didn't expect it either. It was enough if she had done it. 100 years later, the water level of Jianghu was much higher than before. He came a little late, but at least he wasn't too late. Lu Songtao walked to the shore of Guangling and cupped a handful of murky river water to wash away the bloodstains. He wanted to carry Wudong Wang Xiaoping on his back, but he lost his balance and sat on a pile of wet stones. He sighed and got up with difficulty. He looked to the south. It's a pity that the peach blossom sword god, who I've only heard of but never seen, probably won't come. Lu Songtao endured the stinging pain and rushed to find Wang Xiaoping. He bent down and carried this Wudong Taoist priest who could overlook the sword forest after Dong Tai. He straightened his back and said softly, Gao Shulu's body, your peachwood sword, and my Buddhist fate. Together, the odds of winning are still not high. Lu Songtao smiled bitterly. Is it unfortunate that there's such an old man suppressing Jianghu? Or is it fortunate? It's fine for us, but that vassal king must be very unfortunate. On the other side of the river, Zhao Huangchao was nowhere to be found. At the bottom of the river, the woman who was lucky enough to survive the battle was still there. Lu Songtao stared blankly at the rolling East River, silent. Thinking back to those years, she used to laugh and say that there were partridges in the south of Jiangnan, and that she couldn't do it. Chapter 1094. Lu Songtao closed his eyes and silently chanted Amitabha. After opening his eyes, he strode forward. Wang Xianji's fists were like rainbows, striking the purple clothes of Mount Huishan to the bottom of the river. Then, she blocked the sword of Wang Xiaoping after she died. She even got rid of the demon-turned-Buddhist Lu Songtao in one go. In one day, she had fought with 3 top masters in succession without too much trouble. But the indisputable number 1 person in the world, the city lord of Martial Emperor City, was tormented by an unknown girl who did not know when to advance or retreat. The first inexplicable attack happened at the end of the Songxian River, a tributary of the Guangling River. At the time, Wang Xianji was surprised that before she leapt out of the river, he did not sense any trace of her. The old man was just curious. Towards her vicious hand chop, it was more of a senior's appreciation of the younger generation. He was not angry at all. After dodging, he did not pursue. Watching the girl's figure disappear into the distance, he bent down and left the battlefield. He ran like a fox, extremely fast. The main thing was that she came and went in a hurry, almost not affecting her qi. It was not easy. At the time, Wang Xianji only thought of a rumor that had been widely spread in Martial Emperor City. The former 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin, was killed by a young female assassin's sinister hand chop. At the time, Wang Xianji did not pay much attention to it. Later, when she received a secret that was absolutely true, she remembered this assassin. She took the opportunity to kill the gatekeeper of Great Peace City, the celestial phenomenon expert Lu Haosher. She must be the little girl who came to make the 4th stone. 4. Homophonic death. Little girl, this is not very auspicious. At the beginning, Wang Xianji felt that the girl was quite interesting. If they met, she could chat with her for a while to relieve her boredom. After half a year, they met for the second time. It was on a post road near River Prefecture. Wang Xianji was walking slowly under the shade of a willow tree. A caravan of merchants passed by. When the last rider was about to pass by Wang Xianji, the girl assassin suddenly darted out from under the horse's belly. She ran close to the ground, and then leapt up quickly. Again, with a hand chop, she stabbed towards Wang Xianji's heart. Wang Xianji grabbed her wrist and threw her out. Her delicate body smashed through a willow tree that was as thick as a blue and white flower bowl. Wang Xianji originally thought that the girl would know the severity of the matter after 3 times. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, a sneak attack followed. Wang Xianji closed his eyes and rested in the wilderness. He sat and slept for a full 6 hours. It wasn't until midnight that the young girl broke out of the ground 10 feet away. Even Wang Xianji didn't know how she guessed that he would sit and rest in that place, because no matter how profound the Qimen Duanjia was, it was impossible to make any undetectable movements under his eyes. This time, Wang Xianji, who did not care whether he was asleep or awake, still turned his head slightly hurriedly to avoid the girl assassin's hand chop. In the first fight, Wang Xianji had already confirmed that the girl's hand chop was very strange. It was a novel technique that he had never heard of before. It was clean and neat, and was good at breaking gang qi. Even the body of an ordinary martial artist in the Vajra realm might not be able to withstand it. Moreover, The girl's hand chop was almost masochistic. Therefore, in the moment before the hand chop succeeded, she could burst out a unique mysterious finger technique. It was similar to the peeling skin and tendons of the human cat Han Shengxian. It could be said that her hand chop could easily kill Jianghu masters below the first rank. However, her original intention was more abnormal. She aimed to assassinate celestial phenomenon and land immortal in the latter two realms of the first rank. Who in the world could have taught such an unreasonable killer? Therefore, in the third fight, Wang Xianji, who had been sitting cross-legged, turned his head sideways to avoid the hand chop. He also grabbed the girl's ankle and slammed her to the ground in front of him. At the same time he asked, "What's your name?" The girl jumped out of the big hole that was created by her body. She did not make a sound and disappeared in a flash. Wang Xianji was just a little helpless. He did not get up and chase after her. He treated her more like a naughty child with a bad temper. Soon, Wang Xianji's helplessness turned into annoyance. The girl assassin did not know when to stop. Only 3 days later, Wang Xianji entered the border of River Province, which was near Bailiang Road, and launched another ingenious attack. Wang Xianji was drinking water from a deep well. The girl slid out along the wall of the well without warning, and stabbed her hand chop toward Wang Xianji's neck. Annoyed that she did not know what was good for her, Wang Xianji hit her head with his elbow. She fell to the bottom of the well, and fell into the water. Wang Xianji did not show too much mercy with this elbow. Even if she was a first-rank Vajra realm master, she would have to cultivate for a year and a half before she could get out of bed and walk. However, the girl assassin, who later appeared with a pale face, still diligently carried out the fifth assassination. Wang Xianji walked in the downtown area. The girl in ragged clothes rushed out from a dark and narrow alley. This time, Wang Xianji directly punched her head. The girl's head fell back and crashed into a restaurant. She broke an outer wall and a few tables. She slumped against the inner wall of the restaurant. Wang Xianji said coldly, "Next time, you will really die." The stubborn girl pressed her weak back against the wall and tiptoed on the ground. She tried to use this as a support to stand up. However, she sat down again after standing halfway. She did not know how many times she did this, but it was all in vain. Half a day later, it was the last time. Wang Xianji walked on the post-house road at the border of the two prefectures. He could already see the boundary stone that connected the two prefectures. Next to the tall boundary stone, there was a girl. She was still wearing a slanted mink hat and carrying a sunflower. She just stood there. She seemed to be foolishly trying to guard herself. The girl snorted. She did not have the strength to assassinate anyone. She had no choice but to stand in his way. Then, she raised her arm and wiped away the blood that had seeped out of her nose or mouth. She gently placed the sunflower on the boundary stone. Then, she carefully took off her mink hat and pulled out an old pearl hairpin. She placed them together with the sunflower that was far from its golden color. Chapter 1095. Numerous riders galloped out of Great Peace City. They were all the best post-human of Liang. The post-human they rode was actually the emperor's beloved Fergana horse. The post-human riders galloped wildly on the imperial street. Everywhere they passed, no one dared to stop them. The leader of the courier riders carried an urgent imperial edict that was 800 li away. The imperial edict did not follow the rules of etiquette. Other than being stamped with the national seal of Emperor Liang, there were only 4 words on the golden silk: fight or retreat. When the courier riders galloped out of the city, there just happened to be a person slowly walking through the southern city gate. The Fergana horse actually passed right through this person's body. There was no scene of the person being thrown off his horse, nor was there a scene of flesh and blood. The rider continued south to deliver the urgent secret edict. The visitor from Great Peace City still entered the city unscathed. There weren't even any soldiers patrolling the city to capture this person. All of the soldiers and commoners near the southern gate ignored him. After he entered the city, he went all the way to the Xiamawei courier station and stopped under a dragon claw scholar tree. He saw 14 men with sabers walk out of this courier station that was specially provided for the soldiers of the Su family. They all mounted their horses and headed towards the imperial city. The young man under the dragon claw scholar tree followed behind like an immortal riding the wind. From beginning to end, No one looked at him. However, he recognized them, or rather, he could guess their identities. The leader of the group was an old man called Feng Ling. He came from the grasslands of Liaodong and was a fierce general under Su Zhao's command. He was 60 years old and had become a third-rank high official in the capital 2 years ago through his own military achievements. It had to be known that at the beginning of summer last year, Su Zhao had only been a second-rank high official. The last rider was Zhu Chongfu, who came from the horse bandits of Liaoxi and was the founder of the fish drum camp. He had not recovered from his heavy injuries and was temporarily in the capital. He was unable to follow the cavalry of the Su family down south. Next was the surrendered General Zhang Dujian. In the end, he retired from the position of commander of the Lotus Seed Camp. Qin Yun was an old soldier and had only been a high official like a sergeant in his entire life. Zhao Fengyang, a native of Jizhou, was the most senior scout in the Su family's army. Ever since he was shot in the back by a poisonous arrow, he would fall ill every time it rained. The pain seeped into his bones, so he had no choice but to retire from the army. Song Kaiwan, nicknamed Shaking Head Scholar, had studied for a few days and liked to shake his head when talking with people. He used to be the military advisor of a group of bandits in Liaoxi. However, he ran into Su Zhao, who was still a lieutenant at that time, and was wiped out. Song Kaiwan profited from his misfortune and turned from a bandit to a soldier. As he grew older, he found it harder and harder to ride a horse, so he opened a restaurant in Great Peace City. As long as one was a comrade of the Su family's cavalry, there would be enough meat, wine, and food to fill their stomachs. Thus he had been doing business at a loss all these years, but the old scholar didn't feel any heartache. He was always nagging at his wife and children. In total there were 14 of them. They were all old men who had luckily survived the rain of spears and arrows. They should have spent their later years in the capital. At this very moment, the two northern regimes that historians would call Northern Han and Eastern Yu had been destroyed one after another. During this period, Su Zhao first forced the death of Northern Han's great general Fan, who had the reputation of being the divine wood of the great Han. Like a hot knife through butter, he led his army to break into the imperial palace and rode his horse into the throne room. On the other side of the southern expedition, Lu Xingxiang led 1,000 cavalrymen into Luzhou on a snowy night, opening the door to Eastern Yu in one fell swoop. Gu Jiantang easily captured half of the country, without shedding a drop of blood. Next to the bed of the Zhao family in Liang, there were no outsiders sleeping soundly. Afterwards, the Zhao family's son stood on the side of Su and Gu, two young and strong military officers who had rendered meritorious service. Against the objections of the masses, he insisted on a decisive battle that would decide the fate of the world with De Chu, whose soldiers and majestic armor were not inferior to Liang's. However, after the Battle of Jinghe, the battle to the death at the imperial concubine's grave, and several major battles in succession, Liang's troops, who had always held the absolute advantage in the previous battles, began to suffer setbacks one after another. Until the two armies confronted each other at the Western Wall, neither side dared to claim that victory was in their grasp. Moreover, De Chu had the war Saint Yi Baikue, who was known to be victorious in 100 battles, personally holding the line. The people in the Liang imperial court began to waver. Following Su Zhao's holding back for a long time, the rumors and slanders in the capital covered the sky and covered the earth. There were even several extremely important secret spy reports that were sent into the imperial palace with irrefutable evidence. The De Chu emperor's personal sealed secret letter was placed on Su Zhao's desk in the barracks. He wanted to rule the world together with Su Zhao, who had suffered grievances in the Liang imperial court. The pro-war faction in the imperial court that advocated first conquering De Chu and then conquering the world did not have many people to begin with. With the two armies facing each other at the Western Wall, victory and defeat were hard to predict. If they lost, they would lose the entire northern territory that they had fought so hard to conquer. Even Gu Jiantang, who the imperial court had placed high hopes on, began to choose to remain silent and slow down the speed of their advance to the south. As a result, no one in the Liang imperial court was willing to speak up for Su Zhao. All of Su Zhao's past acts of overstepping his authority were listed out. All of the civil and military officials in the imperial court urged the emperor to quickly recall the 300,000 troops that Liang had stationed at the western wall. Otherwise, if Su Shao harbored any thoughts of rebellion, not only would he be able to fight for the world with De Chu, even Liang's assets would be overturned. The old man, Feng Ling, sat high on his horse. The imperial city gates in his field of vision grew taller and taller. His horsemanship was skillful. Although he had been living in Great Peace City for the past few years, he had never fallen behind. The old man tilted his head and fiercely spat at the imperial street. He stretched out his thumb and habitually wiped the corner of his mouth. He muttered, "You bastards are all acting like you're dying in front of the emperor. If you're not wearing mourning clothes, you're making people carry your coffins. There's even someone who pretended to ram his head into a beam in the throne room. In the end, your mother, not a single one of you died. I'll let you cowards know how the Su family's cavalry lives and how they die." The 14 riders arrived outside the imperial city gates. Feng Ling stopped his horse in the middle, and the other 13 riders lined up in a line. Then, the 14 of them dismounted at the same time. They let go of the reins at the same time and touched the necks of their horses. Zhang Dujian grinned and turned to look at Song Kaiwan. Shaking head, scholar, we're all rough men and can't speak. You're the only one who's educated. Why don't you do it? Song Kaiwan rolled his eyes and said, "Change to someone with a louder voice." Qin Yun, who single-handedly established the first ascension camp, said softly, "Fuck his mother. I really want to have a chance to climb up the city gates with my brothers and plant our Su family's flag." Zhao Fengyang laughed and scolded, "Son of a bitch, if you do that, won't that confirm the rumors of us rebelling? Shut your crooked mouth." Feng Ling touched the hilt of the saber at his waist and said softly, "It doesn't matter how loud we are. Even if those officials hear us, they'll just pretend they didn't hear us." Even if Song Kaiwan agreed with others, he would subconsciously shake his head and say with a smile, "I, old Song, only know how to come up with bad ideas. I've never been to the battlefield, let alone charge and break through the enemy lines. Why don't I, old Song, go first today?" Jiang Sheng, who had always looked down on Song Kaiwan, gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Scholar Song, you've been cowardly and afraid of death all your life, but this time you're a real man. I, Jiang Sheng, have scolded you many times before, but today I'm convinced. I'll give you a compliment and apologize to you." Zhu Zhangfu laughed softly and said, "It's too late. Once we're underground, old Song won't have any restaurants for us to drink." The old scholar exhaled heavily and looked at his old brothers on both sides. He said in a deep voice, "Song Kaiwan will go first." At the same time, Feng Ling angrily shouted, "Draw your sabers." 14 Su family sabers, 14 lives, generously going to their deaths. The young man was like a lonely ghost that was neither in the world of the living nor the world of the dead. He could only stand quietly behind the 14 people and watch as they slit their own throats at the same time and fell backward almost at the same time. He walked to Feng Ling's side, squatted down and slowly stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to help the old man close his eyes. Dantong Pass. Inside the pass, there were restrictions and countless sentries. Outside the pass, there were nearly 1,000 elite cavalrymen patrolling the area all day long. Chapter 1096. They appeared to be a large group of nobles protecting the pass, but everyone inside and outside the pass knew. Even the young children and youths knew that they were pitiful hostages, who could not be sure of their fate. Their life and death depended on whether their parents had won the trust of the old man sitting on the dragon throne of Great Peace City. Dantong Pass, which would not appear in history books in the future, imprisoned many of the royal relatives and nobles who would affect the structure of the dynasty in the future. There was the king of Bailiang's concubine Wu Su and the second king of Bailiang Su Fengnian, the only son of the Duke of Huainan Zhaoying, the future crown prince Zhao Zhu, the eldest son and daughter of the general Gu Jiantang, and so on. They had one thing in common, and that was that their relatives outside the pass were all staunch supporters of war. They could decide the situation of a time, a place, and even a dynasty or a country. But the most important of these people was undoubtedly the female sword immortal, the current sword crown of the Wu family, Wu Su. If it weren't for her existence, Dantong Pass wouldn't have needed to muster so many troops to guard it. This night, a little beggar ran through the dark alleys with familiarity. He kept close to the shadows of the walls. When he reached the outer wall of a courtyard, he gently pried open a pile of loose bricks and revealed a hole the size of a dog hole. The little beggar sneaked in and picked up 3 small stones. He bent over and snuck under a window. He threw 2 stones on the window paper. When he threw the 3rd stone, he heard a muffled sound of pain. Then a figure jumped out of the window. The little beggar said helplessly, "Little Nien, didn't we agree to open the window after 3 stones?" The companion who was hit by the stone was a child even younger than the little beggar. He had delicate features and a rare northern and southern face. He glared at the little beggar and said in a low voice, "You're so stubborn. You want to learn swordsmanship from my mother?" The little beggar smiled and then grabbed his companion's sleeve. He said anxiously, "My teacher is taking me away from here tonight. Are you coming or not? If you are, let's run together." The scholarly child shook his head and said, "My mother said, it's not that we can't leave, it's that we can't leave." The little beggar felt a headache coming on. "Why are you still speaking in riddles at this time? You're so well-read. Are you going to leave or not? I begged teacher for half the night to get this chance. If we miss this chance, we may never see each other again." At this point, the little beggar's eyes turned red. The other child grinned. "I'm really not leaving. The books say that all good things must come to an end. But don't worry, the books also say that it's a small world." The little beggar scratched his head anxiously. Apparently, he was completely confused by this young man. Little Nien chuckled. "You have a teacher? Is he an old beggar?" The little beggar quickly shook his head and said, "Of course not. He was a very, very learned scholar." Little Nien smirked. "How big is very big? Are they as big as Sister Swallow's breasts on the street next door?" The little beggar said helplessly, "Little Nien, are you really not leaving? I really don't care about you anymore. If I don't go back, teacher will be worried to death." The child nodded and asked the little beggar to wait for a while. He jumped back into the house through the window and quickly jumped back out. He was very familiar with it and stuffed a bag into the little beggar's hands. He touched the little beggar's head and said like an old man, "Originally, we said that we would fight together in the future. You are strong, so you will fight in the front. I am more literate, so I will give you advice and advice. Now it seems that we can't. Take this bag of money. When you go out, a hero can't die without a single coin. Hey, aren't you always hungry for chicken legs? Remember to buy 2 when you reach a safe place. Even if I eat them, I will eat them." The little beggar carefully put away the bag and raised his arm to wipe his eyes. Just as he was about to say the secret that his father told him not to tell anyone in the past, little Nien had already pushed him. "Hurry up and leave. What are you waiting for? After you leave, I will call mother to practice swordsmanship in the courtyard. She might be able to help you a little." The little beggar choked and sobbed. "Little Nien, you must not die. In the future, I will definitely find you. In this life, I will only recognize you as my brother." The child was a few years younger than the little beggar, but he seemed to be far more mature than the little beggar. Instead, he comforted him. "How old are you? You will be with me for the rest of your life. Go." In the history books, those who have achieved great things can even lose their father's wife and son. They are not as wishy-washy as you. The little beggar nodded heavily and turned back to leave. In the shadow of the dog hole, he waved to little Nien. Little Nien waved his hand. After the little beggar left, the child, who had been very indifferent and optimistic, squatted at the corner of the wall. He hugged his knees and secretly sniffed. Suddenly, his head was gently patted. The child was startled and quickly turned his head. In the end, he saw his mother's warm smile. He hurriedly wiped away his tears and said softly, "Mother, don't tell father that I cried." The woman with unparalleled appearance brought her son to sit by the window. She laughed softly and said, "Little Nien, you must remember that men do not cry easily. That is only because they have not been hurt. When you are really hurt, cry if you want to, don't hold it in your heart." The child uttered an "oh." The woman smiled and said, "Go get the sword case." The child excitedly said, "Did mother agree? Okay, I will go right away." The child jumped down from the windowsill and moved the red sandalwood sword case. which was almost as tall as him. The woman came to the courtyard and looked back with a smile. She saw her son struggling to carry the sword case. She took the sword case. The child turned around and trotted to sit on the steps. He held his cheeks and stared at his mother without blinking. Father said with his own mouth that mother could beat 100 of him. The woman raised the red sandalwood sword case and pressed one hand on the top of the case. She did not immediately drive the world-famous Great Liang Dragon Sparrow out of the sword case. Although the famous sword was hidden in the case, the sword power was already surging. A series of sharp screeches suddenly sounded in Dantong Pass. The woman stood with her hands behind her back. The sword case trembled slightly. Wisps of purple sword chi continuously seeped out of the sword case, illuminating the entire courtyard with purple chi. The Great Liang Dragon Sparrow, which made everyone in Dantong Pass feel as if they were facing a great enemy, unexpectedly did not come out of the case for a full quarter of an hour. However, all the armored soldiers and Jianghu experts in Dantong Pass had long been in a panic. Everyone was on edge. Fortunately, for some reason, the woman sword immortal changed her original intention of using the sword to break through the pass. This made Dantong Pass feel relieved. To be honest, they were 30% vigilant, 30% fearful, and 40% respectful of this woman who came out of Wu family's sword tomb. They really did not want to face her head-on. In the courtyard, the mother and son looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The child carried the sword case back and put it away. Then he went out of the house and sat with his mother on the steps, looking at the sky full of stars. Meanwhile, a young man who seemed close by but was actually far away was sitting not far away, accompanying them. The child put his head on his mother's knee and asked curiously, "Mother, eldest sister said that after people die, they will become stars in the sky." Second sister said no. "Then will they?" The woman touched the child's head and smiled. "I don't know." The child sighed. "If only I could grow up faster." The woman shook her head and smiled. "It's better if you don't grow up." The child stood up and put his hand higher than his head. He smiled. "Mother, believe it or not, when I wake up tomorrow, I will be this tall." The woman smiled and did not speak. The child raised his hand and jumped a few times. "I will be this tall the day after tomorrow." The woman stood up and stood in front of the child. She raised her hand, which was higher than her own. Then she lowered her head and said softly, "Little Nian, grow up slowly. Don't worry. Sooner or later, you will be this tall." Then she raised her head, looked at that height, and smiled. Behind little Nian. It happened to be the height that the woman gestured. Su Fengnian, who was in an out-of-body state, looked at her with tears streaming down his face. He softly called, "Mother." Chapter 1097. The two armies faced off against each other at the western wall. They had just survived the damned rainy season. The muddy ground gradually hardened. An imperial edict from Tai and city was somehow made public and spread widely. It was like a thunderclap that suddenly exploded on the ground, shaking people's hearts. Su Shao from Liang had used most of the Su family's elite cavalry to win the Battle of Jinghe. He had used up all of Dechu's so-called invincible great halberd warriors. His morale was at its peak. He only needed a suitable time to make the final decision at the western wall. Then the imperial edict came out. All his efforts were in vain. The encirclement around Dechu had not been completely completed. Now it was even looser. The balance of power that had been exchanged with the lives of hundreds of thousands of Su family soldiers instantly became a precarious situation. The northeast defense line was still fine. After all, Gu Jiantang had already destroyed Dongyue without any effort. Most of the Gu elites were still there. Even if they did not go south to support Su Zhao's army as promised, they were still a blade hanging over Dechu's head. However, General Zhao Bodong, who had been avoiding direct battles during the expedition to the south, even though he was only responsible for the easy task of building the northwest defense line, as one of the few high-ranking officials and generals with royal family background, he abandoned the task at the crucial moment. He retreated 600 miles in one breath, as if he was determined to watch the fire burn on the other side of the river. Without a doubt, he was giving away the great victory of the Battle of Jinghe. Compared to Su Shao, who had exhausted himself on the battlefield at the western wall, Zhao Bodong had come into contact with the imperial edict earlier. Therefore, when his army retreated through the night to the lead mountain pass 600 miles away from the tomb of the concubines, anyone with a discerning eye knew that the true battle between the two countries had already surfaced. At that time, De Chu, who still had the advantage in terms of military strength, only needed to retake the tomb of the concubines to gain greater strategic depth. As long as Su Xiao, who was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, dared to divide his forces to attack the tomb of the concubines, the war Saint Yi Baikue could be the first to blow the horn on the western wall. How could Yi Baikue, who had never been defeated, turn a blind eye to this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The reason why De Chu had fallen into the current predicament was that Su Xiao had fought a series of battles that were almost desperate. His adopted son, Chu Lushan, who was not well known, had stood out in these battles. It was this fat man, who was good at killing 1,000 enemies but losing 800 of his own men, who had beaten De Chu's northern army with a kind of unreasonable and vicious method. This had helped Chen Jibao to clear out all the periphery of the northern front, and finally led to the great victory at the Jinghe River, forcing De Chu to retreat and station their troops at the western wall. So they had lost the advantage in terms of manpower, but lost the advantage in terms of geographical advantage. Yi Baikue, as De Chu's stabilizing force, was known as a great military strategist who could lead a country alone. At this time, he made a decision that would be debated endlessly in the history of future generations. He gave up on Chao Chongqing, who had shown stunning military talent as a fledgling, and chose his trusted General Meng Hu, who had great experience, outstanding military service, and a steady personality. He sent this person to lead an elite troop to the imperial concubine's grave. Before the Su family's army had to move out, there was a fierce dispute limited to a small area. The two strategists Zhao Chongling and Li Yishan finally had their first fierce disagreement. Zhao Chongling decided that since they had lost their momentum, and the Zhao Emperor had decreed to retreat without fighting, then the 300,000 troops led by the general would retreat to Liyang. They could openly retreat to the imperial concubine's grave, or even to Zhao Bodong's camp, and eat this troop. Then they would have Gu Jiantang listen to orders, and resolve the problem of Gu. Then they would fight to the death with De Chu and Yi Baikue. Li Yishan, on the other hand, believed that this retreat would allow Great Chu, who was barely breathing, to breathe a sigh of relief. Therefore, Li Yishan suggested that they divide their forces decisively, but at the same time, they could not divide too much. 20,000 was the limit. Zhao Chongling, who had always been gentle and refined, was furious. He scolded Li Yishan for being a child's play. Yi Baikue had clearly learned of the imperial edict and Zhao Bodong's retreat earlier than the general. De Chu had split 40 to 50,000 people from the already crowded west wall. It would not hurt them. But the general's 20,000 people would hurt the general's chances of victory in the battle between the two armies. It was also a muddle-headed move that was like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was the same as going to the imperial concubine's grave to die for nothing. In the heavy atmosphere of the tent, there was a map of De Chu's situation hanging. The red and black lines that symbolized offense and defense were circled with cinnabar and charcoal. The arrows on the table used to accurately time the marching arrows were slowly dripping. Inside the tent, there was Su Xiao, who was in his 30s and could decide the fate of the world. Zhao Chongling and Li Yishan, who had been strategizing in the tent. The three adopted sons who had been urgently summoned into the tent, Chen Jibao, Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan, as well as a group of meritorious commanders of the infantry and cavalry. There was Wu Qi, a swordsman who had come with his sister from the Wu family sword tomb. He could be considered half of Chen Jibao's military master. There was also Su Pu, whose reputation in the cavalry army did not lose to the general's brother-in-law Wu Qi. He was a rare scholarly general in the Su family army. There was also General Zhong Hongwu, Yan Wenwan, who had been nicknamed Camp Step by Step, as well as Lu Yuanji, Wei Taizhan, and other generals. It could be said that if the dozen people in the tent were successfully assassinated, only half of them would die, and the world would be De Chu's. Su Fengnian turned around and looked at these familiar and unfamiliar faces. They were the ones who had fought for Su Xiao. They did not see a young person standing under the map, his finger gently moving along the red and black marching routes. At the top of Wudong's Lotus Peak, the three people entered the spring and autumn to see the spring and autumn. This person had appeared in the tragic battle of Jing River, and then followed them to the western wall. But in his eyes, the people and objects in the spring and autumn were only divided into black and white. His joy, anger, sorrow, and joy would not affect the people in the spring and autumn. At this time, Zhong Hongwu had not yet taken control of the northern Liang cavalry. Before him there were still Wuqi and Supu, two great mountains. Yan Wenwan was already blind in one eye, but he was the most new face in the tent. Compared to the future Lu Qiu, Chu Lushan seemed to be a few dozen caddies thinner. He was full of viciousness, and did not have a flattering smile like a decade later. The famous white bear Yuan Zuozong probably did not care to take care of his beard. His beard was thick, and he seemed even more heroic. The old General Hong Zhe had not died of illness outside Xiangfan City, and the great General Su Hengku had not died in western Shu. Su Fengnian looked at Zhao Chongling, who was standing next to Su Xiao. He looked at the side profile of this strategist from Dechu's Guangling Green Pavilion Zhao family. He was elegant and determined. Zhao Chongling was the kind of scholar that rulers and officials would admire at first sight. When attacking Dechu, where the country was, Zhao Chongling did not show any mercy. On the contrary, the chief of the Su family's cavalry, Dechu, mostly came from his plans. Zhao Chongling was the main, and Li Yishan was the support. The two strategists complemented each other. Su Fengnian moved his gaze slightly. The humble strategist who had been willing to let Zhao Chongling cover his edge had a calm expression under Zhao Chongling's aggressive questioning. At this time, his master's expression was still very good. Chapter 1098. Li Yishan, who rarely argued with people, did not refute Zhao Chongling. He walked under the map and pointed at the concubine's grave. He looked at the people in the tent and said, Yi Baikue has already sent troops here. It is clear that if we were in his position, I would send 2 groups of soldiers, 1 light cavalry to deal with our reinforcements, and 1 slow heavy cavalry as a backup. There are countless silvers in the West Chu treasury. This is something everyone knows. Otherwise, our great general wouldn't say that after winning a battle, he would go to a mountain of gold and silver to have a good sleep. When Li Yishan said this, even Zhao Chongling's expression softened. Su Xiao grinned in embarrassment. The other generals smiled knowingly. Li Yishan continued, Great Chu has 2 gold nuggets. Those hundreds of thousands of great halberd warriors have been proven by us to be outdated and of little value. However, whether or not the 60,000 heavy cavalry under Yi Baikue's command are a burden remains to be discussed. Raising heavy cavalry burned money. 1 normal cavalry was the price of fattening 3 or 4 elite light cavalry. The pros and cons were clear. The cons were that heavy cavalry were hard to move before the battle started. Putting on the armor was slow, and getting on the horse was slow. It could be said that other than getting on the horse to charge after everything was ready, everything else was slow. Also, turning was even slower. After successfully charging through the enemy formation, they could not stop. They had to circle around a large radius to cushion the blow before they could successfully turn and start a second charge. On a suitable battlefield, the heavy cavalry that many light cavalry generals ridiculed as one-shot deals are the kings of the battlefield. The concubine's grave, which is wide and easy to charge, is a suitable battlefield for Dechu's heavy cavalry to perform. Chongling said that if we divide our forces and go, as long as we do not have more than 50,000 people, we are going to die. Li Yishan's words were rushed. He clearly did not want to waste an inch of time, but he instinctively paused here and then said, Of course we are going to die. Li Yishan quickly flipped his palm and continued, As long as we can take down Dechu, then we can take down Shu, Tang, and Nanzhao. That will be a small matter, as easy as turning over one's hand. We don't doubt it at all. It was precisely because our Su family's armored cavalry took the lead, charging forward battle after battle, that we were able to reach the western wall in one spurt of energy. But if we choose to retreat at this juncture, and avoid the brunt of the attack, not only will we be able to defeat Dechu, but it will also be difficult to say whether the Grand General will be able to continue to hold military power. Many of us have died, and more people will die in the future. However, at this time, 20,000 less people will die in the imperial concubine's tomb. All of our Su family members who died before will have died in vain. Li Yishan did not look at Zhao Chongling. He stared at Su Xiao and said gravely, Grand General, please let one person lead 20,000 light cavalry to die. Chen Jibao, who had rushed to the tent after patrolling various battlefields, said calmly, Foster father, there is no need for 20,000 people. Give me 15,000 cavalry. But I want the strongest horses, the best spears, and the best crossbows. I will go guard the imperial concubine's tomb. Zhao Chongling stared with a complicated expression at this young general he thought highly of. Yuan Zuozong reached out and rubbed his beard stubble. He said with a smile, Jibao still needs to understand the abilities and habits of the captains of the various armies in order to be able to command the last battle with ease. There are so many foreign troops and surrendered generals. We cannot delay. Let me, an idle person, go to the imperial concubine's tomb. Chu Lushan suddenly snickered and said, Yuan Baixiong, are you more familiar with this kind of battle where everyone dies together? Do you not feel ashamed to fight with me? Li Yishan said calmly, Yi Baikue has the advantage in this battle of the imperial concubine's tomb. We will split into two groups and die first. The former will die slowly, the slower the better. It is best if we use up all of De Chu's light cavalry. We must even let De Chu's heavy cavalry make a charge. Zuozong is skilled in cavalry battles that preserve strength. Yuan Zuozong nodded. Chu Lushan glared and said, Then the troops in the back should be mine, right? Li Yishan shook his head and said, If both sides are wounded, you can go. But in that case, De Chu will win in the end. Yi Baikue can continuously send troops to the imperial concubine's tomb. That will become a war of attrition against us. Other than using up the Grand General's strength, it will also use up Great Peace City's patience. But we cannot afford to lose in any aspect. Chen Jibao said with a smile, I will go. Give 15,000 cavalry to Zuozong. I only need 5,000 in the back. As long as Zuozong can delay until De Chu's heavy cavalry enters the battlefield, I can guarantee to eat them all so that Yi Baikue will not dare to use a single soldier to touch the imperial concubine's tomb. Zhao Chongling said worriedly, What if Yi Baikue suddenly starts a decisive battle now? Commander-in-Chief Su Xiao gently patted the shoulder of this strategist, who had the reputation of watertight, flawless planning, and laughed heartily. Didn't the spy report say that the big trouble, Chao Chongqing, is still in the south? Since Yi Baikue didn't use this person, it means that he probably doesn't dare to fight too early. What's more, he has the advantage now. He is a big shot of the Great Chu. There is no need for him to gamble with us, a group of barefoot paupers. The elegant Zhao Chongling had a bitter smile on his lips. In the end, he did not persist in his opinion. It was said that before the troops and horses moved, the provisions would move first. But this time, the 20,000 light cavalry had quietly traveled a long distance. Other than carrying some provisions, they did not make any extra movements. In order to fool people, Chen Jibao even rode his horse to the front of the western wall battlefield. He rode alone on a white horse with a long spear. De Chu's front army could clearly see this person's style. Yuan Zuozong led the 15,000 cavalry to the imperial concubine's tomb. Their route was north and then east. Before getting on the horse, Li Yishan walked forward. His lips trembled but he did not speak. Yuan Zuozong suddenly folded his hands. His eyes were clear, his expression determined, and he did not speak. Su Xiao walked forward and said softly, Zuozong, foster father will not say anything good. Just one sentence. Even if you die, at least leave your corpse intact. When you enter the coffin in the future, foster father can help you wear a pair of cloth shoes that I sewed myself. Yuan Zuozong heard the discouraging words but was not angry at all. He smiled and said, No need, leave it for Xiaoyan to wear. Just treat it as Zuozong's gift to him. I have not given him anything for so many years. I feel bad. Su Xiao waved his hand and said, Go. The 15,000 light cavalry quietly left the western wall in the middle of the night. Su Xiao stood in place. On his left was Zhao Chongling, and behind him was Li Yishan. He seemed to be the right hand of General Su Xiao. Chu Lushan squatted in front of his foster father and sulked. He pulled up a weed that was lucky not to be trampled by the horse hooves, and chewed on it along with the mud. Su Xiao squatted down next to this foster son. He patted Chu Lushan's head and said with a smile, "As long as we can eat to chew this time, you will be the vanguard to open Shu. Foster father has already promised Zuozong. If he dies, you can count his share." The damned fatty, who was more hostile than anyone in the Su family army when it came to fighting for military merits, was not happy at all for the first time. His fat head and big ears drooped. The Su family cavalry had groups of old people and new people, but ever since they followed Su Xiao out of Liao and fought to the western wall, there was no separation of life, only separation of death. Su Fengnian squatted next to Su Xiao. He wanted to tell Chu Lushan and Su Xiao, who was not hunched yet, that Yuan Zuozong would not die, and they would not lose the battle of the western wall. But after that, when the title of king was split and the Beiliang fought Beimang, there were more separation of life and fewer deaths. Until he, Su Fengnian, carried the Su family flag and faced the million soldiers of Beimang again. Chapter 1099. The Chu Yutang that once ran like wolves and rushed like boars were now slave thieves who slaughtered dogs and donkeys. All that was left of the majestic spring and autumn period was sadness and laughter. It was rumored that Huang Longshi, the main culprit behind the sinking of the divine land, only laughed out loud after seeing the miserable scenes of the scholars running north. He made a few songs to gloat over their misfortune for the future generations to hum. He claimed that not only did the Wulin world have to thank him for reversing fate, the literary world had changed like this because the country was unlucky and the poets were lucky. When the spring and autumn period ended, the scholars ran north. There was only one record of Yonghui crossing north in the official history of Liang. Jiao Mian praised him generously with beautiful words, and praised him for being able to pass through Guangling. However, in the history books of Beimang there were only 2 times. Other than the simple Yonghui crossing north, there were more records of the second crossing north before Su Xiao became the vassal of Beiliang. This time, the scholars and celebrities of the Central Plains who were completely disappointed with the Liang imperial court began to crazily rush into Beimang, which was now the territory of the Southern Dynasty. Most of the so-called powerful families that occupied the high positions of the Southern Dynasty now fled north in panic like stray dogs. At that time, these big families spared no effort to secretly operate in Taiyan City, hoping that the relatively gentle Gu Jiantang would be crowned as the king of Beiliang instead of the executioner with the surname Su. They believed that who would be crowned as the king of Beiliang would decide whether the national policy of Liang would be strict or lenient. However, the result was disappointing. The lame man wanted to be the king of Beiliang instead of an ordinary border official, and personally guard the northwest gate of the empire. In this way, they hoped that before the gate was completely closed, they would be able to leave some incense for their descendants in the upcoming revenge by the Liang imperial court. Even if they had to bear the infamy of relying on the northern barbarians to prolong their feeble existence, they didn't care. For them, who were easily the 3 dukes of 4 generations, changing the surname of a country was never a disaster. Therefore, the destruction of the country was a small matter, but the destruction of the family was a big matter. The noble families lost their old roots one after another. Not to mention anything else, just the ancestral maps of their family tree that had been treasured for hundreds of years were scattered all over the ground during their escape to the north. In the spring rain, a young man squatted by the roadside. He could neither pick up nor flip open those precious diagrams, so he could only look at the page of genealogy that was spread open. The person who wrote the genealogy was obviously a calligraphy master. The handwriting was elegant, and did not lose its strength. The words written on the genealogy archive were like pearls. With just a few strokes, he could write down the full picture of the achievements of a certain family ancestor. Then a tired mule carrying 4 gold-lacquered chests trampled over it, and crushed the entire manuscript. It sank deep into the mud and the words blurred. The young man stood up. In his eyes, there was an endless stream of people, clan after clan, surname after surname, rushing together from the south to the north. He gently retracted his gaze, and saw one of the chests carried by the mule fall to the ground with a loud crash after the rope broke, splashing a lot of mud. The mule driver completely ignored it, and only whipped the mule. It was not because he felt sorry for the only ancient book in the chest that had been bought with a lot of money by generations of people, but because the mule's hooves were too slow. After the panicked caravan of horses and mules, the caravan behind them was much more orderly. There were no lowly animals like mules and donkeys. They were all tall horses that were very flashy but not practical in their escape to the north. The caravan was also particularly long, with no less than 400 people. The people riding on the horses, whether old or young, were not as anxious as the caravan behind them. There were even many white-clothed children whose clothes were slightly wet from the spring rain behind the curtains of some of the carriages. There were both men and women. They did not need to hold books in their hands to recite poems and chapters silently. An old man who looked like a teacher in a clan school sat among the children. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Occasionally he would speak with the students. Su Fengnian, who was dreaming of spring and autumn, did not follow the caravan forward. He stayed where he was until he heard the words, "The woman admires chastity, the man is talented, adhere to elegant exercises, good nobility," and finally the tall crown accompanies the chariot, driving away the mules and vibrating the tassels. Only then did the sound of recitation gradually dissipate in his ears. The old teacher, who had been silent all this time, only recited once during this period, and could not hide the tears in the old man's eyes. "Be righteous and retire, the bandits suffer losses," Su Fengnian thought to himself. They were not the stray dogs that were despised in the history books of later generations. They were probably the ones who were truly in the north. They should return home one day to worship their ancestors. However, that teacher would definitely not see the willows, moss, and fireflies of his hometown for the rest of his life. Suddenly, an old Confucian scholar who had no one to rely on walked out from the crowd and stared at Su Fengnian. Presumably, in the eyes of the living in the world of the living, the old Confucian scholar had long been accustomed to the old Confucian scholar's foolish behavior. Along the way to the north, there were too many old people who died of illness, anger, or drowned. The old Confucian scholar with the spring rain on his head twirled his beard and smiled. "I finally see you. You've already predicted this?" Su Fengnian opened his mouth out of habit. Although he was speechless, since this old Confucian scholar who would gift him a steamed bun in the future could see him, he should be able to see him speak. The old Confucian scholar who looked like a lunatic talking to himself nodded and smiled. "I've said it before, oh no. I'll say it to you one day in the Tuma Pass. I, Yuan Qingshan, am not considered heaven and earth in this life, but only a human. The dream that Zhao Shituan bestowed upon your younger brother, Su Longxiang, is a long night road, and that steamed bun can be considered a lantern that points the way." Yuan Qingshan smiled and said, "Two dynasties destroyed Buddhism, and only Bailiang sincerely believes in Buddhism. Since you're willing to shoulder the heavy burden, then you should receive Lu Songtao's fate, and thus build the lantern's skeleton. Therefore, that bowl of blood from the dragon tree monk should also light the wick in the cage. It's a pity that I haven't seen the other two of you with my own eyes." Su Fengnian asked, "Aren't you worried that Bei Meng will be destroyed by Li Yang?" Yuan Qingshan shook his head and said indifferently, "Dynasties can rise and fall, but noble spirit must exist forever." Chapter 1100. Su Fengnian looked up at the gray sky and said softly, "This me has already seen Qi Xuanjin slaying demons on the demon-slaying platform with his own eyes." Li Chenggang entered Western Shu with a sword, his sword aura rolling along the dragon wall. The sword emperor of Western Shu guarded the gate for the emperor, until the sword was destroyed and he died, trampled into meat paste by horse hooves. Dong Tai rode a donkey into Jianghu. Wang Mingyang, the general of Xiangfan, committed suicide after the city was breached. He died holding an old jar with the bones of his wife and children in it. He once used this jar as a cooking utensil. I've seen many people, but I've never found what I should be looking for. Yuan Qingshan talked about the mysteries of heaven, but did not reveal them. 3 people at once dream of spring and autumn. Each of them has their own search. It's none other than the roots of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The latter 2 are naturally close to you. Actually, you don't need to look for them. They've already found you. You only need the other 2 to come back to their senses. You don't have to worry too much. As for the noble spirit of Confucianism, if you deliberately look for it, you probably won't find it. Even if you look for Chao Dei, Chao Qingyi, Zhang Julu, Grand Secretary Zhang Baiyan, I fear that even if you search through the entire spring and autumn period, you will still find nothing." Su Fengnian sighed. "Then how can I block the way?" Yuan Qingshan closed his eyes and pinched his fingers. After opening his eyes, he said slowly, "I'm not a real deity after all. I'm destined to not be able to predict what will happen after I ascend. However, at this time and place, no matter how hard I try to predict, you can't stop Wang Xianji." Su Fengnian did not show any anxiety. Yuan Qingshan stared at the image of this Su Fengnian and pinched his fingers quickly. His expression was uncertain. Strange. Why is it that the more I predict, the more you'll die? If that's the case, why will I exchange buns with you in the future? The Beimang imperial preceptor in Confucian attire fell into deep thought. After a long time, he raised his head and said, "This may be one of the heavenly axioms. I can't predict some people and some things. I can't talk too much with you. I have to escort these scholars into Beimang. Su Fengnian, take care of yourself." Su Fengnian nodded. Su Fengnian stayed where he was the whole time, standing at the bottom of the caravan on the muddy road. Only then did he follow them, and see them off from the border of Yuzhou to the north. Then Su Fengnian involuntarily closed his eyes. He had closed his eyes many times after entering this black and white spring and autumn. Every time he opened and closed his eyes, it was like a dream. He could never guess when and where he would appear the next time he opened his eyes, let alone who he would see. After that, he opened and closed his eyes several times. Su Fengnian saw the entire process of building the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. He also knew why the old man with the sheepskin fur coat was suppressed here by the pavilion. It turned out that this was the ruins of Fengdu, the hometown of one of the 4 great grandmasters, the Green Robe of Fengdu. Later generations all thought that the most secretive sect at that time, Fengdu, would definitely be an underground city filled with ghastly aura. They never thought that the female grandmaster would choose a green lake and green mountain and name it Fengdu. Maybe it was just to say that a person with a dead heart lived in a place with a dead heart. Maybe there was no reason, but the woman fell in love with the green bead in the yellow sand of the desert and liked the same color as her clothes. The one-armed, swordless old man occupied the mountain by himself and repelled the new prince of Bailiang, Su Zhao's hundreds of elite riders. Later on, Su Xiao carried wine up the mountain by himself several times. They were all good wine from the central plains that was hard to buy with money in the poor land of Bailiang. He would sit by the old man's side and talk about things that he usually couldn't say out loud. There were a few times when he was completely drunk and passed out beside the old man. He was still drunk and had to be supported down the mountain by Li Yishan. Finally, one day, the old man with the sheepskin fur coat took a new pot of wine from Su Zhao's hands. For the first time, he asked the Grand King of Bailiang about this wine. Su Xiao said bluntly that this nameless, inferior wine was far inferior to the good wine of the past, but it was cheap. Not only was it enjoyable to drink, it was also very intoxicating. That was enough. The old man took a sip and said that this wine was actually called Green Ant. In the past, people urged him to drink it, but he also disliked the inferior quality of this wine. Later on, his second sister wrote a poem, and the Green Ant wine became known outside of Bailiang for the first time. It was also popular in the court of Liang. This should be the origin of this wine. Later on, he closed his eyes and opened them again. During this time, he saw the 2 girls who came to Wutangen on Mount Qingliang for the first time. One of them was still called Red Musk, while the other was still Bluebird. However, she had an additional surname, Wang Bluebird. However, at that time the 2 girls' temperaments were completely different. Red Musk had a strong Beimang aura, and her eyes were as cold as knives. She was hostile to everyone she met. Even the young master of Bailiang, His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian, was no exception. Bluebird was the complete opposite. Her father was the youngest of the 4 grandmasters, the immortal of spear who died the latest. Wang Xiu had a daughter in his later years, and doted on her very much. When she came to the mountain for the first time, she did not appear in the world as a maid, but as a guest. At that time, Wang Xiu's junior martial brother Liu Yambing, who had not changed his surname, brought the girl into the palace. However, she did not meet the young Su Fengnian. Later on, Chen Zhibao committed treason and murdered his own master. Liu Yanbing had once single-handedly challenged the king of Bailiang, who had 500 cavalry escorts. In the end, he was stopped by Jian Zhihuang after 8 strikes. Su Xiao, who had always been very rude to the martial artists of Jianghu, allowed this martial arts genius to leave and gave him 3 chances to take revenge. After using up all 3 chances, Liu Yanbing did not manage to kill Su Xiao, nor did he manage to kill Chen Jibao, who was at the peak of his power at the border. He had become friends with Jian Zhihuang, who had been a coachman for a few years. They met for a drink and Liu Yanbing found out that the old swordsman with missing front teeth who was his natal yellow formation map was actually the junior martial brother of the Sword Emperor of Shishu. At first he had come to Bailiang to take revenge, but later on, after many killings, he no longer had that hatred. Liu Yanbing casually said, "The emperor and his minister died at the gates of the country, while the swordsman died in Jianghu. The Sword Emperor of Shishu, both of them died for a reason." Old Huang smiled and replied, "That's true, but I can't say such things." Old Huang also said that he quite liked the young highness, and would not dislike the smell of horse urine on him. When he looked at people, he was indeed looking at people. He was not like the many aristocrats and princes he had seen in Jianghu, who only looked at people who were well matched in terms of social status, and looked at others like dogs. Of course, the most important thing was that whenever this kid went to the stables to take a horse, he would secretly bring a pot of wine for the coachman. He was very happy to see him drink. Old Huang said that this kid always talked about how fun Jianghu was. The coachman said that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely take him to the real Jianghu. This kid would definitely be disappointed. At this point, Old Huang, who was missing front teeth, could not stop smiling. He accidentally spilled a lot of yellow wine from his mouth. Not long after, Bluebird stopped using that surname. Liu Yanbing also changed his surname to Su and became the old Prince Liang's personal guard. For some reason, this Su Fingyan knew that this was the last time he opened his eyes and wandered around the world. He stood near the straw mat that covered the corpse of a young girl, and could only watch as she was mocked and beaten. Then he saw His Royal Highness, who was his younger self.